On a quiet residential street, the blue sky shines brightly over the buildings. Do not enter. Barrier blocks the passage, red marks and flip-flops. Further ahead, the street shows a chaotic scene. Crashed cars and fallen people are everywhere with more breath on the ground. Footsteps echo down the sidewalk as someone walks through the desolation. Going up the stairs, a girl complains of tiredness. She asks Jung Minjin how long it takes until they arrive. Following the boy, she continues to complain, now asking for water. Thirst bothers her a lot at that moment. The boy remains silent for a moment. He reminds her that they need to conserve water and that she must hold on tight. Annoyed, the girl says that if the liquid is so important he should get more. Jung Minjin responds by telling her to go get it herself since she has hands and feet. Surprised by his response, the girl is momentarily speechless. Turning around angrily, she questions what he just said. The young woman accuses him of speaking strangely lately and asking if he has gone crazy. The boy just looks at her with a serious expression without showing an immediate reaction. Finally, Jung Minjin confronts Han Yena asking if he is his servant. He says there is a limit to how much she can despise him and that in her current situation, she should get what she needs. In disbelief at his boldness, Han Yena can hardly believe what she heard. Angrily, she calls him a bastard and asks if he wants to get in trouble. Han Yena reminds him that at school he crawled like a bug and now thinks he's too much. She considers him pathetic. He responds by saying that she thinks he is bad at everything, completely useless, and a waste of space. The boy looks serious. He asks if she really doesn't understand the current situation. Turning to Han Yena, the boy tells her to call. It questions whether being rich or poor really matters at this moment. Maybe at school he was a jerk in her eyes. But now things have changed and she is the most useless person. The young man explains that all Yena knows how to do is scream. Her stupidity doesn't even let her realize that this attracts the infected. To him, she is just dead weight now. If she doesn't need him, he certainly doesn't need her. Then, tell the girl to get out of there. Han Yena is visibly shocked by his words. A solitary tear begins to flow. She can only question what he said. Watching the boy leave, Yena wonders what happened to him. She remembers that he used to always be so submissive and meek with her. Climbing the stairs, the boy moves away. Yena thinks she's never seen him act like this before. Annoyed, the girl starts walking in the opposite direction. He thinks he should have hit that idiot in the head when he had the chance. Yena questions who that boy thinks he is. The whole situation seems unbelievable to her, states that he is weak anyway and won't last long on his own. He wishes that bastard would just disappear soon. Suddenly, Han Yena stops walking. His expression shows a bit of confusion. Looking ahead, the girl notices something strange. She wonders what is blocking the way. Do not enter. Sign confirms his suspicions. The path is completely blocked. Suddenly, the girl becomes alert once more. Something caught his attention. The camera focuses on a nearby building. This appears to be the source of the noise or movement. Suddenly, the girl gets scared. She wonders what that is and if anyone is watching. Turning around, she notices a wrecked car in the street. A strange smell also hangs in the air. The vehicle is completely crushed and blocks the path. Her face shows concern as she breaks out in a cold sweat. Looking closer, she notices someone lying on the floor who appears to have spilled a lot of red broth. Dread takes over his eyes as more sweat drips. Quickly, two strange and injured figures run towards him. Paralyzed with fear, she thinks she has a bad feeling about this. At that moment, a boy with a backpack appears walking down the messy street. The girl then suggests that they go from there together. Confused, the girl asks the boy to take her with him. The boy questions her request, remembering that she told him to disappear before. She takes back what she said, because they both need to go to Gangnam. With a serious expression, the young man seems to consider the situation. He then demands that she apologize. The girl doesn't understand. The boy remembers that she treated him like an insect at school. He warns her that to survive now she will have to act like one for him. The boy with glasses agrees to let her come. The girl looks a little tense, biting her lip. This crying girl is Han Yena, a rich and popular young woman who always had everything she wanted. She never had to apologize to anyone. On the other side, we have Jung Minjin. Living in a basement, he was a punching bag at school, a complete outcast at the bottom of the social food chain. Suddenly, the world was struck by a strange disease, a zombie-like epidemic that devastated Seoul in South Korea. and Han Yena together with Minjun, two people with completely different lives. Now they need to survive together in this post-apocalyptic world. They are both shocked when they look outside. They see creatures covered in broth running towards them. Minjun quickly grabs the girl's hand. They start to run in desperation. Everything seems lost, but they need to survive no matter what. We see a view of the residential buildings in the neighborhood. Inside a room, the windows are high up near the ceiling. On the computer table, we see an open survival game. Minjun is there sleeping peacefully in his messy room. Your cell phone wakes up to 7:05 on a Wednesday morning. The boy wakes up groaning a little. It looks like he fell asleep playing video games again. Sitting in front of the computer, the young man continues playing. He thinks to himself that he wants to drop out of school. Walking through the house, the boy goes to the kitchen. The place looks a bit plain and messy. On the wall, he finds a note left by his mother. The message simply asks him to eat well and go to school. We see the boy's face up close. He doesn't seem very excited about the idea of going to study. Even without wanting to, the boy wears his uniform. He then leaves home to go to school. On the way, he observes the tall, modern buildings. They look very different from where he lives. One of the buildings catches the eye. On the facade, it says Palace 104. The boy then reflects a little on his life. He believes that the rich young people there have no idea what his reality is like. Following his path, the boy continues walking down the street. The title of episode 1 appears, "You Stink Like a Beggar." Finally, the student arrives at his destination. The facade of the school appears. As soon as he enters the corridor, the boy takes a bad fall. He lets out a scream of frustration as he falls to the ground. Falling on the ground, the protagonist hears the voice of a colleague. The attacker mocks, asking if Minjun is okay, and says he took it easy. He also comments that the fall could have been really bad. The attacker then turns around as if he heard something. He asks if Minjun said any bad words or if he heard it wrong. Revealed as Park Seongbin, a second-year student, he smirks at Minjun. Seongbin comments that he's been taking it too easy, and that Minjun is getting really bold lately. Sitting in the room, a student complains about the noise coming from the hallway. He seems very uncomfortable with the situation. Suddenly, Han Yena appears with her arms crossed. She scolds Park Seongbin for bothering the weakest, and the boy thinks he already imagined it was her. Introducing 18-year-old Han Yena from class 3. The girl says she thinks it's disgusting for him to cause trouble and asks him not to ruin the atmosphere at school. Seongbin defends himself, saying that Minjun is the room's mascot. He says they're just playing, but Yena tells them to go outside if they want to continue. The bully teases, saying that Minjun hates Yena more than anything. The boy with glasses denies this, stating that he just completely ignores her. Han Yena responds, saying that it is out of the question to hear him again. Remember the last time, especially since it was in Jung Minjun's creepy basement. The girl lives in a fancy complex. His rich parents include a hospital director, a real life of luxury, as well as being super popular on social media. Posing for a selfie, Han Yena shows off her confident image, a typical popular and pretty girl at school. On top of that, the young woman is also great at studies. His grades are among the best in the school academically. She is getting ready. The plan is to study abroad in the United States next year. Han Yena seems like the perfect girl, without any apparent flaws, but we know that there is a flaw. The problem is that she looks down on poor people and anyone she considers a loser. The boy then wonders when this started. It all goes back to 8th grade, the first time in the same class, when he found the courage to talk to her. Very shyly, he approached her on the street after class. The young man asked if by any chance she was going home the same way. The girl stared at him with contempt for a moment. Then, bluntly, she told him to stop following her because he smells bad. The girl turned back. She asked them to go separately or for him to take another route if they were going in the same direction. It was at that moment that the boy realized for the first time Han Yena really despised him and didn't even want to talk. Furthermore, he smelled like a poor person. Come to think of it, Han Yena always had a pleasant smell. That would be the smell of the rich. In the living room, Yena complains about sitting next to him and asks if anyone wants to change. Even though they always studied together and Yena despised him, the boy strangely didn't understand his own feelings about her. That would be the feeling of a loser, Developing feelings for someone who makes fun of him is really ironic. Now he is crushed physically by Park Seong-bin and emotionally by Han Yena. Since then until now, this miserable situation has been repeated. Because of this, he began to feel ashamed of his life, constantly feeling humiliated. Outside the school, things weren't much different. Some friends talked to him about anime, but the boy sitting says he doesn't like it that much anymore and mentions a gaming event. If it weren't for school, he would have gone to the event in the morning. He complains about the time and says he'd prefer to go to a Lumina show. One of them offers to try to get tickets together. Bae Sunho and 18-year-old Oh Byeongjun are the only friends who look like him and don't get bullied because they are in good classes. Then they ask if Minjun wants to go to Lumina's concert too. The protagonist thinks they are lucky to have been born lucky. Jung Minjun thinks he is the only one cursed with a miserable life. At that moment, someone calls him by name. Scared Minjun looks up. A colleague with glasses excitedly asks if the other is going to the Lumina show. He shows his cell phone with a photo of Idol Giants saying that they will try to get tickets. The screen displays a fancam of Idol Lumina Jian. The boy with red glasses expresses his intense admiration for the singer. With a forced smile, the other student declines the invitation. Apparently he's not interested in the show. Walking away, the boy thinks he doesn't care about idols anymore. His friends comment in shock at how dare he not be a fan of Jian. They find this change crazy and note its unusual seriousness. Confused, the two colleagues wonder the reason for the sudden change. Maybe it's because of that old dating rumor. One of them speculates. The other scoffs that he acts like a loser, but admits he would do the same. The sign on the door indicates classroom 2-3. Inside the room, the student with sunglasses is sitting at his desk. He looks thoughtful or perhaps tired. Discouraged, the boy wishes the class would end soon. Behind him, someone comments that bastard Kang Hakcheol gave him a dirty look earlier. Turning around, the student hears his classmate Seongbin bragging. He thinks he would beat Hakcheol because he is shorter and because he trains MA. The insults continue, calling Hakcheol rude and mentioning that he abandoned his parents in North Korea. They question how he escaped from there. One of them heard that he made it to 8 years old and barely survived. Suddenly, a voice says, "Hey." Standing nearby is Kang Hakcheol with a serious expression. The boy questions what they just said. His name is Kang Hakcheol, an 18-year-old second-year student in Class 8. Staring back, Seongbin aggressively asks if Hakcheol has a problem. He repeats the insult from before. Seongbin quickly grabs Hakcheol's collar, telling him to shut up. The tension increases with yet another heavy curse. A firm hand grabs the student's collar. Tension increases instantly. The boy's eyes remain fixed, showing little emotion for now. Classmates try to intervene to calm the situation. They tell Seongbin that he started it and should apologize to Hakcheol. Whispering close to Hakcheol Seongbin's ear, he makes a threat. He warns the newbie to keep quiet if he wants to avoid trouble in Korea. Turning their backs, the group walks away, leaving Hakcheol standing alone in the hallway. A bead of sweat runs down Hakcheol's face. His expression shows clear frustration. Now sitting alone in the classroom, Hakcheol looks fed up. Internally, he complains about the horrible class at this terrible school. The scene changes, showing the exterior of the school building. Sunlight reflects off the windows. While walking home, Hakcheol makes a decision. Dropping out of this horrible school tomorrow is the only way to happiness in your miserable life. His determination is firmed with a determined look. From tomorrow, he swears never to return to this place. Suddenly, a voice shouts, "He." Hakcheol's eye widens in surprise when he hears the call. Turning around, Hakcheol finds his path blocked. The same group of attackers stands before him. Seongbin smiles, commenting on the perfect moment. He then asks Hakcheol for a favor to buy him some tobacco. Undeterred, Hakcheol suggests asking a nearby grandmother, telling the attacker she could buy them at the convenience store. Internally, Hakcheol disdains this guy's boldness, thinking it doesn't matter since he's going to drop out of school anyway and won't have to deal with them again. Again, Minjun gets angry. Internally, he wants to curse that bastard at least once. Yet this is Minjun who only imagines and never acts. Seongbin then calls him, asking if the boy is ignoring him. Friends can't believe Minjun is ignoring Seongbin, calling the boy crazy, and Seongbin mentally curses him. The scene then takes us to a location that appears to be a construction site. Falling on the ground, we see Minjun all injured. The attacker wonders why the boy is so rebellious today. With a brick in his hand, Seongbin prepares to attack. He curses Minjin in various offensive ways. Songbin wonders if he should erase Minjin today. He accuses the boy of being too comfortable since elementary school. A friend comments that he tried to stop Seongbin, but gave up, even if Minjin gets better today. To Seongbin's surprise, the boy asks to get it over with. The attacker is clearly confused by the request. The boy lying on the ground begs them to finish him soon, please. Minjin explains that he simply doesn't want to live anymore. One of Songbin's friends jokes that he now feels bad for the leader. Songbin seems to ponder the situation. The group leader then explodes in fury, cursing the boy. He lands a powerful kick on Minjin. So Songbin tells Minjin to pay attention. He warns that if the boy thinks about writing his name in a goodbye letter before going from there to better things, he better be prepared. Because after Minjin leaves, he will meet the boy's mother, who will be alone, and promises to do the same with her. On the floor we see Minjin's glasses. One of the friends comments that Seongbin went too far this time. Angry, the leader tells everyone to shut up and leave. Finally, Minjin is left alone in that cold and abandoned place. The sun shines brightly over the city's rooftops. A seemingly normal day begins. Through the alleys, the young protagonist climbs the stairs. He appears to be returning home or going somewhere specific. In his thoughts, the boy wishes the world would end tomorrow. His life seems to have no meaning for him anymore. Suddenly, your steps stop in the middle of the stairs. He seems to have changed his mind about his path. Looking down, the injured boy considers another option. Maybe it would be better to just rest forever. In the distance, a tall building catches your eye. He thinks that if he fell from there, everything would end quickly. Determined, he walks to the building. The boy feels like he doesn't need anything else, and his miserable life has no reason to continue. However, before continuing, someone calls him. A female voice interrupts his dark thoughts. Surprised, he turns around and sees a schoolmate. She questions him about what he is doing there in that place. The girl insists that it is not his home. She asks what he does at her apartment complex, and if he snuck in. The boy remains silent, not knowing what to say. The student then assumes that he didn't come to deliver anything, and maybe he was there to steal something. With a clenched fist, he agrees bitterly. The young woman says she is right, and she shouldn't be in a place where people like her live. The student then reveals his disturbing plan. He came to her building to end everything, confused. The girl notices his bruised face and asks what happened. Worried, she asks if someone hit him. The boy remains silent without answering her question. Annoyed, the girl calls him frustrating. She questions why he doesn't fight back when guys like Park Seongjin bother him, and says he should at least try to defend himself. Seeing someone like the protagonist makes you feel pathetic. Questions why he doesn't have the courage to fight back. He says his life must be miserable like this. The young man simply turns and starts to walk away. A female voice then asks what he thinks he is doing. Completely ignoring the girl until the end, she screams to get your attention. She wonders if he's crazy for ignoring her like that. The girl sighs, thinking about how pathetic he is, really weak and without any backbone. Determined, the boy thinks he will definitely say something to Park Seongbin tomorrow. Changing scenery, we see a common residential street. The protagonist then arrives in his messy room. To forget his problems, he decides to just play a little. Putting on the phone, the boy finds it all ridiculous. He just didn't give up everything because of Han Yena. In the end, what she said was right. The girl comes into his mind. Pushing these thoughts aside, he remembers that he dropped out of school. From now on, you won't have to see Park Seongbin or Han Yena. Thinking about the future, maybe he should help his mother. A voice calls him, saying they are waiting. Minjin asks for a moment as he just turned on the game. The clock on the wall continues to tick away. Outside, night has fallen for a long time. Suddenly, a loud noise is heard along with a scream. Scared, the protagonist wonders what the hell that was. The sound of keys echoes through the room as someone types quickly. In his shooting game, he warns about 3 zombies. Shortly afterwards, confirms that the area is clean. Suddenly, a friend tells you that he needs to leave. Minjin is surprised, but asks them to finish the game in 10 minutes. Soon after, another friend named Byongjin also says he needs to go. Minjin is confused by their sudden departure. Looking at the clock, he notices that it is already 10 o'clock at night. Time flew by while playing. In the chat they ask if he saw the chaotic news. Minjin responds that he doesn't know what they're talking about. Suddenly, a loud noise startles him. He turns his head quickly in the direction of the sound. Taking off his headphones, the boy wonders what is happening. The situation got awkward very quickly. Standing up, he looks around, trying to understand the situation. Appears to be coming from the door. Carefully, he approaches the entrance door. Asks who is there on the other side. Faint knocks or scratches sound on the door. The noise is low but persistent and strange. Minjin starts to get scared by the situation. He finds it all very strange and scary. Taking courage, he peeps through the peephole. He hears a faint voice asking for help from outside. Through the lens, he sees a bruised face. Recognizes that he is your upstairs neighbor. The neighbor asks to open the door with difficulty. Minjin wonders if the delivery ended up on the wrong floor again. A man is standing at the bottom of the stairs. Red stains mark the steps below him. We see the young man's bruised face. He notices that the guy appears to have been drinking again. The boy's hand turns the door handle. He opens the door, revealing the inside of the room. Peeking through the crack, the boy with glasses looks surprised. A close-up of his eye shows his confusion. He doesn't understand what he sees. The older man stumbles toward the younger man. His clothes are covered in red broth. A focus on the red stain on the man's clothing intensifies the shock of the moment. Concerned, the young man asks if you are okay. He thinks about calling 119. Suddenly, the man screams. Its eyes turn white and fangs emerge from its mouth. The creature advances and grabs the boy tightly. The attacker tries to bite the boy near the neck. He shouts and wonders why Ajushi is acting like this. Desperate, the young man shouts again for the Lord. His gaze reveals pure terror. He thinks to himself, what the hell? Reacting, the boy lands a strong kick, pushing the attacker away. With force, the door is closed. An unknown man lies on the floor covered in red broth. Someone quickly tries to turn the doorknob from outside the house. Standing behind the door, the young man breathes heavily. A few drops of broth are near her bare feet. His legs are visibly shaking uncontrollably because of his recent fear. In a cold sweat, the boy thinks about what just happened. He remembers the man's face that was completely strange. Desperately, he takes his cell phone while kneeling. You need to call the police immediately to resolve this. Putting the phone to his ear, he tries to make the call, but the boy is confused because nothing happens. Looking at the screen, he realizes that the cell phone is not working. This makes him surprised and a little more nervous. Suddenly, several emergency notifications take over the screen. These are warnings about attacks in Seoul and orders to evacuate or take shelter. Scared by the alerts, the boy doesn't know what to do now. Hearing a noise, he runs towards the window. Peeking through the blinds, he hears a loud scream coming from outside. Outside, a scene of pure chaos can be seen. People act strangely towards others, while cries for help echo through the street. Among the panicked people, he manages to recognize a familiar figure. It was the Ajushi from upstairs in a very difficult situation. Quite worried, he moves away from the window thinking about his mother. He wonders if she's safe right now. With tears beginning to well up, he remembers that his mother usually arrives at around that time. The fear for her safety only increases. Trying to call someone, the boy asks please. He realizes that not even his mother's phone works. A tear runs down your bruised face. Outside, we see a dark and silent alley. Some red stains decorate the floor. The night remains calm in this isolated place. Inside a messy room, someone is hiding under the covers. The person remains motionless, cowering there. Suddenly, your cell phone starts vibrating in your hand. He tries to use the internet, but nothing works. Everything seems to be out of order since early on. Carefully, he takes the television remote control. It's best to keep the volume low to avoid attracting attention. TV reports brutal attacks across the country. The government treats the situation as indiscriminate terrorism, but there is still no concrete information about the cause. The reporter reinforces that the situation is very serious. The young man is scared, thinking that something bad is happening. The news asks everyone to stay home and stay locked up. New information arrives showing attacks also in Busan. The screen displays scenes of people attacking each other. One specific scene shows someone savagely attacking another person. Incidents spread across cities large and small. Police and army try to control, but the situation is difficult. The boy realizes that this is much more than ordinary terrorism. Sitting alone in his room, the young man begins to wonder if they were really zombies. He wonders if he is dreaming. How could everything have ended so quickly in just one day? The boy wonders why this happened, but he realizes that he shouldn't just stand there, remembering then that the upstairs neighbor left early. Looking through the peephole, he thinks about locking the main door of the building if there is no one outside. Through the peephole, the staircase appears dark and there are suspicious red marks on the floor. Opening the door slowly, the young man confirms that there is no one there, but he sees a lot of red broth on the floor. Looking up fearfully, the boy wonders if there is anyone on the stairs waiting. Carefully, the boy's hand approaches the handle of the main door. Outside, the neighbor from before appears, covered in red sauce. It needs to be silent. The noise of the door alerts the creature, who turns his head in the direction of the sound. Stumbling, the figure begins to slowly move towards the entrance of the building. Quickly, the boy pulls the door and locks it, feeling a slight momentary relief. Leaning against the locked door, the young man catches his breath after the recent scare. Thinking now, he wonders about the other residents upstairs. The silence is strange. He then decides to stay inside and wait until dawn, believing that the police or someone will come to rescue them. In his room, where the young man attentively watches television sitting on the bed. On the screen, an anchor reports urgent news about random attacks occurring in the metropolitan area. Suddenly, the transmission cuts out, leaving just a black, static screen. The boy is surprised by the sudden cut. He wonders why even the transmission is down. Looking out the window, everything seems dark outside. A strange sound echoes outside. Without much to do, the young man goes back to bed, covering yourself completely with the blanket. Despite lying down, he cannot sleep. Something more important is worrying you at that moment. He reflects on the current situation, admitting to yourself that it all seems very strange. The boy remembers that just yesterday he wanted to disappear. Because of his terrible life, he even thought it would be better if the world ended. And now it looks like his wish has come true. However, now he finds himself fighting desperately to survive. Maybe things aren't so simple. Thinking further, he realizes that the current situation, it's not that different from how your life was before. Whether in the past or now for him, life continues to be a real hell. Outside, the dark night covers the buildings, while that strange sound continues to be heard. An aerial view reveals complete chaos on the street, an ambulance overturned, people fallen, and a lot of broth spread. Other individuals seem to be attacking each other for no reason. Nearby, a door slowly creaks open. Broth stains on the floor indicate imminent danger. Hidden behind the door, the young man with glasses carefully observes the outside. Outside, the alley reveals a chaotic scene with people fallen and a lot of broth spilled on the floor. Floor details show trash and dirty bottles. A strange feeling hangs in the air. A slipper is lying on the floor next to stained papers. A strong, metallic smell dominates the room. Very closely, the young man's gaze behind his glasses reveals his fear and a bandage on his cheek. With a thud, the door closes. Only by the atmosphere outside can you perceive the danger. Quickly, the boy's hand turns the lock to protect himself. Now leaning against the door, the boy seems tense. He thinks that leaving now would be the same as asking to go to base. Inside the building, the hallway and stairs are in complete darkness. Time to check supplies. The boy looks at his shelf with some jars and packages of food. Analyzing your resources, he has 4 packets of pasta and 3 bottles of water. Assuming the gas is still working, he thinks he can survive in there for a month. Same with supplies, the young man wonders if someone will come to the rescue within a month. Even so, he hopes his mother is okay. Picking up your cell phone is no use. I can't call anyone since the network is completely down. Thinking about the building, he figures it was the vacant apartments. There are 5 families living there. The man upstairs has already become one of those beings, and further up there are an elderly couple and a lady. At that moment, an idea appears. The boy remembers the university student who lives in the room on the terrace. The protagonist observes a couple from afar. He wonders if the neighbor is still there, since he usually brings his girlfriend over every Tuesday. Thinking that yesterday was Tuesday, the boy deduces that the neighbor may be in the room on the terrace. Silently, the young man climbs the stairs. His steps are careful step by step. Arriving on one of the floors, he realizes that there is no sign of anyone alive there, with only his last hope remaining. Hope resides in the rooftop dweller. The boy prays that he didn't turn out like Ajushi. Determined, the protagonist continues his way up the stairs towards the top floor. Arriving at the top, he notices something unexpected. The door leading to the terrace was open. Cautiously, he walks through the door, exiting to the open terrace area. The boy is apprehensive, thinking about whether he should call, concluding that it is better not to risk it for now. Looking through the small room's entrance, he notices that the inner door is also open. Very cautiously, the boy puts his head inside, peeking inside the room. The place is completely ransacked. Overturned furniture and some strange red marks on the floor attract attention. Shocked by the scene, the boy realizes that there is no one in the room. Suddenly, something catches your attention. Your eyes widen in surprise or fear. Day 2 of the disaster, chaos still reigns there. That day became a major turning point in the young man's life. He watches in shock as a man covered in red amidst the chaos. Paralyzed in the doorway, he can hardly believe what he sees. Carefully, the boy tries to leave the place without making any noise. During his escape, he ends up bumping into a potted plant. The vase quickly falls to the floor, breaking into pieces. Startled by the sound, the boy panics. Desperately, he tries to go back inside, but ends up tripping. His feet tangle as he loses his balance. With force, the young man falls face down on the ground. Still on the ground, fear takes over his face. At the door appears a threatening figure covered in red liquid. Without wasting time, the attacker advances towards the boy. In an instant, the man violently knocks the young man to the ground. Above the boy, the attacker tries to push him to the edge. Desperately, the boy holds onto his enemy's legs so he doesn't fall. From above, a body falls violently to the ground, spreading a lot of red broth around the place, while the protagonist watches everything scared from below. Completely in shock, the boy can't believe what just happened. His face is pale and in a cold sweat. Your eye focuses completely on what happened. The plug finally seems to be dropping for the guy. Frightened, the boy falls and sits on the roof. He can't believe the other guy actually fell from up there. In a panic, he runs to the nearest door, trying to get away from that scene as quickly as possible. Desperately going down the stairs, the boy can barely catch his breath from so much panic. Running, he finally reaches the door of his room, going all out to hide. As soon as he enters, the boy collapses on the floor, completely exhausted and terrified of everything. Still trying to catch his breath, we see a red stain on his coat, showing that he did not emerge unscathed. Your hands shake constantly on the cold floor. He thinks about the guy who was on the roof with him. The protagonist then wonders if the bully is really out of touch. Fear takes over your thoughts. At that moment, the worst of questions cross your mind. Had he just taken someone's life? Desperately, the young man tries to convince himself, telling himself it wasn't his fault. He repeats that the other boy attacked him first, trying to ease the weight on your conscience. Meanwhile, the clock on the wall reads 7:25, showing that it is already getting dark outside. Inside a dark room, we see the ceiling and windows. In the same room, the protagonist is sitting on the floor. He looks haggard. That day, the boy was tormented by guilt the entire time. He wonders if he really made the Ayang from the roof fall to his end. Suddenly, the boy gets up from the ground. When opening the door, the protagonist sees the floor stained with red broth. Outside, the street is chaos, people are fallen, and a strange figure walks. That bizarre figure doesn't have the upper part of the neck and is covered in broth. The creature then begins to move strangely. Standing there, the young man watches the scene completely shocked. His face shows how scared he is by all of this. Then he realizes that the Ayang on the roof is alive. It becomes clear to the boy that those things are no longer human. He apologizes to Ayang, but now they are aberrations. The young man closes the door as he hears the grunts outside. From that day, everything changed. The infected staggers away. Strangely, the protagonist's fear begins to diminish. The next day arrives, marking the third day since the beginning of the apocalypse. On the table, we see a meal being prepared. Sitting in his messy room, the boy eats. He thinks he can enjoy it while the gas still works, but wonders when it will be cut. The boy then wonders if it's right to just wait for help in the basement. After all, the food will eventually run out. Since only the Ayang from the roof showed up, he thinks there are no infected people left. The young man thinks whether he should go up. To ask for help, you would need to light a fire there. In their eyes, we see the decision being made. Looking at the barricaded window, he decides he will have to leave tomorrow. Maybe it's because he was already prepared to give up on life a few days ago. Memories of past encounters come to mind. Or maybe it's because of what you've experienced in the last few days. He's not sure, but those creatures don't scare him as much anymore. Suddenly something takes the young man out of his thoughts. It was his cell phone ringing on the table. The call was from his mother. He quickly answers the phone. On the other side, his mother asks about Minjun, wanting to know where he is and if he is okay. Minjun replies that he is hiding alone at home and asks where she is. His mother reassures him by saying that she met military personnel during the evacuation. Now she is safe in a shelter in Seongnam and asks him not to leave. She then promises to ask the rescue team to come to their house, right now in Seoul, towards the neighborhood where they live. Scared, the boy holds his cell phone. He shouts asking if it's his mother. Unfortunately, the connection is suddenly cut. Yet he is happy to know that his mother is safe. Your cell phone starts vibrating non-stop. Confused, he wonders why he is receiving so many messages now. Checking the messages, he sees that Sunho and Byongjin are also safe, but he finds it strange that Sunho is joking at a time like this. Thoughtfully, he notices that Sunho and Byongjin live close to each other. Realizing that only his mother and his two friends have contacted him. With a serious expression on his face, the boy begins to think. His mind then turns to Han Yena, a girl he met at school. Among all the people she knows, she is the one who lives closest, remembering now that she was at your house last year. In a memory, a friend says that Yena saw him on Instagram and asked to introduce them. The boy asks if she knows he has a girlfriend, but the friend denies it. He still doubts that Yena would really go since she seems to be very reserved. Continuing the memory, a colleague says that he just told her to come without hesitation. Another comments that if she comes it means she is looking for a boyfriend. Changmin is then asked if he would be ready for the opportunity. With a smile, Changmin considers the idea, even though she is from the same school. He wonders if Yena would really come, but fears he'll be caught flirting. Your friend, however, doesn't seem to care. Suddenly, Changmin tells him that Yena just contacted him, leaving the protagonist surprised by the news. Changmin confirms that Han Yena really came, shocked. The boy says he will go outside to meet her, still in disbelief. And then Han Yena appears at the door, dressed very casually for the occasion. We see her calm expression on the girl's face. She is invited in. Several guys are gathered in Jung Minjin's messy house. Silently, the young woman steps on the floor of the residence. Jung Minjin, sitting uncomfortably, tells him that he is just going to leave. He feels terrible about the invasion of Park Dajin's people. However, Han Yena's reaction worries him. Taking refuge in the bathroom, the boy sits on the toilet. He wonders if the girl is safe and thinks about her symptoms. Since your father is the director of the hospital, maybe he knows something. Minjin tries to convince herself that she is fine because she lives a good life. Your name is called suddenly. With wide eyes, the boy shows surprise. Confused, the boy turns his head towards the door. Minjin believes he hears someone calling him outside. The boy questions whether he heard correctly. On the other side, a voice asks if Jung Minjin is there. Ask him to open the door quickly. In silence, the boy shows a confused reaction. Minjin realizes that the voice outside is Han Yena's. The girl calls out to Jung Minjin again as a noise echoes. Outside, Han Yena crouches panting. She confirms that it's him inside. Because she heard his voice, Han Yena remains outside, waiting. Running desperately, the girl lets out a grunt of fear and urgency. Behind her, a chaotic scene is revealed with people covered in blood running, while others have already fallen. Avoiding dangers, the young woman continues her desperate escape without looking back. Arriving at a door, she starts knocking hard, calling for Jung Minjin. In panic, the girl begs them to open the door, asking for a response from whoever is inside. To your relief, the door opens, revealing a boy. He seems scared by the situation. With your face sweating, the boy with glasses shouts for her to come in quickly. He pulls her inside and locks the door in a hurry, ensuring momentary safety. Outside, the creatures grunt and try to reach the door, showing that the danger is still present. Panting, the girl tries to catch her breath. Sweat runs down your neck. Fallen on the floor of the small room, she looks exhausted after the intense run. The boy watches closely. Your bare feet rest on the floor, a small detail after the terrifying escape. Worried, Jung Minjin asks if she is okay. Surprised, the girl questions why he is there. Suddenly, the girl grabs the boy's shirt tightly, catching him off guard. Soon afterwards, she collapses against him, seeking support after the terror he faced. Shaking a little, the girl grabs the boy's shirt tightly. The protagonist is completely shocked. He wonders what is going on. Surprised, he doesn't understand how the girl ended up in his lap like that. The scene zooms out showing the messy room. Han Yena then asks if Jung Minjun is okay. He still looks a little dazed. With his hand on the boy, the girl lets out a small moan of pain or relief. Sitting down a little, Han Yena looks at the boy and thanks Jung Minjun. Honestly, she admits that she could have turned out for the better if it weren't for him. Letting out a nervous sigh, Minjun says it's a relief. He stammers that she is safe now. Han Yena then looks around the small apartment, seeming to analyze the place. Standing still, the girl asks if Minjun is alone in the apartment at that moment. Minjun explains that his mother left for work 3 days ago and hasn't returned. Fortunately, he managed to make contact and she is fine. She was evacuated by military personnel to safety. The girl responds that she understands. She is happy to hear that his mother is safe. Minjun then asks about Han Yena's parents. She mentions that she managed to talk to her father one last time. He appeared to be safe in his workplace. With a sad look, Han Yena starts talking about her mother. Her expression says it all. The girl confirms that her parents are fine. Soon after, she asks for some water, saying that he hasn't had anything to drink in days. She also asks if she can charge her cell phone there. On the wall, a clock shows that it is almost 3:40. Near the girl's leg, some empty water bottles are lying on the floor. Sitting on the floor, the brunette drinks water from the bottle without stopping. Seeing the scene, the boy wonders how much water she can drink. The boy thinks they should save water, for it can be cut off completely. This makes him worried. Thinking better, the boy believes that she risked her own life to get there. A bit awkward, the boy asks if she came straight from her house. Still confused, he wants to know why she went to his apartment. To the boy's surprise, the brunette says she was hiding nearby the whole time. The story then goes back to 3 days ago. Remembering the events, she mentions the day she bumped into him near the building. She explains that something happened that day, so he went home to change and went out for a bit. While walking distractedly, a loud noise scares her. That's when it all started out of nowhere. People panic and run down the street. Without thinking twice, the brunette just ran. She ended up hiding in the stairwell of a nearby shopping mall. Sitting on the floor, the girl says that she waited for someone to save her, but no one came. Surprised, the boy asks if she was there alone the whole time. Climbing the stairs, she found a door in a dark and apparently isolated place. That path led to a small meeting room. Unable to go any further as the inner door was locked, she hid there. Luckily, a bottle of water was available inside. That's how the girl survived. But on the 3rd day, things got complicated. Reaching the limit of hunger and thirst, the girl decided to take a risk. Since it was less than a kilometer away from home, she ran, hoping to find help on the way. Quickly, however, she realized the horrible situation outside with infected people and people lying everywhere. With a tear flowing, the young woman regrets having to pass through that dangerous street. Seeing the main street blocked, she thinks she might need to use a nearby alley to continue. Continuing her story, she says that this is how she sneaked there. Suddenly, the girl realizes that she is in Jung Minjun's neighborhood, looking at the street full of infected people and debris. She remembers that she needed to go through there to get back to her apartment. Without many options, the young woman decided that she needed to take a risk and follow that path anyway. Realizing that she is close to Jung Minjun's house, she tries to remember the exact path she passed by once. The girl believes she needs to cross a specific alley. At that moment, she thinks about Jung Minjun himself. She remembers that the boy went home 3 days ago and would probably still be there. Questioning what to call these creatures, she continues explaining. The girl continued dodging the infected and going around until finally arriving close to the protagonist's house. Concluding her story, the girl says she is relieved to have arrived. Impressed, the boy responds that she is also incredible for having the courage to go out there. Yena looks relieved. She says it was a relief that he was home. Tying up her hair, she complains about being dirty and sweaty. Then Yena asks if there is still running water there. A close-up reveals the sweat mark on the girl's light clothing. The protagonist just watches her with his patched glasses on his face. Sitting on the floor, he notices how soaked she is. The boy asks if she wants to change her clothes and offers him something. The girl seems a little surprised by the sudden offer. Suddenly, Yena pushes the boy hard to the ground. She starts shouting insults, saying what a loser idiot he is. With no more energy to argue, she takes off her coat. Yena asks if she can use the bathroom to take a shower if the water is running. The boy is a little embarrassed but agrees. He allows her to go ahead as Yena thanks him. Alone in the messy room, he is confused. The young man wonders what all that was about out of nowhere. The bathroom door then closes. Soon after, the sound of running water can be heard. The boy continues to sit alone, reflecting on the unexpected situation. Pensive, he doesn't know what to do now. Before Han Yena appeared, he planned to go outside, but now it feels wrong to leave her alone and go out on her own. Looking at the food, he notices a serious problem. I only had supplies for one person for a month. If they both wait for rescue, their survival time drops by half. In a close-up, we see despair beginning to take over his face. He realizes that their situation is completely hopeless. Minjin thinks about Han Yena taking a shower there. This seems as unbelievable as the zombie apocalypse. He remembers school when the protagonist walked with his usual nerdy look. Ahead, he came face to face with Han Yena standing at the classroom door. Normally at school, the girl wouldn't even make eye contact with him. He treated the poor guy as if he were any insect. Suddenly, the door opens, revealing the girl. Minjin is completely surprised by the scene. Then Han Yena asks to borrow some clothes from Jung Minjin. After all, she's been using the same ones for days and needs to wash them. Desperate, the boy starts looking for something for her to wear, asking what she prefers. Yena just says that anything will do since he's really short. The girl takes the offered t-shirt and brings it to her face to smell it. Minjin is clearly nervous next to her, complaining about the musty smell. The young woman asks if there is another option. Minjin admits that the others are probably the same, so she decides to use this one. Without much choice, the girl starts to wear the gray t-shirt. With the clothes loose on her body, she complains about how unbearable the smell is, but he says he'll have to hold out until his own piece is dry. Yena suggests that he use at least one spray to disguise it. The guy swears he washed it recently, but she just comments about living in a basement and her sensitivity to smells. The girl turns around, muttering how disgusting it is, but that there's nothing she can do. Minjin wonders if she's clueless or actually cares about smells at this point. Outside, a guttural sound echoes through the dark night of the city. Meanwhile, Yena's clothes continue to dry on the improvised clothesline. Someone calls out for Jung Minjin, who reacts in surprise at the sudden voice. In the apartment, we see Minjin and a girl sitting. She asks what they will do and suggests waiting for rescue. Minjin then reveals that he thought about leaving before she arrived. The girl calls him crazy for wanting to take risks with food there. She screams that she almost didn't survive to get there. The guy tries to explain himself by saying it was just an old thought. Now that she was there, Minjin agrees to wait. Maybe rescue will really come for both of them. Worried, the girl asks what will happen. What if they simply run out of food before rescue? She insists on the question of what they will do then. A silence hangs between the two young people in the room. The only way would be to invade other places for supplies. Minjin admits to being unsure of the safety and notices less screaming. Completely scared, the young woman says she can't leave. There's no way she's going back outside. He remembers that she couldn't stand it outside either. If the food runs out, they will have to leave, but she prefers to postpone the decision. Furious, she says he wasn't even outside to know. The girl describes the dangers and how she almost missed it from a kilometer away. Her mile-long journey impresses the boy. He suggests that if she can do it, maybe he can move too. The girl reinforces that those things are like zombies. She knows well how dangerous they can be. Observing Minjin concludes something about them. Being attacked or bitten seems to transform people through infection. Honestly, the guy doesn't seem to care much. He says he doesn't even care if he ends up getting infected too. The girl claims it doesn't matter. After all, she has nothing to lose. She screams, saying she wants to survive, refusing to end up like others out there, as he planned to study in the United States next year. The boy thinks the key is to just avoid contact with them, remembering that the girl managed to get there without being seen. Regarding those infected, he explains that not all of them move forward to attack, depending on their condition. Some just walk slowly towards you or appear to be lying on the ground. Furthermore, their speed is less than that of a person running, meaning that she and the boy can safely avoid them. The boy then asks if she ever played tag as a child, leaving the girl confused by the sudden question. He suggests she think of the situation as a game of tag, so dodging them can even become a little exciting. Annoyed, the girl calls him crazy, saying she is very scared, making the boy quickly apologize. Anyway, she says she's going to sleep and asks if he can get some blankets. The girl comments that she hasn't slept properly in days, starting to feel very drowsy as she lies on the floor. The boy is awkwardly observing the situation. After arranging a blanket and pillow on the floor, he calls her. The girl asks if he's crazy, wondering if he's trying to sleep next to her. Pointing near the door, she tells the boy to sleep there, leaving him confused with the order. The boy then protests, saying that that is his house. Sleeping in front of the bathroom door would be a bit much. The girl sighs. She says okay, she understands. Remembering that it is an uninvited visit, the girl says she is going to sleep outside. She tells him to keep the good place. The boy is quite surprised by this. Changing her mind, she says she will sleep on the stairs and wishes him good night. The boy then asks what her problem is, asking her to just sleep comfortably there. She insists that he sleep well in his own house. The boy worries about her safety on the stairs. Then she says she was playing on the stairs and will sleep in the kitchen. He offers to exchange, but she refuses. He still seems insecure. In the end, the boy ends up lying on the floor of the makeshift kitchen. Thinking to himself, he realizes that he lost the argument, decides that sleeping there alone is easier. At least he's still inside, he concludes with an awkward laugh. Still, he reflects that thanks to Han Yena, he is no longer alone, even though she talks a lot. Suddenly, a low growl is heard near some boxes. Near a lit candle, a sound of agony echoes. In bed, Han Yena tosses and turns uncomfortably, making some uncomfortable noises. Her discomfort is evident as she continues to be unable to sleep. From inside the room, Yena calls Jung Minjin's name. He looks in her direction, confused. The boy's face shows his confusion and concern. Han Yena then asks him to enter the room and sleep there. She adds that it's scary to be alone. There are still some buzzing grunts coming from outside. He is curled up in the corner of the room while a girl sleeps in the bed. The sleeping girl thinks about that sound. She's heard it many times hiding on the stairs, but it still feels unfamiliar and scary. In the middle of her sleep, she misses her mother. A low sob escapes her. Sitting in the corner, the boy remains silent, just watching. Upon hearing the girl's sob, the young man's eyes widen a little. Outside, the situation is chaotic with people fighting on a terrace. Below, lots of red broth decorates the wall, while another moan echoes. More red marks are seen throughout the building's corridors. A guttural sound accompanies the scene of despair. The girl now sleeps soundly. Your breathing is calm. Watching the girl from above, the boy sighs. He wonders how much longer she will stay asleep. The young man remembers that she said she couldn't sleep out of fear. However, she seems to be resting very well now. On the wall, a clock shows that it is almost noon, specifically 11:57. With a sound of movement, the girl finally wakes up. She sits on the bed looking a little groggy and confused. His eyes, now wide open, focus on something inside the room. The girl sees the boy wearing a coat near the door. She then asks where he thinks he is going, leaving him surprised. The bespectacled protagonist says he is thinking about going back to the terrace. Worried, the girl questions him about the danger, remembering that he didn't know if there were more infected people there. He replies that everything will be fine. If you meet someone, you will just avoid them. Then the boy asks if she wants to go with him. Scared, she immediately refuses, saying that she can't go at all. He then decides to go alone, telling the girl to stay there waiting for him. Climbing the dark stairs, the young man heads alone towards his goal at the top of the building. When you arrive at the terrace door, something different catches your attention there. Looking closer, he notices a considerable crack in the glass of the door. The glass looks like it won't hold up much longer. Even covered with a film, it is still fragile. Despite the apparent danger, the protagonist continues climbing the last steps. Near the door, a bad smell begins to be felt by the boy in the air. Turning around, he notices the girl right behind. She comments that she has a really bad feeling about that place. The young man remains silent for a moment, just looking at her. Finally reaching the top, they see a spacious, and apparently peaceful terrace. However, when looking at the entrance of a nearby room, he comes across the floor all stained with red broth. Shocked by the sight, a drop of cold sweat runs down the protagonist's face. The protagonist realizes that she is the girlfriend of the boy on the roof. She is no longer with us. Standing near the sad scene, the boy thinks about saying a little prayer for her. Then, the protagonist leaves the place behind. Outside, the girl finds him. She asks if anyone is inside. He answers yes, but the person has already left. Young Minjin thinks it's better for her not to go in there. The girl shows sadness, not knowing what to say. On the roof, the girl suggests making smoke to ask for rescue. Minjin comments that it would be difficult to get the time for the helicopter right. Yena suggests looking at neighboring buildings and shouts for survivors. Minjin scolds her for the risk of attracting infected. It minimizes the danger, but he remembers the broken entrance. So Han, Yena, and Minjin had to continue alone. Out of nowhere, the girl asks what the guy's MBTI is. Surprised, Minjin says he never took the MBTI test. Yena is shocked, he being the first one she has met like this. She assumes he shouldn't even use Instagram or have followers. Yena asks about your hobbies besides games. He responds that he plays LOL and lately a survival game. She laughs, finding it ironic to play this now that the real world has become one. She bets that his MBTI is 100% introverted, because he plays at home and stays at home. Yena even asks if he plans or is spontaneous. Minjin thinks she talks too much considering they could leave at any time. Then the girl asks what he thinks her MBTI is. Minjin responds that he's not sure, because he doesn't know much. He reflects that before she didn't even notice him, but now he seems to be the only one she can talk to. Even so, the boy ended up alone with the girl he had a crush on. Yena continues talking without stopping and brings her foot closer to the boy. Minjin then wonders if this whole situation is really good. In the past, just thinking about talking to her like this in the same place would make him happy. Even though the world could end tomorrow, the boy wonders if it matters. Han Yena then calls out for Jung Minjin. Angry at being ignored, the girl kicks him lightly. The boy apologizes, saying he was thinking. She calls him a weird loser for tripping in front of her. We see a window completely blocked by cardboard boxes and tape. Leafing through an old album, we see photos from their school days. A few days later, we found the girl lying on the floor reading something. Up close, Han Yena asks if Jung Minjin has finished washing clothes. Furthermore, she tells him that she is hungry while the boy washes the clothes by hand. He thinks to himself, damn. Washing his clothes, he swears he will leave her behind and escape one day. Sitting in the bathroom, he complains, wondering if he is her slave. She questions why she doesn't do it herself. Apparently, he never shows his emotions. Now there is no electricity, so he washes everything by hand by candlelight. Fortunately, the water still works, but the food is running out. Taking a look at the dark kitchen, we see that everything is turned off. Already ready with his backpack, the young man tells Han Yena that he is leaving. She tells him not to take long, giving 30 minutes. Seriously, the girl warns him not to make her wait again. Nervously, he just nods. From the outside, the door appears damaged and has some suspicious stains. Cautiously, the young man peers through the door. The glass is shattered and marked by a hand. He patrols the neighborhood once a day, of course only along paths considered safe. After observing and studying the infected for several days, he realized some important things. Their behavior is very similar to that of zombies. They attack only living humans, ignoring those who have already departed or others who are infected. Possibly because of poor vision, they don't notice you between 50 and 100 meters, but this seems to vary a lot between them. Extremely sensitive to sound, it is crucial to remain silent around them to avoid attracting attention. During the day, the number of infected people is 2 or 3 times lower than at night. It seems they move into the shadows. Maybe they don't like sunlight. Because of this, you should never risk going out at night under any circumstances. However, these characteristics of the infected remind the young man of an online game he used to play a lot. We then see the computer screen showing a first-person shooter with similar enemies. Maybe it's just imagination, but the behavior of the infected seems very similar to the game. It could be because he was too immersed in it until recently. The boy thinks it must be just a coincidence, but he wonders if the infected are even related to the game in any way. If this is true, then everything is just beginning for real. and the end of the world as we know it will certainly come soon. We see the entrance to the protagonist's apartment door again. With a worried face, Han Yena calls for Jung Minjun. She begs and wonders if he's okay. Clock on the wall shows time passing. It's about 8:20. Sitting on the floor, the woman complains that Jung Minjun is late again. She thinks he is listening to her less and needs discipline. A noise of propellers echoes throughout the place. She quickly recognizes the sound of today's helicopter. She then wonders what the point of it all is. Outside, the helicopter flies over the noisy city. On top of a roof, they screamed desperately for help. Apparently, lighting a fire didn't do anything. From below, we see a huge building standing out in the neighborhood. On the wall, the clock showing almost 11:35 makes noise. On the floor, the girl still sits, hugging her knees thoughtfully. With a worried look, she bites her finger. The girl wonders why Jung Minjun doesn't return. Walking from side to side, the girl becomes more nervous. It's been over an hour and a half since he left. She fears he was caught by the infected. She grumbles, asking him to come back soon. The girl swears she will slap him when she returns. She wonders if he only listens when he is beaten. Being so dangerous out there, why does he keep going out? From tomorrow onwards, if he tries to leave again, she will destroy his legs if she needs to. Meanwhile, the sun slowly sets over the city. At night, the girl continues to sit and wait in silence. Desperate, she calls out to Jung Minjun, begging. The girl asks if he's really gone. A candle lights up the room while the sun has set. Yena remembers that they said that those infected leave after dark. She wonders if he won't come back. Huddled in the corner of the dark room, the girl looks desolate. She just wants him to come back soon. Still hugging her knees, the young woman remains sitting there. His expression is one of pure worry and fear. Your thoughts are interrupted by a sudden noise. Startled, Yena quickly raises her head. Opening the door in a hurry, the protagonist enters the room. He calls out to Han Yena and tells her to look at something. The boy's face shows a mixture of urgency and perhaps surprise. He seems to have something important to show. Facing the girl, Minjun remains standing at the entrance to the room. Yena stares at him, still confused by his sudden arrival. With tears in her eyes, Yena complains that he is 3 hours late. She asks if the crazy boy has lost track of the danger. Furious, the girl raises her hand to slap him. Scared, Minjun asks her to wait a second and look at what he brought. Minjun then explains the reason for the delay by showing a paper. Earlier, he explains that the helicopter dropped several leaflets around the area. He went to where they fell to get one. Picking up the pamphlet, Yena's expression changes to surprise. She stutters as she recognizes what she's seeing. Standing in the room, lit only by the candle, Yena stares at the paper. Minjun waits for her reaction as she wonders what the hell that is. A free kick over the Gangbuk area block. Evacuation is mandatory by 6 p.m. on the 10th. They are precisely in the area that will be closed. Even worse, the lockdown is scheduled for tomorrow. The protagonist questions how the entire city can simply close down. The girl points to information on the back of the notice. Checking the back, you can see the security status by area. Their neighborhood Zhongmen Dong is just on caution. The infection rate there appears relatively low. However, important neighboring areas are classified as very dangerous. The protagonist fears that the situation will soon get worse where they are too. Danger is quickly approaching them. They realize that waiting for rescue was the worst possible choice. They must flee Gangbuk immediately. Doubts about the viability of escape arise in the conversation. It processes recently heard information. The Gangbuk blockade will likely use the Han River as a geographic boundary and tries to understand the severity of very dangerous areas. However, in the desperate situation, there is no choice but to believe the warning. With northern areas in serious condition like Noan and Ujiangbu, it is impossible to escape that way north of Gangbuk. The inevitable conclusion is that they need to cross the Han River to the south. The quickest way to cross the Han River would be via Yongsan and Sangdong. However, the warning indicates that these areas are also very dangerous. The alternative is a longer detour through the east. Either way, they need to act quickly as they don't have much time. Fortunately, Yangqian Dong, which is not that far away, is marked as safe on the warning. It may be the best destination even if it requires a detour. The protagonist speculates that perhaps the police or military established barriers at the site. The girl listens to his plan, and he admits that he underestimated him, thinking he was a nobody. She is surprised that he is smarter than expected. The boy seems a little bothered by the comment. Ignoring the comment, he reaffirms that they need to get out of there immediately. Hanyena gets scared, wondering if he intends to leave right now since it's night, and suggests that they leave in the morning to avoid the infected. The doubt about being able to escape Gangbuk or even reach Yangqian, Dong returns. In desperation, the girl begs to wait just a few more days for rescue. She still clings to the hope that someone will come and get them before the worst. The boy then shouts her name. The protagonist warns her that if she wants a bad end, just stay there in the basement. He himself will come out when the sun rises tomorrow. Hanyena is silent. The girl seems to process his firm decision. With a sigh and covering her face, she looks frustrated but gives in. The girl mutters, "Damn," and agrees to go. He then begins to think about the logistics of the escape and asks if she has another backpack to carry food and supplies. Hanyena mentions a small suitcase that might get in the way. The scene cuts to the sun rising over the city. Morning has arrived and it's time to go. Inside the place, we see the improvised barricade made of boxes and tape. It was their defense against any invader during the night. Already ready with their backpacks, the boy asks if they should go. Yena agrees somewhat hesitantly. Turning a little, he seems to have one last question before they leave. The young man questions whether she is really okay with not going to her father's hospital. He apologizes for asking again, but she reinforces that her father works there and maybe she should check to see if he's okay or where he is. The girl stares at him for a moment. His eyes show a brief hesitation. Forcing a smile, she says everything is fine and hurries to leave. Yena seems to want to avoid the subject. She quickly explains that in the last conversation her father said he had already fled Gangbuk. He would have taken her mother to a safe shelter. The girl asks him sharply if he is happy now. The boy is visibly confused by her reaction. Trying to close the subject, Yena tells them to go quickly. The protagonist still seems lost with the sudden information. The view changes to the outside. The sun shines brightly. Quickly leaving the basement, the boy runs cautiously down an alley with red stains. Hiding behind some trash cans, the young man observes a zombie. Hanyena coming the same way, the protagonist indicates that the way is clear as she runs towards him. From an aerial perspective, the street reveals a chaotic scene with an overturned ambulance and many red tracks. The protagonist and Yena run through the destroyed street, hastily dodging some moaning infected nearby. With the floor filthy with tracks, the boy shows the way, shouting for her to go that way. Yena quickly confirms. Arriving on a wider and apparently calmer street, the duo sees a bus stopped in the middle of the road. Approaching the vehicle, they notice that the bus is damaged and has red marks. A birthday advertisement for an idol named Lumina is also tainted. As they walk down the sidewalk, the boy comments that it is surprisingly easy to move now, perhaps because it is less tense. He warns her to be careful in dark and shadowy places. Continuing the explanation, he says there are generally not many infected where the sun shines brightly, but this is no guarantee. Yena silently agrees. Wondering if Yang Dongpo is still too far away, he asks the girl to hold on a little longer. The protagonist regrets not having a bicycle or electric scooter to go faster. Reflecting on transport, he agrees that it would be much faster, but explains that with communication offline, shared scooters are useless. The guy wonders where all the bikes ended up. Visibly tired, Yena stops walking and asks for a 5-minute break, complaining that they walked too fast. Reinforcing the request, she complains that her legs hurt. The protagonist just stares at her. With a sarcastic tone, the boy then suggests going to a cafe, saying he will move forward alone. Yena angrily thinks what kind of idiot he is. Hanyena complains that now that they have left the house, he is starting to irritate her. She warns him that when they reach the safe zone, he will see. The protagonist tells her to be silent. The infected can listen. In front of the wide view of the city, Yena asks how long until they get to Yangqian Dong. Continuing the walk along the sidewalk, he replies that they still have a long way to go. The girl complains that he said they were almost there. Walking down a street blocked by debris, he asks her to hold on just a little longer. While dodging the infected and listening to Yena's complaints, the protagonist admits to becoming more sensitive too. She asks for some water, but he denies it, saying that water is precious now. Further down the street, they find a huge improvised barricade with a truck and lots of furniture blocking the way. Observing the Great Barrier, the boy comments on her size. Yena seems impressed with the construction. He explains that Yangqian Dong is just beyond there. The blockade makes the place seem safer than others that have passed through. Yena sighs with relief at the news. Wondering if there might be survivors there, the protagonist suggests checking quickly. But he also considers that if there were people, they were supposed to be guarding the nearby area. As the boy begins to climb the barricade, Yena notices that there are no infected people nearby. The characteristic rotten smell is also weaker. Even so, he warns her not to let her guard down. And Yena points out a place that looks good to hide and suggests they rest for a while. She says she is very tired from walking. Jung Minjin responds dryly that there is no time for that. Surprised and offended by his response, the girl asks if he's calling her exaggerated. Ignoring her comment, Minjin continues to pass through the barricade alone. Yena angrily thinks he's boring. After both pass through the barrier, the two stand there facing each other in a tense silence on the street. With tears starting to form in your eyes, Yena faces the uncomfortable situation. In the face of tension, Jung Minjin maintains a serious expression, staring at Han Yena. A tear runs down Yena's face as she unexpectedly apologizes, leaving the boy confused. Through the glasses, Minjin's eye widens in surprise, caught completely off guard by her attitude. The girl repeats her apology with distress, but danger approaches behind her. Infected people appear on the street. Scared, Minjin shouts from behind Yena, warning of rapidly approaching monsters. The infected advance screaming, running towards the two students, ready to attack. Without hesitation, Jung Minjin grabs Yena's wrist tightly. Pulling the girl along, the boy starts to run desperately, fleeing from the horde that pursues them. The pair run through the destroyed street, with the infected close behind on their heels. The escape is frantic. In panic, Yena questions the safety of the neighborhood that should be a refuge. Minjin just shouts for them to keep running. During the race, Minjin spots movement ahead. He notices a person near a passage, perhaps a survivor. The man gestures hastily, calling them in for an impromptu entrance. The survivor warns that he will close the passage, telling them to come in quickly, but Minjin offers to help block the entrance. Surprised by his decision, Yena looks back. The protagonist orders her to immediately hide while he helps. Joining forces, Minjin and the survivor push a heavy piece of furniture, working together to seal the passage against the infected. The survivor counts 3 as they force the furniture. An infected person tries to invade. Suddenly, an infected hand passes through the gap, grabbing the survivor's face tightly. In shock, Minjin screams for the Lord. The desperate man tells the creature to move away. With a guttural scream, the survivor is pulled down by the creature, falling sharply to the ground. The improvised passage gives way completely. The man screams desperately that the barrier has been broken, telling them to flee. Scared, Yena lets out a sharp scream. Minjin quickly instructs her to run to the back. Again on the run, the pair run down a narrow alley. A monster chases them closely. Running, they reach a dead end blocked by stacked furniture. Minjin helps Yena climb as danger approaches. At the top of the pile, Minjin realizes that the only way out is to jump. He tells Yena that they need to jump. She agrees nervously. No other choice, the two jump from the obstacle. Yena screams as she falls, landing awkwardly. After impact, Yena complains of pain in her foot. She realizes she sprained her ankle on landing. Minjin looks worried. Minjin's expression turns to pure terror. The creatures let out a scream. Looking ahead, Minjin sees 2 more infected running towards them, trapped with injured Yena. A close-up of Minjin's eye through his glasses reveals his tension. Maybe a memory is coming. A voice appears in your mind, complaining about how frustrating he was, saying what if bullies provoked him, he should fight back a little, even being beaten. It took courage to get up. The voice in Minjin's mind belongs to Yena. She says seeing someone like him makes her feel bad, even being bad at something. He should have the courage to fight back. Continuing the memory, Yena wonders if living like that doesn't make him miserable. Minjin then takes a knife from his coat, thinking that even if he perishes there. Yena speaks Jung Minjin's name. The memory seems to end at that moment. Back to the present, Minjin stands up determined, facing imminent danger. Positioned in front of Yena, he stares at the approaching creatures. Minjin decides he's not just going to run away miserably. Suddenly, the sound of an approaching motorcycle echoes through the place. The wheel rotates at high speed. The motorcycle rider yells at them to get down. Minjin and Yena look on in surprise as the infected advance. Confused by the sudden appearance, Minjin doesn't understand what's happening. No time to think, the biker hits one of the infected, neutralizing the creature instantly. Another individual appears on an electric scooter, also attacking a monster. One of them praises the accurate hit, while another orders to get Minjin too. The newcomers scream, wanting to finish Minjin, ordering him to be put an end to. Yena watches, everything scared and confused. One of the attackers celebrates the impact of the blow. He enjoys the situation, saying how fun it is to ride a motorcycle and crash into things. Turning around, the attacker notices Yena's presence. Surprised, he asks what Han Yena is doing there. Yena seems to recognize the boy too. The attacker is confused by her reaction. He then wonders who the boy is with Yena. Minjin feels a shiver, realizing he's completely screwed now. Of all people, it was Park Songbin, an 18-year-old second-year student. He calls Minjin an idiot, asking what he does with Han Yena. Minjin thinks he found someone he would rather avoid than the infected. The two groups facing each other in the street. Songbin notices Minjin's knife. He laughs and asks if the boy thought he was going to fight those things with that. He adds saying that he thought Minjin was just a coward. The bully asks if the two just bumped into each other, calling it a very random combination. Yena nervously answers yes, it kind of happened. The girl thanks the group for their help, admitting that it probably would have become a snack without them. Songbin brags that he saved her life. Changing the focus, Seongbin asks where Yena was going, inviting her to go with them, claims to have a safe hiding place with a dozen survivors and even adults. Minjin listens to the conversation suspiciously. Minjin interrupts, asking if they heard that Gangbook is being closed, wondering if they shouldn't get out of there now. Seongbin laughs, saying it was too late for that. He invites them to go to the hiding place where he will explain the story. Offering the back of the motorcycle, Seongbin asks Yena to come up. She thanks and accepts. One of the friends asks where Yena will go if she uses the scooter. Seongbin replies that the two boys can share the scooter together. A close-up reveals Seongbin's gaze, looking pleased or up to something. Han Yena shows uncertainty, looking a little confused by the whole situation. One of the companions whispers to Songbin, asking if it's really a good idea to take Han Yena along. The girl hears and asks what he means by that. Seongbin quickly disagrees, saying it's no big deal. Just tell her to get on the bike. Yena still hesitates for a moment, looking back as if thinking. She then turns to Songbin, asking about Jung Minjin. Remembering that he needs to go too, and asking how they are going to take him, the attacker seems surprised by her question. Seongbin's friends question what to do with Minjin. One of them suggests abandoning it right there. Another adds that the loser would only delay them. Furthermore, they needed to save food. Han Yena seems a little sad at the idea. She then asks them to take Jung Minjin along too. Seongbin then agrees, stating that it won't hurt to have one more person. Unexpectedly, Minjin refuses the offer, saying to forget it because he won't. Seongbin is surprised by the answer. The boy claims he will take care of things alone. He has a place where he needs to be. The girl seems worried about Minjin's decision. Minjin turns his back to leave, but Songbin calls him, ordering to wait a little. The bully gets angry at being ignored again. He asks if Minjin remembers the last time, threatens to end the boy if he is ignored again. He says the country is gone, so you can fix Minjin without any problems. Asks if the boy wants him to hurt him, just like you did with those things earlier. Minjin faces the bully, maintaining a calm expression despite the threats. Songbin tells Minjin to go there, calling the boy a loser again. Surprisingly, Yena intervenes, asking if Park Seongbin is crazy. She questions what he meant about hurting Minjin. She remembers that it was Seongbin who hit Minjin last time, claims he hasn't changed anything. The boy seems a little nervous. A previous moment is then revealed. Songbin talks to his friend Changmin. He suggests that if Yena goes with them, today would be the perfect chance, asking if the friend wants to try something. Changmin comments that he saw her photos online, finding the girl very pretty and asking if she is like that in person. Seongbin confirms with a laugh the friend is impressed by her beauty. Changmin then asks why Park Seongbin is picking on Yena. He makes a bad joke about the two of them doing something and starts laughing loudly. About that, Minjin looks visibly uncomfortable. He breaks out in a cold sweat listening to the other two's conversation. Songbin quickly apologizes to the girl, saying he was acting a bit wild in front of her. Yena scolds him not to do it again. He quickly agrees. Surprising everyone, Minjin apologizes to Seongbin, stating that he decided to go along with their group. The bully stares at Minjin for a moment, keeping a serious and unreadable expression on his face. Soon after, Seongbin gives a slight smile, saying that this is better. He comments that going out alone now would basically be asking to go base. The boy proposes that they go to the hiding place first to rest. He offers to take Minjin by motorbike to his destination tomorrow. The scene cuts to a wrecked car on the street as they talk. The view changes, showing the path between buildings and alleys, indicating the direction the group is heading now. Arriving at the location, Seongbin points the way into some kind of garage or warehouse. Restriction signs are visible at the entrance. The group enters the makeshift hideout. Songbin ironically asks if Minjin has been there before. The boy with glasses looks confused, questioning where they are. Minjin suddenly recognizes the place. This is the path to the abandoned construction site, the same place where Park Songbin used to talk using his fists on him. The boy wonders if they are using it as a hiding place. One of the boys yells at Minjin, calling him an idiot, complaining that he left an opening in the makeshift barricade. He tells Minjin himself to go and fix it. Yena watches the interaction. Taking advantage of the distraction of others, Minjin softly calls Han Yena by name. The girl turns to him, looking confused. He whispers that he honestly doesn't think it's a good idea for them to go with these guys, suggests that they take advantage of a chance to escape from there. Yena continues to stare at him, processing his idea. Minjin expresses a bad feeling that something bad might happen to them. He claims the whole situation doesn't feel right. Contradictorily, Yena tells him not to worry, calling others idiots, and even adds that Seongbin has been his doormat since elementary school. Yena continues talking. She guarantees that she will protect Minjin if Seongbin tries anything again. The girl asks if he understands. Furthermore, she mentions that there are other survivors and adults in hiding. Minjin thinks if she really believes that 100%. The boy reflects that for Yena, they are just friends, but he knows well what kind of people they are. He keeps thinking, wondering if Yena still only sees Park Seongbin as an old colleague. The girl is silent for a moment, keeping an indecipherable expression on his face. Suddenly, Yena calls for Park Seongbin, who was moving away from the group. She then warns, saying that they too will come back right now. Yena explains that she heard about her parents being at Seopyeong's shelter. That's why I plan to go there. She insists that if they don't go today, it will be too late. One of the boys looks surprised, questioning whether there really is a shelter in Seopyeong. Park Seongbin counters, stating that as far as he knows, Seopyeong was completely destroyed. Yena and Minjin are visibly shocked. The bully questions why she would risk going out alone with that idiot Minjin. He suggests she rest today and depart with their party tomorrow. Yena seems to hesitate at the proposal. The girl insists it's kind of urgent, stating that they will leave now anyway. Turning to Minjin, Yena asks them to leave, giving a slightly forced laugh. Park Seongbin positions himself in front of the girl, calling her name seriously. He repeats what he had already said: if she is going out, go out with them the next day. The bully then insinuates, asking if there is something going on between her and Jung Minjin. He questions what the hell is happening to the two of them all of a sudden, ending with a suspicious chuckle. Yena stares at Park Seongbin with a serious expression. With a clenched fist, the girl reaffirms that she is going out. She asks if he is serious in trying to stop her. Jung Minjin observes the situation, thinking that I already expected this to happen. Trying to calm the situation, Minjin suggests to Yena that they talk to Seongbin's group. He adds that the sun will set soon anyway. The girl remains silent, seeming to consider the idea. Without much choice, Yena and Minjin follow Park Seongbin and his group into a tunnel. The group arrives at a building that appears to be their base. The site is surrounded by improvised barricades. Minjin observes the structure, commenting that this is definitely where they belong. He notices the barricades to keep the infected out, and think they tried a little, but the construction still seems a little poorly done. Beside him, Yena seems uncomfortable and a little apprehensive about the situation. Noticing the girl's concern, Minjin gently takes her hand. He prepares to say something to reassure her. Minjin then tells her not to worry, stating that he won't leave her side. Yena is surprised by the words of comfort coming from the boy. Suddenly, a loud noise scares them both, making Yena scream and cover her ears. She comments on the scare she got. The noise came from infected people hitting a protection. Yena screams in fear, questioning whether the place is safe. She demands that they do something. Park Seongbin minimizes her fear, telling her to relax. He guarantees that the monsters won't be able to get in there. The girl retorts, thinking the barrier looks fragile. Looking around, Minjin notices that they are completely surrounded by the infected. He wonders who would be crazy to build a shelter in that place. Seongbin then points to a staircase, telling them to go up. Minjin deduces that they are going to the second floor. He thinks that pulling the ladder afterwards stops the monsters from following. While climbing the stairs, Minjin appears to be a little tense about the situation. Arriving at the top, one of the boys in the group notifies a certain Hayoung that they have arrived. Minjin and Yena follow close behind, entering the new environment. Upon entering the upper floor, they find more people gathered. The sight of the scene draws a sound of surprise from Minjin. Sitting on a stool, a very burly man notices the arrival of the two. He seems excited when commenting on the new guests. Seongbin quickly explains that the two are from the same school and class. He mentions Han Yena, asking if the big guy has ever heard of her. The man immediately recognizes the name. Introducing himself, the guy says his name is Lee Bongyu. He is 19 years old and he owns a business. He reveals that he wanted to meet Yena and even followed her online. Questioning why she didn't accept, Minjin remembers Songbin mentioning that name before. Yena is clearly uncomfortable with the approach. She thinks she has never heard of him and internally calls him Weird Face. Bongju approaches the girl, insisting that it is very safe there. Yena, however, mentions having heard rumors that Gangbuk would be isolated soon, which would make staying there risky. Dismissing the rumors as nonsense, Bongju claims that all the roads and the river are already blocked. He says there's no way, they'll have to wait for rescue right there. The big guy even boasts that they are well equipped to eat and sleep comfortably. A general view shows their makeshift camp inside the building. They set up a tent with camping chairs and a table. In another corner, more supplies are visible. Gallons of gasoline, firewood, and some boards are stored there. Taking a closer look, Minjin sees an improvised barricade. It was made from various piled furniture and debris. Minjin is incredulous at the structure. He wonders if they really put all that together themselves. Soon after, the boy considers another possibility. Maybe they broke into a shelter that was already ready. Bongju asks Songbin if he found anything. The boy explains that he couldn't go to the store because he met the two on the way. The big guy thinks it's great, saying that bringing a girl was a victory. Yena listens to the conversation with clear contempt. She seems to realize what kind of situation she's gotten herself into. The girl thinks that Jung Minjin was right all along. She realizes that she was tricked by Park Songbin. Determined, Yen approaches quickly. She grabs Seongbin's arm to get his attention. She asks to talk to Park Seongbin for a moment. Seongbin asks what Yena wants. The girl asks him to stop it and let her go. She confesses that she didn't know it would be like this. Yena hates that type of environment and his company. Yena apologizes but says she can't stay there. She also doesn't believe the story about the blocked bridge and wants to follow her path. After saying what she thinks, the girl turns around. She's ready to get out of there. When Yena tries to ask Minjin to go together, Songbin stops her. He holds her arm tightly. The girl turns her face away immediately. Your expression is one of pure shock and surprise at his attitude. Songbin stares at her with a threatening look. He asks rudely if she thinks she can just leave. Questioning her naivety, Songbin asks if Yena thinks the world works the way she wants it to. The girl is shocked and speechless by his attitude. With force, Seongbin's hand squeezes her wrist. Trying to intervene, Jung Minjin holds Songbin's arm. The boy asks him to release her. Annoyed by the intrusion, Seongbin turns his face towards Minjin. Park Songbin calls Jung Minjin a fool. He asks if the boy has finally lost his mind. A transition shows zombies outside the protection they have made. Ominously, Seongbin asks what Minjin will do if he doesn't stop. He teases him about using the knife from before. Yena asks Park Seongbin to stop it. The provocateur continues, daring Minjin to attack him with the knife. Seongbin calls him a coward. At that moment, Bongju approaches the group. The big guy asks what the hell is going on there. Seongbin promptly explains the situation to his friend. He says Yena complained that the place is kind of gross. Bongju replies that it's okay because she's going to sleep in the tent. Furthermore, Seongbin reveals another piece of information to Bongju. He says that this guy, Jung Minjin, is carrying a kitchen knife. The boy still says that he asked him to deliver it. Minjin refused. Upon hearing about the knife, Bongju's expression changes. He seems surprised and irritated by the news. The big guy turns to Jung Minjin, calling him Four Eyes. Bongju asks if he was carrying something so dangerous. He demands that Minjin hand over the knife, unless he wants to have his face smashed. Despite the threat, Minjin tightens his grip on the knife handle. He thinks he can't give up his only weapon. The boy knows he can't face them all alone. Bongju tells the Four Eyes to pay attention. He claims to be the boss there, the group's second in command. He compares the situation to the army, saying that Park Songbin would be like a squad leader. Bongju warns that if Minjin doesn't comply, he's screwed. The brute mentions the state of emergency and the lack of order. He warns that he will give 2 warnings before Minjin is gone. Reluctantly, the boy agrees, but thinks it's all nonsense. Changing the focus of attention, Bongju gently suggests that Yena rest in the tent. He says she must be tired from the trip. She gets scared and tells him to stay away from her. The big guy asks if she just swore. Yena stutters in denial. She explains that she just got scared and has been panicking. Bongju laughs and says it's understandable with the infected around. The brute then boasts. He says his tent is luxury. The mattress is super soft and comfortable. He tells Yena to go and rest there. With a frightened expression, Yena thinks the guy is a complete psychopath. She needs to think quickly and buy time. Hesitant, the girl apologizes and calls him Appa. She then says she is very hungry and asks if he could eat something. Surprised, Bongyu repeats her question, wondering if she is really hungry. Excited, Bongyu exclaims that if Yena is hungry, of course they need to eat. He reveals that they got a lot of pork belly from the butcher. The brute suggests a barbecue party for tonight. The group celebrates excitedly. We see Minjin's face behind his glasses. The boy thinks this is the worst possible situation. A view from the outside shows the desolate city. Minjin reflects on the place. There are no police. It is basically a lawless zone with no security whatsoever. Bongyu awkwardly tries to apologize to Yena. He thinks she's really cute. Minjin watches the interaction. The boy realizes that these brutes are as dangerous as those infected, especially for Yena. The protagonist continues to watch. He thinks that slime ball will definitely not leave Yena alone. She could be in danger at any moment. Focused, Minjin sinks into thought. He urgently needs to find a way to get Yena out of there as quickly as possible. Looking at the infected below, Minjin considers it a risky idea. He thinks of luring the creatures here. This would panic attackers, but he soon dismisses it, thinking about the other innocent survivors. We see 3 other survivors sitting together. Minjin is also suspicious of them. He's not sure he can fully trust those 3 older men. The boy contemplates an escape plan, maybe tonight, when everyone is asleep. It would be the ideal time to escape with Yena. He worries that the attackers might do something to her before then. An overview shows the makeshift shelter and the infected nearby. Minjin lets out a frustrated sigh. He murmurs quietly, realizing the difficulty of the situation. The sound of roasting meat fills the air. The pork belly cooks slowly on the grill and hot plate. Bongyu decides to eat close to little Yena. The girl screams, telling him to stay away because of the smell. The big man is confused without understanding. Yena quickly covers it up by saying that the good smell is from the meat. Bongyu laughs in relief. He comments that pork belly really has a strong smell. The brute then calls the 4 eyes. He tells Minjin to take some meat to the older men. Holding the plate, Minjin notices the small amount of meat. The boy thinks the guys were very petty. Thinking a little, Minjin decides to compliment the dish. He adds some of his own portion for the gentleman. When approaching, Minjin finds the 3 survivors sitting. They seem confused by the young man's approach. Politely, Minjin offers the food. He says it's not much but asks them to accept it. One of the older men is visibly surprised. Night falls over the desolate city. The stars shine in the dark sky above the makeshift shelter. Flames dance inside a metal barrel. Sitting by the fire, Yena and Minjin stay away from the main group. A tense silence hangs between them. Bongyu calls out to Yena from a distance. The girl's face shows concern and tiredness. The brute asks why she stays there alone. He invites her to relax with them, but Yena refuses. She says it's time to sleep and will stay right there. Determined, Yena thinks to herself she will have to sneak out while everyone is asleep. Standing with another group member, Bongyu complains about Yena's cold attitude. He wonders what it makes of him if she continues like this. Close to Bongyu, Songbin looks serious and says that's enough, Hayoung. Surprised by the interruption, the brute questions what the boy said. Maintaining a firm posture, Park Songbin tells the brute to stay away. He says he told him to get out and insults him heavily. With his face red with anger, Bongyu asks if Park Seongbin has gone crazy. A third member of the group approaches, confused. He asks what Park Songbin is doing. Bongyu adds, wondering if the boy was punched in the head. With a disturbing smile, Park Songbin reveals his intentions. Ever since he was trapped there with Bongyu, he decided he would deal with the brute first. Ignoring hierarchy, Park Seongbin states that he is now the boss there. Enraged by the audacity, Bongyu goes after Park Seongbin. He shouts as he advances. The brute's fist flies towards the opponent's face. Agilely, Park Songbin grabs Bongyu's neck. He squeezes him tightly. The boy tells the useless pig to just get lost. Shocked by the scene, the other member of the group shouts. He asks if Park Seongbin has lost his mind. Before I can finish the sentence, the henchman is hit hard in the head. The impact leaves him stunned, and a red liquid oozes out. An order echoes around the place. They order to put an end to the 2 traitors. The other henchmen come forward with objects to attack Bongyu and the other member. Away from the confusion, Yena and Minjin watch everything in fear. The girl asks what's going on. She questions if anyone should stop them. With wide eyes behind his glasses, Minjin appears to have an epiphany. He realizes that this is the moment. Minjin turns to Yena. He tells them that this is their chance. With the face focused, Seongbin seems to have realized something important. Taking advantage of the distraction, Minjin pulls Yena by the hand to run away. An angry henchman shouts for them to be caught. In the middle of the escape, one of the pursuers manages to grab Yena. Realizing she was caught, Minjin turns around completely shocked. He screams Yena's name. The attacker quickly pulls out a knife. He presses her against Yena. The man tells her to loosen up and stay quiet if she doesn't want to get hurt badly. With an angry look, the kidnapper insists. He says he told her not to move. In an act of desperation, Yena bites her attacker's arm hard. A few steps away, Jung Minjin watches everything, paralyzed for a moment. Enraged by the bite, the man raises the knife ready to attack. He curses Yena rudely. At the last second, Jung Minjin manages to intervene. The boy holds tightly to the wrist of the man holding the knife. Taken by surprise by the unexpected help, Yena can hardly believe what she sees. She calls Minjin's name. The attacker stares at Minjin with pure hatred. He grinds his teeth. The man insults him by calling him a people project. Before Minjin can react, the henchman lands a powerful kick to the boy's stomach. He questions where a loser like him gets his courage. With the strong impact, Jung Minjin is thrown back. By impact, the knife the attacker was holding escapes and falls to the floor. The kick was so strong that it made Minjin spit some broth onto the floor. Horrified, Yena covers her mouth and whispers Minjin's name in shock. With hands on stomach, the boy feels the intense pain of the recent blow. Even bent over in pain, Minjin is still standing surrounded by the goons. Yena screams his name again. No mercy, another thug lands a vicious kick on Minjin. Fallen to the ground, Minjin is kicked. The men shout insults while a desperate Yena screams. Suddenly, a strong hand grabs Yena's wrist firmly, revealing himself to be Park Seongbin. He smiles strangely at Yena. The boy confesses that he has been chasing her since elementary school. Songbin continues talking. He says the other girls gave in easily, but Yena always played hard to get because she was rich. The girl calls him by name. Grabbing Yena, Seongbin brags about his current life. He compares his success to hers. The boy claims to have more money and nothing to be ashamed of. Bringing the face closer, Songbin asks why she always acts superior around him. With a sickly smile, he says he will see little Yena better. The girl screams in terror. Unexpectedly, one of the older henchmen yells at Seongbin. He says no matter what is happening, he can't do that. Ignoring the warning, Seongbin lands a hard kick to the man's stomach. Fallen to the ground, the older man feels pain after the kick. One of the henchmen shouts worriedly asking if Manager Kim is okay. Turning to the fallen man, Seongbin calls him old and says he warned last time. He threatens the manager if he acts like a boss again. With a cold look, Seongbin stares at the man. He says this is the second warning. The stalker states that it is time for the manager to leave. Grabbing the manager's clothes, Seongbin lifts him off the ground with force. The man seems surprised by the sudden action. Without hesitation, Seongbin throws the man's body. The manager is violently thrown aside. Observing the scene, Yena's eyes widen in shock. Free fall, Manager Kim plummets downstairs. On the lower floor, the man is stretched out on the floor. The other henchmen look down in horror. The fallen manager desperately asks for help. Shocked by the brutality, two henchmen yell at Seongbin. They ask what the hell he's doing. The men call him a psychopath for throwing the manager to the first floor. Ignoring the screams, Seongbin turns to the other henchmen. He tells them to take care of the other old men too. Confused, the men ask what he means. Angry, Seongbin shouts his order clearly. He orders everyone to play, except Han Yena, for the first floor. The goons are even more shocked. While the confusion happens, Yena runs to Minjin. She asks if he is okay, very injured. The boy tells her to run away quickly. When Yena tries to get up, Seongbin's voice interrupts her. He asks where she thinks she's going. The girl freezes in fear. With a scary smile, Seongbin stares at Yena. He says it's hell out there. The stalker claims she will stay there with him. Desperate, Yena screams loudly. She orders Seongbin to release her immediately. Turning to the injured boy, Seongbin stares at Minjin. He tells her that it's his turn now. Calling Minjin a pathetic loser, Seongbin asks Yeomtaeng for help. The pursuer orders them to help throw the boy down there too. Yeomtaeng then helps lift Minjin's heavy body. The henchman complains about the boy's unexpected weight. Together they begin the count 1, 2. Shouting 3, they prepare to play. Suddenly Minjin grabs Seongbin's clothes tightly. The injured boy says that the bastard will come along. Caught completely by surprise by the action, Seongbin widens his eyes without understanding. Using your last strength, Minjin throws himself forward. Pulling Seongbin, the boy tries to take the pursuer with him on the fall. One of the guys screams Jung Minjin's name, while another is lying on the ground with a red liquid around him. Then one of the criminals tells Yeomtaeng to help him take down the guy there. Lifting the boy's body, one of the brutes comments that he is heavier than he thought. After that, they throw the body to the ground with full force. Perplexed, the bully wonders what is happening there. They are thrown. Suddenly, a scream echoes around the place, while the same boy wonders what is happening. Confused, the young man shouts Sunjian's name, asking what happened. Terrified, one of the guys lying on the ground asks someone to save him. Lying on the floor, he is feeling a lot of pain. Trying to get up, he wonders why his leg is like that. Next, Jung Minjin is reprimanded by his opponent. Trying to understand what is happening, the boy questions himself. Visibly irritated, the boy curses Jung Minjin, asking where he is trying to go. Angry, the boy complains that his leg seems to be broken because of him. In complete terror, one of the fallen boys begs Jung Minjin for help. Not knowing what to do, one of the men despairs and lets out a curse word. The girl seems surprised by the whole situation. In a hurry, the girl tries to escape from that place as quickly as possible. However, the boys are confused by her attitude. Seeing the girl running, one of the brutes becomes furious and chases her without thinking twice. Escaping across the rooftops, the young woman tries to move as quickly as possible. Jumping from one roof to another, the girl does everything to escape. Furious, one of the pursuers shouts Han Yena's name, ordering her to stop immediately. Extremely irritated, the boy questions her audacity in trying to escape. Running across the rooftops, the girl is cursed by the brute chasing her. Jumping across the rooftops, the girl completely ignores the man's screams. Visibly irritated, the stalker tells the girl to wait until he catches up with her. Running desperately, the young woman tries to escape as quickly as possible. In a great hurry, the girl jumps from one roof to another, trying to escape. In a panic, the girl screams desperately as she runs across the rooftops. Frightened, the girl appears surprised by the man's approach. Mockingly, the stalker asks if she managed to escape him. Threatening, the brute says that if she is caught by him, she will regret it. In despair, the girl watches the man running towards her. Confused, the henchmen ask where the girl went. Clumsy, the big guy slips and falls to the ground. Screaming in pain, the man hurts himself in the fall. Noticing a loophole, the girl thinks this is her chance to escape. With a scream, the young woman draws attention to the place where she is. With a lot of blood on their faces, the zombies hear the woman's noise. Responding to the call, the zombies rush to the scene. She starts screaming so that they are attracted to her as quickly as possible. Very angry, the man promises to end the girl's life. Furious, the stalker shouts at the others to find out where she is. However, when looking to the side, a zombie begins to appear. In a panic, the girl despairs when she sees the number of hungry zombies. She is terrified, with the boy begging for his life as he runs. Begging, the young woman worries about her friend's safety. Screaming, the girl tries to get Jung Minjin's attention. Relieved, the girl thinks that her friend is safe after listening to him. With difficulty, the boy tries to climb up to reach his friend. With effort, the young man holds onto the structure to be able to climb up. Gaining height, the boy pushes to reach the top. Panting, she asks for just a little more patience. In an act of cooperation, the girl helps her friend climb up. Exhausted, both young men are exhausted after the climb. Worried, the girl asks if her friend is injured or infected. Irritated, the brute asks about the whereabouts of the girl Park Seongbin. Together, the young people need to escape from that place as quickly as possible. Even though he is injured, the boy assures her that she doesn't need to worry. They jump and fall heavily to the ground. Realizing he is hurt, she asks if he is okay and helps him up. With difficulty, the boy asks her to wait just a little longer while they lean on each other. Amidst the chaos, the girl begs for help while fleeing from the zombies. Screams echo through the night, mixed with the guttural sounds of the infected. Leaning on her friend, she comments that there must be more people around and that it is dangerous to stay there at night. Visibly shaken, the boy seems to have something important on his mind. With a choked voice, Han Yena hears her friend say that if they are caught, she must run away alone. With tears in her eyes, the young woman does not accept the idea and declares herself willing to save him. Leaving there, the girl guides her friend along a path that seems safer. Not smelling any infected people nearby, the pair proceed cautiously. The glow of a streetlight illuminates the alley they are walking through, revealing how tired they are. Shaken, Han Yena shows all her concern written all over her face. The pair find a place to hide and try to get some rest. A dim light flickers on the ceiling, illuminating the dark, abandoned place. Suddenly, Han Yena appears from behind a wall, peering into the dark hallway. In her thoughts, she makes sure there is no one around, relieved that she doesn't feel any presence. Supporting her friend, she suggests that they take a quick break at that location. Right after sitting down, Jung Minjin shows signs of pain. Hearing her friend's name, the girl appears worried about him. With his body stretched out on the floor, he can only let out a sigh. Worried, Han Yena looks at her friend, showing her distress. Thoughtfully, the young woman regrets having made mistakes in her decisions. She blames herself for dragging her friend to the place and putting him in danger. Yena remembers that because of her, Jung Minjin suffered at school. Desperate, Han Yena holds tightly to his clothes and begs for help. In tears, the girl despairs over her friend's situation. Not knowing what to do, she shows all her fear. The girl is startled by sudden noises coming from all sides. Shaken, Han Yena wonders who could be there. A noise echoes through the place. The young woman wonders what is happening there. Still scared, she gets up and tries to understand what is happening around her. Suddenly, a sound invades the place. Everything seems deserted and abandoned. In shock, Han Yena comes across someone lying on the ground, bleeding. A shadow forms over the place. Suddenly, a boy with an axe approaches her. The boys wonder what is going on and notice the presence of a person. Upon seeing the girl, they are surprised. One of them recognizes her. Have a souvenir of the boy. The man looks surprised when he sees Han Yena. The boys question the girl about Jung Minjin's injury. They notice the boy's injury and become concerned about the situation. One of the boys asks whether the wound was caused by a bite or a knife. Desperate, Han Yena asks for help, explaining that her friend lost a lot of blood. The boys ask if they have a first aid kit to help their friend. Immobilized, the girl tries to defend herself, but is prevented from speaking. They wonder what to do with the young woman, planning to take her away from there. The girl struggles, trying to escape, but realizes that she won't be able to escape alone. A voice comes from the darkness, ordering them to stop what they are doing. Surprised, the criminals wonder who dared to interrupt their plans. The mysterious person warns them that they have 3 seconds to get out of there. The boys wonder what to do with the bastard, who has appeared. Soon one of them advances against the mysterious boy. Then he throws his nailed club away. The extras soon pull out a small blade. Going after the criminals, the mysterious guy doesn't seem to be joking around. The fight begins, and someone ends up taking a hit, feeling the pain of the impact. The blow is so powerful that one of them staggers. They observe the massacre caused by the boy. One of the criminals tells the girl not to move, while threatening her with an axe. The boy grabs the blade by the tip, ready to throw it. The blade hits the target squarely, causing a wound to the criminal. The young woman watches, everything paralyzed. The girl looks relieved and starts to cry, showing how scared she was. Kang Hakchiel, with a serious expression, the year-old boy, is determined to protect the girl. In another location, we can see some first aid items on a table. We see the protagonist unconscious in a bed. Fortunately, the injury was not that serious. The young man's condition appears to be more due to shock than blood loss. He will need a day's rest. The hero lies down while the girl takes care of him. She seems very grateful for the help. She asks how he knows so much about first aid and where he learned it. The fighter replies that he learned it by chance. But suturing is not normal. The boy becomes thoughtful and wonders what she was doing there. He questions her about it. The girl explains that she saw the helicopter flyers and that they went to the location. She says that they ended up finding Captain Park Seongbin's group. Upon hearing the captain's name, the young man asks if she knows him. She replies that she more or less knows him. She reveals that when they escaped from there, everything was chaos with people being bitten. The girl continues, saying that Park Seongbin also fled from the infected, but didn't see what happened next. The fighter then realizes that the captain may still be alive. The protagonist says that the story that Yangxian Dong is safe is a rumor. He says that only those who escaped from Seoul in the beginning were saved. Barricades are shown trying to contain the infected. The boy explains that the system has collapsed and the infected have increased drastically. The boy says that soon Seoul will be like this. She comments that it is terrible. Looking at the young woman, Kang Hakchiel is asked what he is doing there. After a brief pause, the boy says he has his reasons for being there. Kang Hakchiel says he will go to Gangnam at dawn. The girl is surprised by this revelation. The girl stops him and asks if he heard the news about the closure of the North. She says the pamphlets said it would start today. The young man becomes thoughtful and says that the situation has gotten much worse. In another location, we can hear some monsters screaming. They are near containers. The bridges to Gangnam have been blocked for 2 days. The young man seems quite surprised by the information. Parks are full of infected people. When it all started, everyone fled south. The government closed the bridges, causing panic, and now there are several monsters near the river. The girl asks how he knows all of this. The girl reveals that the survivors who went there told her, including showing photos. The girl feels sad and wonders if all this is true. Not all is lost. She reveals that with a small boat they can cross the river, of course, avoiding the infected. She asks if it is really safe to go to Gangnam. The girl says that rumors say that the entire country is infested, and no one can guarantee that Gangnam is safe. The young man says that his sister is there and he needs to go there anyway. The girl asks if his sister is in a shelter and how they got separated. Kang Hakcheol is thoughtful and does not answer the question. The day after the outbreak, Hakcheol, his sister, and his uncle went to a temporary shelter. Soon after, the army arrived to evacuate part of the population to the south. It turned out that only children and the elderly were evacuated. Hakcheol ended up being left behind. Military says the most vulnerable would be the first to be removed from the site. A desperate girl screams for her Oppa. Desperate, the young man wonders where they will take his sister. A soldier replies that they would take them to the Gangnam shelter. He comments that the army never returned to the shelter. The girl asks about his uncle. The scene cuts to another moment. Infected appear in the shelter and attack those present. People scream desperately to escape. He and his uncle tried to escape, but the older one was unable to escape. That's how it all ended, leaving the girl surprised. After hearing the whole story, Kang Hakcheol remains thoughtful. He says he'll leave at dawn. Every second counts. The girl is surprised and asks if they can go with him to Gangnam, but he says it's impossible. Kang Hakcheol says that with 3 people the risk is greater. He also comments that Minjin needs to rest, but Jung Ming needs at least 1 day of rest. Han Yena clasps her hands together and begs for help. She says that Minjin's mother is in Gangnam and that they need to get there somehow. The girl reveals that she doesn't know what to do with just the 2 of them. Desperate, she says that they don't know how to escape from there. Han Yena continues to beg the boy for help. Kang Hakcheol notices how changed she is. He justifies it by saying that, even though they are classmates, they don't know each other well, and that she is different from how she was at school. Kang Hakcheol says they will talk more at dawn when Minjin wakes up. He then goes to rest. Han Yena continues to think about everything that is happening. Then he leaves the room. We see her sleeping on a couch while the protagonist continues to recover in bed. Han Yena sleeps deeply. Suddenly, Han Yena wakes up startled and gets up. She remembers what happened to Park Seong-bin. Kang Hakcheol asks the reason for the question. He says he will see what happened. Han Yena is startled by the boy's attitude. He asks if she still has the motorcycle or skateboard. Desperate, she asks the young man not to go. The girl says that the barricades are destroyed and full of infected people. The girl warns that everyone there must be infected, including Park Seong-bin. She says he could die. Young man wonders if the girl knows how he escaped from North Korea at the age of 12. She remembers that it was 10,000 kem. She is surprised. She remembers trusting only her uncle to cross the Tumen River. The crossing was like a ghost life. She recalls that they escaped the patrols and crossed China on foot. They passed through Laos to Thailand. Han Yena remembers the 2 years and 10,000 kilometers traveled. She lost a younger brother along the way. She remembers asking for Jeong Minjin to be taken care of. The man says he will be back soon. We see Han Yena sitting on the couch, thinking about what happened. We see the outside. Someone tries to climb the barricade. The person continues trying to climb the barricade. He manages to climb the barricade. Up there he sighs. Kang Hakcheol wonders about Park Seong-bin. We see the protagonist sleeping soundly. We see Han Yena feeling uncomfortable about something. The girl is startled when she realizes that he has already woken up. The girl informs that Kang Hakcheol healed him. She asks if it is Kang Hakcheol from their class, and says that they found him after escaping from the building. In the midst of his thoughts, the protagonist remembers that he fell from the 2nd floor of the building together with Kim Sunjian. He doesn't remember very well. Wondering if it could be the shock, however, he vaguely remembers her helping him walk. The 2 men's hands are clasped together, conveying palpable relief. The scene demonstrates the tension and concern they both share. Han Yena expresses how distressed she was, fearing for the boy's life. She holds his hands tightly, showing her fear. Watching the girl holding his hands, the young man lets out an ah. In understanding, the scene suggests an intense emotional connection between the 2. Kneeling beside the bed, Han Yena holds the protagonist's hand. She is visibly worried about him, while he looks confused by the situation. The girl shows a mixture of relief and concern. She scolds the boy for putting himself in danger, but also expresses gratitude that he is okay. Worried, Han Yena asks who told him to stab himself. She appreciates the boy's helpful attitude, but emphasizes that he shouldn't take such a risk. She confesses her fear of losing him and how much the situation scared her. Embarrassed, the protagonist apologizes. He shows regret for having worried the girl and for having put himself at risk. Han Yena dismisses the boy's apology. She thanks him for risking everything to save her, and says that Kang Hakchiel recommended that he rest. She suggests that he rest today and that they will assess the situation tomorrow. Asking about the northern closure, the young man says they don't have time. Annoyed, Hen asks if he is okay. The girl scolds him, telling him not to try to move yet and to stay quiet. We see a desk. On it there are several objects such as a mouse, pens, a stapler, and a keyboard. Someone knocks on the door, interrupting the moment. The scene creates suspense and anticipation about who might be on the other side. Kang Hakchiel reveals himself on the other side of the door, relieving the tension. He announces that it is him and that he is coming in. Upon entering the room, he reveals that it is Hakchiel. Dark backpack appears in the foreground. On a dark floor, one wonders what it could be. A man appears asking if that might not be his backpack, the one he always took to school. The protagonist confirms that it is his, showing surprise. The man explains that he found the backpack on the second floor of the building and brought it to him. He says he put clothes and personal items inside it in case he needs them. Thinking a little, the protagonist remembers that his mother bought that backpack for him. He thinks that they even put emergency food inside. Kang Hakchiel informs that he also found the boy's glasses. Upon seeing his glasses, he shows surprise. Relieved to have his glasses back, the young man thanks Hakchiel. He takes the glasses and puts them on his face. Hakchiel comments that Han Yena said he cured him. The young man says he is a little dizzy, but fine. Han Yena, curious, asks what happened to Park Songbin when he went to the construction site. Kang Hakchiel confirms that he went to the construction site. He reveals that Park Songbin was not there as expected. The man shows frustration with the situation. The scene becomes chaotic, showing several people covered in blood. The narrator informs that everyone was infected. Han Yena notices that the motorcycle is missing and assumes that he took it. She worries that they might run into Park Songbin again, but Hakchiel asks her not to worry. The protagonist thinks he may lose in a fight, but that in the killing he wins. He demonstrates determination in the situation. Claiming that he will escape the north, the young man is determined to move forward. He remembers saying this yesterday. Finally, the protagonist questions whether they will be able to follow him. The scene ends with a look of determination on his face. Immediately, the protagonist states that they must leave. Han Yena disagrees, asking him to rest. Hakchiel agrees with Han Yena and says they can leave once the young man recovers. He counters, stating that he is fine and that tomorrow could be worse. Hakchiel asks them not to rush and make a plan first. He says that haste is the enemy of perfection. Kang Hakchiel says he thought of an option to cross the Han River. The other two question how it would be possible. Using line 5, Hakchiel shows a drawing of the river with some markings. The two are confused by the explanation. Understanding the plan, the protagonist is surprised to learn that they will use the underground river tunnel. Asking if it is safe, Han Yena reminds that crowded places must be full of infected people. Hakchiel explains that line 5 has platform doors at every station, and passing through the doors, the tunnel must be clear. Hakchiel says the problem is getting there, as other people may have had the same idea. He considers that the government may have already blocked the place, but he believes it is worth trying. The closest station on line 5 is Jangan, Hakchiel explains. He adds that it is far to walk to and dangerous, especially from that neighborhood. A pink sky illuminates the building, giving a melancholic tone to the environment. The group is about to make a difficult decision. The scene focuses on a reminder written on the wall, Rules of Survival 1. Don't take unnecessary risks. Kang Hakchiel thinks those are his rules of survival and says the first step is not to rush into things. Hakchiel continues, saying that the north is already closed and they shouldn't rush. He tells them to find a safe place to recover for a few days and never rush. Thinking about the second step, Hakchiel says that when exploring, only 1 or 2 people should go out. He asks that the 3 of them avoid going out together. With a serious expression, says which is the most important. Kang Hakchiel, the phrase in extreme situations is said then, never sacrifice your life for others, completes the thought. An example is given. If you can escape, don't try to save someone else, he says. The Kang emphasizes that even he will prioritize his own survival. The young man repeats, never sacrifice yourself. As Sync draws attention, showing the scene of where they are. Jung Minjun is called, arousing the protagonist's curiosity. An improvised weapon appears, a baseball bat with nails. The reaction is one of surprise. Han Yena questions what it is, showing fear of the object. The individual explains that it is not only for infected people, but also for dangerous humans. He even says that just by holding it, they will think twice before attacking. He continues, warning to counterattack with everything when necessary. A strong blow to the heart or head will suffice. The subject explains, he asks if he has been understood, but the reaction is one of astonishment. Finally, the character says, "Well, let's go." We see a sky with buildings and lots of wires. The environment seems tense. The three walk side by side. Hanyena is in the middle, with the protagonist on her right and Hakchiel on her left. He wonders if it is right to kill the infected, remembering that they were normal people with families. A red graffiti draws attention, which reads, "They do not attack of their own free will." We see a door with an X painted on it. There are infected inside. The protagonist wonders if he would become a murderer. The question of whether the judicial system still exists arises, along with the question of whether he would be charged with murder. Jiang Minjin wonders if his actions will be judged later. He is called out. Kang tells him to forget this nonsense and not think nonsense. The subject claims that it is life or death, and if he does not harden his heart, he will die. Hanyena seems to have understood the situation. She looks worried. Jiang Minjin asks her to wait. He seems puzzled about something. She wonders if they can avoid that street, as there must be a lot of infected people. Hakchiel is asked about. Hanyena explains that because of the smell, the more infected people nearby, the stronger the smell becomes. However, it is very intense. The boy is surprised by what she said. Hakchiel wonders if she can sense their location. Hakchiel thinks it's more of a guess, although sometimes they're just normal bodies. He adds that he can't detect well if there are few of them. In a flashback, Hakchiel says that Hanyena has always been sensitive to smells. Hanyena confirms that she can smell a strong smell coming from the stairs, which scares her. Kang says he will check around there, moving forward with his backpack. Kang hides behind a pole, spying on the area. He appears surprised by something he saw. The situation turns out to be much worse than he imagined, with several infected bodies scattered throughout the area. He is thoughtful about the scene he has just witnessed. Hanyena questions whether he can actually sense the infected, as well as asking if there is anything there. Hanyena hears Kang say that following that path would be suicide, asking them to look up. The two observe something on top of a building. Looking at the roof, he notices the presence of a soldier. Kang looks confused by what he is seeing. He asks them to follow him, showing haste. The place looks very messy and full of bottles. He says that there are no infected people there and asks Hanyena to go up. She looks scared and asks why they are going there. Using binoculars, he observes the area. Kang realizes that at least 3 soldiers are on the roof, and they are all infected. One of them is carrying a rifle, which leaves the protagonist quite surprised. Prota asks if he intends to steal the gun. She even suggests that they simply leave. With 3 infected, it would be very difficult to get the rifle. Besides, they don't even know if it has ammunition. Kang says he knows how to use this weapon because it is necessary. Then he says they're going to get the gun. Minjing says he's crazy and asks how he intends to face 3 infected in that small space. Yena asks if the rifle is really hanging on the soldier and tells them to take it. To do this, they would have to deal with the infected. Kang thinks a little about the situation, showing concern about something. We see the protagonist playing a shooting game. You can see the character aiming and shooting at some enemies. The feeling of anxiety still lingers in his mind. Who knows, maybe one day they will desperately need that weapon. Kang tells them to go ahead. Seeing that, the duo wonders if he has gone crazy. The protagonist explains that the two will go, and Yena must hide there. Yena shows her frustration with a sigh. Faced with the situation, Yena decides to help. The young woman questions what she should do. While speaking, Kang says that the space is small and it would be dangerous if the 3 of them went, thus he asks Yena to hide. Outside, you can see some buildings and a cloudy sky. An infected person emerges, making a guttural sound. Kang walks slowly behind the infected. As they go up the stairs, Kang tells him to hold on to the handrail. The protagonist says he's fine. Outside the building, the protagonist's tension is noticeable. He says he is a little nervous. From above, it is possible to see several infected people walking around the city. It is also possible to see some reddish stains on the ground. Kang observes the movement. You can see 3 infected people. They are very close to each other. Near the stairs, Kang and the protagonist talk. Kang says that there are only 3 infected soldiers. Kang says that Yena said he is good at knife throwing. He asks if the protagonist intends to use the knives. Kang explains that a thrown knife is not enough to kill an infected. Kang says they need to do it in 10 seconds. The protagonist is confused and wonders how they are going to kill 3 infected in 10 seconds. Then, Kang responds that he can't do it alone and that he needs his help. In his thoughts, Kang decides to attack the closest one first. Soon after, the boy with glasses says to eliminate one with the bat. The protagonist then wonders what to do if something goes wrong. yet he focuses on just one. Kang warns him not to let himself be bitten. The protagonist says he will try. Someone holds the protagonist by the shoulder. Jiang Minjin is called. Kang says he understands their doubts. However, now the priority is survival. They will do whatever it takes to live. Jiang Minjin says he understands. The protagonist says he understood the incident on the terrace. However, they are no longer human. On the terrace, you can see 3 infected soldiers and reddish stains on the ground. From above, Kang observes the infected. Kang slowly lands on the roof. The infected soldiers are screaming. Quickly, Kang runs towards the infected. Kang has a knife in his hand. One of the infected soldiers is running. Kang thinks about delivering an immediate fatal blow. The boy seems surprised at the speed of the infected person. Kang somehow manages to immobilize the infected. Now, close to the boy with glasses, the infected person tries to bite him. Kang prepares to attack another soldier, but realizes it wasn't enough to take him down. In the midst of the confrontation, the infected lets out a cry of pain. Kang appears to be struggling. The boy struggles to fight the infected. One of them can be seen lying on the ground. Wielding the blood-stained stick, the boy with glasses approaches. With all his strength, the protagonist hits the infected person's head with the bat. The boy with glasses looks shocked at what he just did. Another infected grabs the boy with glasses, who screams in despair. In desperation, the young man tries to defend himself. He shouts for them to stay away. Surrounded by enemies, Kang tries to defend himself from the attacks. Almost manages to bite the Kang. Kang thinks he needs to eliminate the one with the rifle first. Kang manages to stab the infected in the neck. The infected with the rifle manages to retaliate Kang's attack with a shot. The bloody knife is seen lying on the floor. In desperation, the infected person tries to get up. An infected attacks Jiang Minjin, and they begin to measure strength. Kang is in a cold sweat and has many drops of blood on his face. He looks at the fallen man and remembers that he can pray. Kang looks at the gun and wishes it had at least 2 bullets. Then one of the bullets is seen being fired. Another one of the infected falls to the ground. Kang is on top of him. The boy with glasses is grabbed by the neck. The infected man shows great strength and begins to ask Kang Hakchiel for help. The protagonist continues screaming in despair. Amidst screams of pain, Kang fought against the infected and grabbed one of the rifles. Kang aims at the infected on the protagonist. The protagonist's friend is apprehensive in the corner. The girl is startled when she hears 2 gunshots. The sound was deafening. Silently pleading, she uses binoculars apprehensively. She looks relieved to see the 2 boys safely on the roof. Protagonist apologizes for not helping much. The other replies that distraction saved him. Surprised, the protagonist asks if the other has ever shot from that position before. The other says he practiced when he was 12. With his hand covered in blood, the boy checks the gun's magazine. Kanta is ballast. Suddenly, the armed boy warns that the infected are approaching and the shots will attract them. He hurriedly asks them to check if he has any more ammunition. The interior scene shows an abandoned place with bottles, garbage, and gas cylinders. Looking out the window with binoculars, the girl wonders if Jiang Minjin or Kang Hakchiel has already gone or gotten off. She thinks about going down and waiting. Frightened, the girl is startled by something she sees in the window. She notices that the infected are gathering in the street. Now she thinks she can't get down and wonders if they'll make it back. The young woman blinks, confused as to what is happening. Apparently something has caught her attention. A bloody man was seen by her, an infected one. Revealing the man's face in macabre detail, the infected appears to smile. The girl, terrified, cowers in a dark corner. The situation seems hopeless. Still scared, she wonders if that hideous smile was directed at her. In a dark staircase, strange sounds echo, indicating that something is approaching. Soon a silhouette appears at the top of the stairs as the noises get louder. In the corner of a messy room, a girl cowers in terror at what she hears. She can't believe what's happening, thinking it's all a nightmare. The young woman remembers that they closed the door to the second floor tightly and even blocked the entrance. Even so, the frightening noise managed to reach where she was hiding. She wonders how this is possible, questioning whether an infected person would be able to move like this. With terror, the girl realizes that the creature is climbing the stairs towards her. Bloody feet slowly descend the steps, revealing the approach of danger. An infected man staggers down the stairs with his wounded body. He continues down the steps slowly but determinedly in his hunt. Finally, the creature enters the room where the girl is hiding and terrified. The infected then turns around, revealing a creepy smile and lifeless eyes. Desperately, the girl tries to shrink even more behind some boxes. Her eyes fill with tears as fear completely takes over her. Suddenly, the monster advances on her, and the girl lets out a scream of terror. Then a loud sound echoes and a dark liquid splashes everywhere in the darkness. With a dirty face, the young woman looks shocked at the scene in front of her. At that moment, two boys appear and one of them asks if she is okay. They came from a door that was previously closed, bringing hope. The boy starts talking about the infected person they just faced, showing concern. In the room, the group talks about the creature while the girl comments that it looked like a normal person. The one with glasses then remembers that they closed the main door and blocked it, but it was broken down. The other young man reflects that it was as if someone uninfected had done it on purpose, because infected people act on instinct. The girl then questions whether that monster maintained emotions or other instincts, finding this impossible. The group leader theorizes that perhaps some infected are special or are evolving. He goes on to explain that they could soon climb, jump, and even coordinate attacks on survivors. According to him, these creatures are almost in a vegetative state, but with pure aggressive instinct, and the girl asks how he knows. The one with glasses replies that it's just a guess, and he's not sure, sounding a bit absurd. He confesses that the infected remind him of a game he used to play and was obsessed with. The scene shows the trio gathered in the room discussing the tense situation they find themselves in. The young woman asks if he is suggesting that they are in a game, but he denies it, saying it is impossible. The leader says this is the worst pandemic in history, and they need to survive at any cost. Worried, the girl asks about the infected person's blood, and the leader says that only bites infect. On the table, we see their arsenal, a K2 rifle with 15 bullets, and 2 military knives. The boy informs that he has his pocket knife and hands one of the military knives to Jiang Minjin. He then offers the other knife to Han Yena, who is visibly surprised by his attitude. The girl looks scared, but her colleague says she needs to protect herself and not always depend on them. He also promises that he will later teach her how to use the rifle, leaving her thoughtful. He ends by saying that if Jiang Minjin or Han Yena dies, they may need the firearm. The 3 survivors remain in the room, and the tension of the conversation about survival is still palpable. Suddenly, the one with glasses reprimands the leader for talking about death, calling it a movie cliché. But the leader seriously retorts that he will not die and will do everything to live, but they need to be prepared. Agreeing, the friend with glasses admits that he always wanted to shoot but regrets not being able to train due to the noise and few bullets. Curious, he then asks Han Yena if she also wants to shoot, but the girl looks away. Still turned around, she simply replies that she doesn't know, showing clear hesitation and discomfort. Without understanding her reaction, the young man is intrigued by his classmate's vague answer. Surprisingly, Yena then asks him not to approach her, making the atmosphere even more awkward. He questions the reason, and the girl says that she just doesn't want him around at that moment. Completely lost, the one with glasses wonders what he did wrong for this sudden change in her. Annoyed, she thinks he has no idea why, while the boy comments that she acts like she does at school. A lone tear then traces a path down the girl's face, revealing her anguish and sadness. Curled up on the couch, she reflects that she hasn't showered in days, feeling disgusting and questioning her smell. Looking at her own feet, Yena scolds herself for being stupid to worry about this in the midst of the crisis. She honestly admits to herself that she just doesn't want Jiang Minjin near her at that specific moment. Meanwhile, the boy with glasses seems to notice her distance, and Yena questions, since when she cares about him. Hiding her face, she finds it irritating to have such thoughts in such a critical and dangerous situation. The scene then shifts to the outside, revealing seemingly empty streets under a partly cloudy sky. Soon an abandoned van appears with the door ajar and blood stains indicating recent danger. Someone's feet are shown walking down the street, and an off-screen voice asks if this path is safe. The trio advances backwards down the street, and the leader calculates that there may be 2 or 3 dangers ahead. As they walk, the one with glasses comments that thanks to Yena, progress seems easier, but the other asks for caution. The leader's feet are seen in close up, and he appears to limp slightly as he walks down the deserted street. Noticing his colleague limping, his friend asks if everything is okay, and he says he was injured by the infected soldier. The boy explains that he thinks he has sprained a ligament, and his partner is very surprised by the news. Worried, the friend with glasses then tells him to rest, remembering that the leader himself said not to exert himself. He, however, downplays the pain, saying it is nothing compared to when he fled North Korea, but suggests sleeping. Suddenly, Yena stops, and the leader asks what happened, and she replies that there is something strange there. The girl points to a door with a red X and is scared, wondering if it was an infected person. Unexpectedly, a voice shouts from the top of a building asking if they are survivors, and the group looks up. A man appears on the roof and explains that he has been trapped there for 2 days, begging the trio for help. He says he went out to get supplies when the infected chased him, and now there are monsters on the stairs. Desperately, the guy at the top of the building shouts that he can't get out of there at all and is cornered. The man reports that another survivor heard him but left because of the infected and asks who closed the gate. The group leader then asks how many infected people are on the stairs, and the man replies that there are about 6 or 7. Reflecting on the number, the young man seems to consider the situation even if the information is true. With regret, he apologizes to the man, saying that with so many enemies it is impossible to help as they are not able. So the leader decides to leave, but the man on the roof begs them not to go as he hasn't been home for 2 days. Distressed, the man shouts that his wife and son are waiting for him, and he still hasn't found his daughter in danger. The friend asks the man not to shout as it puts everyone in danger, and Yena asks if they are really leaving, but the leader refuses to help. The leader decides it is best to avoid unnecessary risks and prepares to move forward. Your bespectacled friend seems hesitant and unsure about the decision to abandon the man. He then stops and asks if there isn't some way he can help the survivor on the roof. The leader turns slightly without stopping walking, showing that he has already made his decision. Looking back, he wonders what his friend's suggestion would be to resolve the situation. The boy with glasses then says he has an idea and believes he can save the trapped man. The trio stands in front of a narrow tunnel with a white van parked at the entrance. He explains the plan, which is to open the door to lure the 6 or 7 infected people inside. Then they would take the monsters to the other side of the tunnel and come back to push the van and block the passage. The young man remembers that his father is no longer there, but he practiced pushing parked cars with him, and they would be able to move the van. As Hakchiel is injured, the bespectacled man offers to lure the infected and return alone. As soon as he enters, the other 2 must push the vehicle to block the entrance to the tunnel quickly. The leader warns that if he doesn't distance himself enough, he might fail, and asks if he is good at running. The friend with glasses claims he is above average and is not afraid of being chased by them. Observing the narrow tunnel, he notices that if they block it with the car, the infected will not be able to pass. Checking the van, he notices that the doors are open and the handbrake is released, making the plan easier. Even with the plan, the leader questions why they would risk their lives for that unknown man. He reminds his friend that he had already told them not to sacrifice themselves for others and asks what they would gain by risking everything. Yena agrees with the leader, finding the situation very dangerous, and considers that the man may be a bad person. The one with glasses then has a flashback to when he was on a camping trip with 2 other men. In the memory, the boy with glasses appears holding plates while looking nervous and sweating a little. One of the men in the camp looks at him with a serious look, and a drop of sweat runs down his face. Back in the present, he says that the man on the roof doesn't seem like a bad person and remembers the workers who died. With a determined look, he confesses that somehow the man also reminds him of his own father. The leader then stares at his friend, processing his words and the motivation behind the risky plan. Finally, he agrees and tells them to try to push the car just enough to block the tunnel. Partly cloudy skies are seen again as they prepare to execute the rescue plan. The leader instructs that turning the steering wheel would be enough, and they prepare to push together, counting to 3. On the count of 3, they push the van hard, and a creak echoes through the silent place. The van's tire finally moves a little, showing that their efforts are starting to pay off. Inside the van, the leader turns the steering wheel to position the vehicle correctly to block the passage. From above, the scene shows Yena and her bespectacled friend pushing the van while the leader maneuvers the steering wheel. With the vehicle in the desired position, the leader states that this is enough to stop the infected. He then says he will hide to provide cover and asks them to only use the rifle in emergencies, and his friend agrees. Worried, Yena asks about infected people behind the gate or in the apartments, and her friend explains the next step. The leader turns to Jiang Minjun, drawing his attention to the final instructions of the risky plan. Looking seriously at his friend, he asks if he knows it's risky, and the boy looks apprehensive. The one with glasses raises the possibility of a special infected appearing, but quickly dismisses it, saying that everything will be fine. The leader then states that he would only risk his life for his sister, and that this will be the last time. With a serious expression, he ends by saying that there will be no more unnecessary risks after that. With a drop of sweat running down his face, the bespectacled friend says he understands the gravity of the situation. From above, we see the street full of rubble and tents, showing a scene of abandonment and chaos. The entrance to a building stands out with overturned trash cans and dirt scattered across the sidewalk, indicating danger. Then the boy with glasses shouts from the entrance, calling the infected to come in that direction with a loud noise. His feet quickly climb the stairs as he hurries to execute the first part of the plan. Soon after, he runs out of the building and into the street, beginning to attract the attention of the creatures. He screams in despair as several infected appear right behind him in a frantic and noisy chase. Running as fast as he can, he challenges the monsters to catch him as they roar ferociously. The young man continues his risky run down the street with the infected still growling in his wake. Hidden, the leader and Yenna watch their friend attract the horde of creatures that scream non-stop. The leader then shouts for them to act now, and together with Yenna starts running towards the van. The white van is positioned at the narrow entrance to the tunnel, ready to be used as a blockade. The leader and the girl approach the vehicle, preparing for the right moment to push it. With her heart pounding, Yenna looks very worried and whispers Jiang Minjin's name apprehensively. Her eyes show great distress, and she quietly asks for everything to work out for him. On the other side of the tunnel, the roars of the infected come closer and closer, increasing the tension. Jiang Minjin then appears, running back towards the tunnel at high speed to escape. Quickly passing through the gap in the van, he shouts to his friends to push the vehicle immediately. Without wasting time, the leader and Yenna use all their strength to move the van while their friend passes by. With a jolt, the van's tire hits the side protection, completely blocking the passage through the tunnel. On the other side of the van, the infected scream furiously, trying to reach the boy with glasses. Relieved, he says it worked, while Yenna praises his good work, still a little breathless. The boy thanks him shyly, but his expression changes when he sees something that surprises him a lot. The man on the roof kneels down and thanks them profusely for the help he received from them. He bows to the ground, calling the trio of saviors, and the friend with glasses asks him to get up. The leader then suggests that they look for a safe place to go and rest after the rescue. On a messy table, we see remains of food and drink, indicating a hastily interrupted meal. The rescued man asks how many gas cylinders they have and explains that he has electricity and water at home, but the gas has run out. They sit down to talk, and the man says that he got food near restaurants and wanted a stove, but could only find gas. The leader comments that with the food stored they will survive, and the man says that he goes out every day looking for his daughter. He then asks where the trio was going, and the friend with glasses tells him to speak comfortably as they are younger. The man thanks them again, calling them saviors, and the friend with glasses thinks he is indeed a good guy. The boy with glasses comments that Gangbuk was closed and they tried to escape, and the man worries about the danger. Yenna remembers that he still hasn't found his daughter, and the man says that the day of the outbreak was the last contact. He says he left his wife and son to look for her by car, but got stuck and almost didn't come back, regretting not having evacuated his family. After talking to the family, they decided to stay in case their daughter returned, and Yenna wants him to find her. The man then asks where they got the rifle, and the leader replies that he found it on the street, and it will soon be dark. He asks where the trio will sleep, and the leader says they would look for a place and break down a door. The man then invites them to spend the night at his house, which is nearby, spacious, and has everything they need. The leader accepts the invitation, saying it would be an honor, and the man happily confirms the invitation. The friend with glasses asks Yenna if everything is okay, since Hakshiel agreed, and she shyly confirms. The rescued man asks if they need any more help, and the boy with glasses says yes, but asks him not to overdo it. The sun shines through the buildings as the group makes their way to the man's home safely. Arriving at the location, the man announces that they have arrived, and the friend with glasses observes the residence. They come across an isolated house, and the boy with glasses notices that it seems to be well protected. The leader observes the high walls, iron gate, and solar panels on the roof of the house. Furthermore, the property is surrounded by barbed wire, and the leader thinks that with water it would be a perfect refuge. Suddenly, the leader cocks his rifle, leaving the rescued man visibly surprised and frightened. The man asks why he is reloading the gun, and the leader says he has seen a lot of crazy people and apologizes for being cautious. The man then tries to reassure him by saying that his friends are not dangerous and there is nothing to worry about. From above, we see the group in front of the house while the man shouts that he has arrived, calling for his wife. Inside a messy office, the leader appears to be alone and observes the environment carefully. Suddenly, a bloody foot kicks the water fountain hard, splashing water everywhere. The leader curses and grabs his bloody knife, thinking that he almost died that day by a hair's breadth. He reflects that in that area there are more wretches like him than zombies, and he has already killed more humans than infected. Sitting on a bed, he looks at the bloody knife and thinks that the place is cozy and he will rest there. He then notices something written on a whiteboard and walks over to read what is written. With a slight smile, he realizes that those wretches have been hiding there recently. The writings on the board indicate names, and the leader wonders if they found Kang Hakchil. On a table, he finds a pamphlet for Jangan Station and deduces that they will try to cross the river on line 5. The protagonist smiles slightly with his blood-stained face and gives a low, sinister laugh. He looks at the ground and talks about the guys who were hiding there and whether they found Kang Hakchil. In an office, the boy looks at a board and plans to cross the Han River using the subway line at Jangan Station. The group finally reaches their destination, which is a seemingly safe house in the middle of the city. An older man who was with them shouts excitedly that Daddy has come home to his family. The protagonist then asks Jeong Minjun, one of his companions, to wait a bit before entering. He says he's going first and his friend agrees, not understanding why. The man runs inside calling for his beloved, while the boy wonders if he is not deceiving them. Holding his gun, the young man enters right behind him, thinking that if something goes wrong, they can take over the house. Suddenly, a boy very similar to the protagonist appears at the door and shouts in surprise, calling for his father. The family hugs each other emotionally, and the son asks why his father took so long, because he thought he had left. Seeing that scene, our hero observes everything in silence with a serious look. Now inside the house, he and his bespectacled friend stand still while the family reunites. The father then introduces the group to his wife and son, saying that they saved his life. The roof of the house is shown while the protagonist awkwardly responds, saying it was nothing major. The mother, named Moon Jae-in, smiles and says that she will make dinner and that they can rest and take a bath. The girl in the group is shocked and asks if she can really wash herself, showing how bad the situation is. The lady then takes the girl's hands with a gentle smile and confirms that she can. She begins to compliment the young girl's beauty and asks why someone so beautiful was out there in danger. The girl feels embarrassed and thanks you for the compliment, saying that you are also very beautiful. The lady's praise suddenly stops as she stands in thought for a moment. With a sad look, she says that her daughter is almost the same age as the student. The mother explains that her daughter started college, but disappeared a few days ago. The girl then tries to console the lady by saying that her daughter is definitely alive. Thanking the young woman, the woman apologizes for talking too much and goes to prepare dinner. She refuses help and offers clothes because the girl is the same height as her daughter. From a corner of the house, the couple's youngest son spies on the visitors with fear. As soon as he is noticed, the little boy quickly hides behind the door. The friend with glasses notices the boy and comments that he looks like he's old enough to go to school. Sitting on the sofa, the protagonist rests and his colleague asks how his foot is. The boy's foot is very swollen even with the bandage, and this scares his companion. Because of his condition, he says it would be good to rest there a little longer before leaving. The friend is impressed by the hero's care and how cautious he is until the end. Meanwhile, in another part of the house, we see the bathroom door closed. In the bathroom, the girl enjoys a nice bath and screams happily at finally being able to wash herself. The water runs down her face, and she looks relieved as she washes her hair. She remembers a moment when they were running away and Jeong Minjun ran in front of the group. In the memory, the boy with glasses had a scared expression and was sweating a lot. Back in the shower, the girl thinks he was acting cool and that this is annoying. She concludes that she didn't know him well and that if he does it again, she will stop him. In the room, an old clock shows 6:30, while a sign says that nothing is impossible for those who believe. After a good bath, a hot and delicious meal is served to the hungry group. Everyone sits down together at the table for the first decent meal in a long time, and the host encourages them to eat. The man then asks about their escape plan to Gangnam, since the roads and bridges are all closed. The protagonist explains that they plan to use the subway line 5 tunnel to cross to Gangdong. The guy is a little surprised to hear the mention of line 5 and seems to have an idea. With a worried expression, the professor says that the last news he had of his daughter was at Gwangnaru Station. The young man thinks about the station, which is the last stop on line 5 before crossing the Han River. On a map, he sees that the station is about 6 or 7 stops away from Jangan, their final destination. The boy explains that the last news they had before crossing the river was from Gwangnaru Station. The father then reveals that he also had the same idea to try to find his daughter. He says he tried to drive to the station to find her, but was completely isolated in traffic. So he abandoned the car, but Jangan Station was already completely taken over by infected people and a scene of terror. The teacher says that Gwangnaru Station is too far to walk, and he cannot leave his family alone. Our hero asks if other roads in the region are also difficult to drive on. The host confirms that most of them are blocked, and that if the vehicle gets stuck it becomes very dangerous. With a sigh, the protagonist concludes that traveling by car is actually very difficult and risky. The gentleman then realizes that he has not yet introduced himself and reveals that he is a university professor. Everyone is surprised by his profession and agrees to introduce themselves to each other. Night falls over the city and the house becomes a point of light and safety in the darkness. We see an air conditioner and some pictures on the wall of one of the rooms in the house. The mother offers her daughter's room to the group, but the friend refuses and says that they sleep in the living room. The lady then insists that the girl at least rest in her room as she hasn't slept well for days. The girl looks at her bespectacled companion, waiting for him to say something about the offer. She politely refuses and says she prefers to sleep with her friends in the living room, leaving the boy surprised. The young man insists that she accepts, because he knows that the girl has not been able to rest properly. He asks why she changed her mind since she didn't want to be around him before. Suddenly, the girl hugs him in front of everyone, saying that he was afraid of sleeping alone. Watching the scene, the protagonist grumbles that his friend with glasses is annoying and that he wants to hit him. Night falls over the city, and the house becomes a refuge of light in the darkness. Everyone says goodbye, wishing each other good night and thanking the family for their hospitality. Once in the living room, the friend asks if the hero checked the house, and he says it looks safe. The old clock on the living room wall reads exactly 10 o'clock at night. The group settles into makeshift beds on the floor and on the sofa to try to rest. The girl is lying under the covers but can't seem to relax enough to sleep. Suddenly, she opens her eyes and stares at the ceiling, thoughtful and restless. She asks quietly if they are sleeping, and her friend replies that they are not yet. The boy with glasses remains lying under the covers, unable to fall asleep. The girl sits up and asks why he is awake, suggesting that they talk for a while. She then asks what he was thinking, but the young man remains silent. The boy lying in bed replies that he was just thinking about his own mother. He says seeing the family happy makes him wonder if his mother is okay and worried about him. Hearing the outburst, the girl remains silent with a slightly sad expression on her face. She then looks at him and promises that she will definitely help him find his mother. Surprised by the promise, the young man with glasses looks at her without knowing what to say. Closing his eyes, he thanks her for her kindness in a low, emotional voice. The girl then looks at him with a serious look and starts to say something. Out of curiosity, she asks if he still doesn't know where his parents are now. With a drop of sweat on his face, the boy is visibly shaken by her question. With a worried look, the young woman says that after all, they are her only parents. The friend then sits down and decides he can tell her what really happened. He reveals that until now he has not told anyone the truth about his parents. The girl asks about the boy's parents and says she still doesn't know where hers are. She then questions if the boy is really okay, because he looks worried. With a serious look, the young woman insists on the subject, mentioning that they are his only parents. At that moment, he decides to open up and says he can tell her what happened. The girl reveals that she has never spoken about her family with anyone before. She then says that in fact her family is reconstituted after a divorce. The boy is shocked and thinks that her family is very complicated. The young woman explains that her parents divorced and her mother left, so she lived with her father and stepmother. The scene changes to a tall, luxurious building showing where the girl lives. After school, we see the two of them walking home in opposite directions. Suddenly, another student calls him, irritated because he ignored her. The girl sighs and thinks how pathetic and weak Jang Minjin is. Meanwhile, the protagonist leaves thinking about settling scores with a certain Park Seongbin. Arriving at her building, the girl types in the password to enter. But when she enters, she thinks she has no moral authority to call the boy pathetic. She hesitates in front of the front door and thinks that she doesn't want to go in at all. With trepidation, the young woman finally enters her apartment with a tense expression. Right at the entrance, she sees women's and men's shoes thrown on the floor. The girl realizes what is happening and is disgusted by the situation. Her stepmother openly cheated on her father because he was always busy at the hospital. Entering her room, the girl begins to take off her school uniform. Suddenly, her stepmother appears furiously, asking why she arrived early. The young woman says she is going to leave now and that the smell of alcohol makes her sick. She then smiles and asks if the woman didn't want to be heard with her lover. The older girl criticizes her, and in return the girl says that at least she doesn't cheat on anyone. Then the lover appears and the woman corrects him, saying that she is her husband's daughter. With her cell phone in her hand, the stepdaughter prepares to do something, so she threatens the older woman, showing that she can send everything to her father. The couple panics at the threat and the man tries to calm the situation down, but the stepmother lights a cigarette and mockingly tells her to continue. The girl is left speechless as the woman says that her father will not be able to do anything. She reveals that her husband has weaknesses and threatens to tell all his secrets. The woman says she has nothing to lose, but her father would lose his fortune and the hospital. With a laugh, she challenges her to tell everything because she knows there will be no consequences. The young woman then calls her crazy, making the woman even more angry. The stepmother tries to attack, but the lover holds her back, saying she is drunk. As she leaves, the woman insults her by saying that she is just like her mother. Still screaming, the stepmother kicks her out of the house, telling her to get out of there right away. With that, the door closes, and the girl finally leaves that place. Walking down the street, she decides that she will never go back to that disgusting house. With a tear running down her face, she reinforces in her thoughts that she will never return home. As she walks alone, she wishes the world would just end the next day. To distract herself, the girl decides to enter a singing practice room. Sitting amidst the karaoke lights, she notices that her cell phone has suddenly become chaotic. Suddenly, a friend says she needs to go because her mother had an accident and is in serious condition. Walking down the street, she wonders about the number of disaster alerts on her cell phone. At that moment, a scream of terror echoes through the street, leaving her frightened. Then a crowd of people runs towards him, screaming desperately to escape. Crouched in a dark staircase, she breathes a sigh of relief at having managed to escape the confusion. The location is a poorly lit and apparently empty emergency staircase. She discovers that the emergency line 119 is disconnected and then decides to call her father. But he doesn't answer, and the girl laments for always being her father's last priority. With a tear on her face, the only person that comes to her mind is her mother. She remembers that her mother is in America and cannot help, and wonders who to ask for help. With no options, she finds herself forced to call the person she least wants to contact. The phone screen shows that the call is for your hated stepmother. On the other end of the line, the older woman answers rudely, asking what she wants. In desperation, the girl explains that she is trapped in an emergency staircase and begs for help. The woman tells her to fend for herself, and the young woman is shocked by the cold response. The older one says she's busy trying to survive and hangs up on her while the younger one is begging. The call ends and the girl is left looking at her cell phone without knowing what to do. At that moment, she remembers her mother knocking on her bedroom door, begging her to open it. But young Yena just curled up on the floor, asking her mother to leave. Even sending her away with tears in her eyes, she called out to her mother in her thoughts. Back in the dark stairwell, she hugs her knees and finally admits that she misses. She ends the story by saying that in the end her stepmother abandoned her and her father never cared. That's why the girl says she doesn't want to meet either of them. and doesn't care where they are. She confesses that now the only person she misses is her real mother. The girl says that her mother is in America and tried to call her a few times, but she never answered. The boy then remembers something and wonders if that's why she wanted to study abroad. The young woman admits that she said cruel things to her mother when she left, and that is why she hesitated to call. With a desolate look, she concludes that because of this, there is now no one by her side. The protagonist watches her silently processing the entire story she has told. Then he breaks the silence and tells her not to say that because she is not alone. The girl looks up in surprise at her colleague's comforting words. He keeps saying that he is there and that his friend Hakchiel is also with them. With a gentle smile, the boy asks please for them to survive together until the end. The girl is speechless, looking at him with a touched expression on her face. With a single tear running down her face, she finally agrees and says it's okay. The clock shows that it is already late, and the boy suggests that they should go to sleep. Outside, the dark streets of the city are still full of undead wandering aimlessly. The night passes and a new day begins to slowly dawn on the horizon. Meanwhile, in the living room, the girl sleeps peacefully on a mattress on the floor. His friend Hakchiel sleeps hugging his gun, looking like he's having a nightmare. In his dream, someone shouts threatening to do the same to his parents. Lying wounded on the ground, he begs for help while a voice mocks his family. The man continues to insult him, saying that this is his cruel fate. The voice taunts him and challenges him to try to attack it if he dares. With that, the boy wakes up scared and gasping because of the horrible nightmare. At that moment, he sits up in bed, hearing the sound of a car engine. An older man appears and asks if he heard the noise, so the young man says he will check it out. The scene cuts to the front gate of the house, showing that the sound came from outside. With his gun in hand, he worries that the noise will attract the infected. He looks around suspiciously, trying to figure out the origin of that sound. In the backyard, he finds a metal ladder leaning against one of the walls of the house. Without thinking twice, the boy climbs the stairs to get a better view of the surroundings. Arriving at the top, he positions himself with the weapon and begins to search for the vehicle. But when he looks out onto the street, he is completely shocked by what he has just seen. Two men approach a house at night as a third figure watches them from above with a gun. One of them suggests checking the place while the other thinks if there is no one there, but notices that there may be infected people or people due to the barbed wire. The boy with glasses asks what they should do, wanting to leave quickly so as not to be exposed, and at that moment he holds a pistol. Suddenly the man on the roof shouts, telling them to stop, drop their weapons, and raise their hands. With that, the duo below are terrified, and the shooter threatens to shoot if they do not comply within 3 seconds. Obeying the order, the pistol is dropped on the ground, and the guy on the roof orders both of them to step back 3 meters. The figure on the roof watches closely and wonders where they got that particular pistol from. One of the boys asks who he is, but the shooter retorts, asking if they are looters, and they deny being strangers. He accuses them of trying to break in armed and talking nonsense, while they defend themselves, saying they thought the house was empty. The man with glasses explains that he took the gun from a dead body and thinks that it didn't look like a soldier, but an ordinary person. The questioner doubts that a normal person would carry such weapons and asks if they are in America, but the other insists that it is the truth. The captured boy then points out that the shooter himself has a rifle, but he says that his rifle is common in the army, unlike their pistol. They try to explain themselves by saying that they are not bad people. One is a clerk and the other is a university student who served in the army. Pleading to be released, they offer to take the gun, but the mention of Gunja Station catches the attention of the armed man. He then asks specifically about Gunja Station on subway line 5 and mentally recalls that it is 2 stops before Gwangnar Station. With his hands up, the boy in the jacket informs that there is a large-scale shelter in that location. Then the armed man questions the veracity of this, and the other explains that even if it is true, the path is dangerous. Given this information, the guy with the gun decides he needs to hear more details about this story. He proposes a deal for useful information and asks about a 20-year-old woman named Seoha Kyang, suggesting that they go in to talk before the infected appear. The shooter warns that there will be no weapons inside. The scene then transitions, showing the roof of the house now in daylight. Inside the residence, a man in pajamas looks surprised and asks about the shelter at Gunja Station. In this, the boy in the brown jacket details that it is a large shelter with hundreds of survivors and a well-protected entrance. The guard interrupts, wanting to know what they said before, and the older man remembers his daughter's call on line 5. At that moment, the young man in the jacket confirms that the girl's call came in around 8:10 at night that day. In a flashback, we see the distressed father on the phone as his daughter reports an attack and riot on the subway. The desperate girl said she didn't know who the attackers were and ran to block the way while her father asked her whereabouts. She informs him that they will soon arrive at Gwangnaru Station, but the call is suddenly interrupted, leaving the man in shock. Continuing the story, the father says that the subway stopped in Gwangnaru, but he doesn't know if his daughter managed to get off there. Surprisingly, the boy in the jacket reveals that he was also on that subway heading towards Gwangnaru, and the man questions whether it is really true. He goes on to explain that infected people invaded a carriage, and the subway passed straight through stations, stopping only at Gunja between 8:10 and 8:15. With that, the boy in the black shirt concludes that if their story is true, there is a great chance that the gentleman's daughter is at Gunja Station. Desperately, the father asks if they have seen his daughter Sioha, crying, and looks for a photo, while the other explains that there are many people in the shelter. Looking at the photo on his cell phone, the young man in the jacket admits that it is difficult to identify like this, and that he does not know because there were more than 200 surviving passengers. Since many infected people appeared inside the train, they cannot be sure if the girl was infected or if she is in the shelter as a survivor. Then the guy in the camouflage jacket asks what their plans are and warns them that the entrance to the shelter is restricted and going along would be better. The man in the black shirt considers that there are too many of them to move together, and the other suggests a meeting point on the way to Gunja. Then the young man in the jacket offers a walkie-talkie to the gentleman's group, facilitating communication. He explains that they will wait a kilometer away and can talk on the radio, but in exchange he asks for food for 2 days. Then the same boy questions whether after so much help, they will finally trust his group. The man in the black shirt remains serious and thoughtful in the face of the proposal and the delicate situation. The scene briefly changes to the exterior of the house, showing the street and the sign with the name of the place. Back inside, the group leader informs the family about the shelter at Gunja Station and the plan to meet the others on the way. A woman in the group asks if the others are lying, but he argues that they have no reason and they don't seem bad. Then he announces that they are thinking of leaving the next day and asks the man in the pajamas what he intends to do. The leader of the internal group explains that moving on foot with the professor's family would be difficult, but considers. But if they can get a 6-seater vehicle, it seems possible to go together to some extent, leaving you surprised. He clarifies that they can only follow the vehicle's route, and if it is isolated, it does not guarantee safety, and the teacher will have to take care of the family. The man in the black shirt then asks the man in the pajamas to think carefully about the decision while observing him carefully. The man looks at his wife and son, who seem worried about the difficult choice they have to make. The camera focuses on pictures on the wall showing medals and paintings indicating the family's past achievements. Meanwhile, a girl with long hair thinks that if they are going to leave, she will need to pack food and a bigger backpack if the other family goes with her. She wonders where Jiang Minjin went as she looks at the groceries in the fridge. Then the young woman goes up the stairs of the house looking for the missing boy. The girl peeks into a room and hears a conversation about games and studies, finding it incredible that Hajin is good at both. Inside, Hajin and another boy talk about games, and the youngest says he secretly plays a zombie game called Rage Z. The younger boy reveals that his dream is to be a game developer like the creator of Rage Z, and the other encourages him. The young woman enters the room and jokingly asks when the two became so close, and they are embarrassed. She then asks a question casually, leaving the boys a little confused. When she notices a poster of the group Lumina, she asks if he is a fan, and the boy confirms that he likes Giannuna, and she thinks it's cute. The girl then calls Hajin to come down and talk to his parents, and he agrees, somewhat confused, while she looks at him. A close-up image shows the face of one of the Lumina members with blonde hair and light eyes. The dark-haired young woman asks Jiang Minjin why he stares at the poster so much, and if that is his ideal type. The boy with glasses looks surprised and embarrassed by the girl's question. He then reveals that the girl in the poster is Yu Jian, someone he knew when he was little, leaving the young girl intrigued. The girl is visibly surprised by his revelation and seems not to believe it. She laughs doubtfully and asks if Jun from Lumina really knows him, asking for her contact, but then says it's an unrealistic joke. He insists it's true that she's a year younger, but he hasn't had any contact since she moved out after elementary school. Even though he supported her from afar, when he found out she became an idol, he admits that it is a world away from his. The girl seems skeptical, but he says he doesn't have to believe if he doesn't want to be cut, as not even his friends believed him. Laughing, she says she knew, and that it doesn't make sense for him to know someone like Jian from Lumina, and he agrees that it's a joke. After the conversation, the boy leaves the room and the girl remains thoughtful, looking at the poster. She continues to stare at the Lumina poster, seeming to reflect on the story she just heard. The girl then admits to herself that the girl on the poster is actually very beautiful. The scene ends showing the house from the outside during the day with solar panels on the roof and improvised barricades. The man in pajamas calls out Hakchiel, the leader of the other group, who is sitting on the couch looking confused. He reports that he discussed it with his wife and son, and they decided that there was no hope in staying there. With that, the eldest announces that they will also go to the Gunja station shelter together, and the other is surprised. Hakchiel then asks about the vehicle, and the man says he has one in mind. The father of the family explains that his car is a perfect SUV, but was abandoned in an isolated place and difficult to bring back. He then reveals that there is an ambulance a kilometer away with an infected driver, but the engine should work if they deal with him. The problem is that when he checked the ambulance, he saw 2 infected people in the front and heard noises from a few more behind. Hakchiel asks if the gentleman personally checked, and he confirms that he clearly saw the 2 infected people in the cabin. The oldest mentions that it's been about 3 days since he saw the ambulance and believes it's probably still there. Hakchiel agrees and says that if there are 3 infected, they can handle it with the help of the other group, but more than that would be dangerous. He then suggests finishing preparations to leave together the next day, and the gentleman agrees with a clock showing almost 6:30. The scene shows the outside of the house again with the sun beginning to set. Inside the house, several backpacks are already ready, indicating that most of the luggage has been packed. The leader of the inner group asks the boy, with glasses, what else they need as they think about the final preparations. Then he asks if the young man knows how to make Molotov cocktails and suggests they make some, leaving the other surprised. The boy with glasses repeats the suggestion of making Molotov cocktails in surprise, and the other confirms, thinking they might need it. Hakchiel thinks about the idea of Molotov cocktails for a bit and agrees that it sounds like a good idea. The scene changes to the outside of the house at night with the starry sky and the interior lights on. Inside the house, people sleep, Hakchiel on the sofa and the others on makeshift mattresses on the floor. A voice on the walkie-talkie calls out to Mr. Hakchiel asking if he has found a vehicle and ends with cover. Hakchiel replies that they mentioned an ambulance a little far away and they plan to check it in the morning, but there may be unforeseen events. Over. The caller informs that they are waiting in a building near the intersection and will leave after assessing the situation. Over. The scene shows the ambulance stopped in a dark street with some infected people wandering around nearby. An infected person hits the back of the ambulance while the voice on the radio wishes good luck and ends the communication. Over. Again, the exterior of the house is shown at night, indicating the passage of time. A young woman sleeps peacefully in her bed covered with a pink duvet. The image transitions to an empty and silent school hallway with lockers and classrooms. Inside a classroom, a student is hunched over her desk, sleeping as sunlight streams in through the windows. Close-up shows the student sleeping soundly with her head resting on her arms on the table. The girl suddenly wakes up and realizes she had a terrible dream involving zombies. Still sleepy, the student wonders what happened and if everyone has gone home yet. She looks at the clock, which shows almost 5:30, and despairs, realizing that she is late for the prep course. The young woman quickly grabs her backpack and runs to the classroom door. As she rushes out, she bumps into someone with a surprise bump. Irritated, she grumbles and then realizes who the person she bumped into is. The student recognizes her classmate Jiang Minjun and is visibly surprised to see him there. She asks what he is doing there and why he didn't go home, wondering about his presence. The young woman questions the boy's fixed gaze and asks if he is being annoying, noticing that before he could barely look at her. Suddenly, the boy grabs her wrist tightly and she screams in fright. He presses her against the notice board on the wall, leaving her even more terrified. Student repeats his name Jiang Minjun in shock at her classmate's aggressive attitude. She asks what he wants and if he wants trouble demands that he release her immediately. The boy just mutters one word in a low, threatening tone. With a serious look, he calls her bad ex and asks if she likes ignoring him all the time. He goes on to say that at school she completely ignored him and treated him like a bug, and now he wants to know why she is talking to him. Confused, she asks what he means by frudely, and he suggests that she treat him that way too. The girl calls him a loser and questions the change in tone, but he tells her to shut up and threatens her if she calls him that again. He accuses her of pretending to be tough on the outside, but having a cute side, and she tells him to shut up, saying she doesn't even want to look at him. Defiantly, she asks if he is really going to hit her and calls him weak and pathetic, but he asks if she wants to test him. With her eyes closed, she curses him and says that if he continues like this, she will. The young woman continues with her eyes closed, making a sound of discomfort or pain. She opens her eyes and wonders if it was a dream and why she had the same dream again. Surprised, she realizes that she is hugging Jiang Minjun in bed. Completely shocked, the girl wonders what is happening and how it got there. She wonders if she slept hugging him and if he pushed her into that situation, and that's why she had that dream. Annoyed, she calls him a pervert and thinks he is pretending to sleep on purpose. Meanwhile, Hakchiol sleeps soundly on the couch, snoring oblivious to the situation. The young woman sighs irritably at Jiang Minjun, but something intrigues her. She watches him closely and thinks that this is really strange. Looking back, she recalls that he had an unpleasant basement smell and that she could smell bad body odor around him. He then suggests that she treat him rudely, and the young woman is stunned by the completely confused question. He tells her to shut up and threatens if he is called a loser again, while the girl asks him to let her go and threatens to scream. The boy teases her, saying that she has a cute side, but she insults him and he threatens to attack her if she continues to be reckless. She challenges him to hit her, calling him weak and pathetic, and he asks if she really wants to test his strength. With her eyes closed, the girl curses Jiang Minjun in her thoughts and warns him if he continues with that attitude. Still with her eyes closed and visibly tense, she just mumbles something almost incomprehensible, showing her fear. Slowly opening her eyes, the young woman wonders if it was all just a dream and why she had the same nightmare again. Suddenly, she realizes that she is lying next to Jiang Minjun in the same bed and is completely confused by the scene. In a broader view, the girl is totally shocked by the completely unexpected situation of being there with him. She then freaks out when she realizes that she fell asleep hugging Jiang Minjun without understanding how this could have happened. The girl thinks he pushed her and pretends to sleep on purpose to take advantage, and calls him a pervert in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Hakchiol is sleeping soundly on the couch in the living room, oblivious to all the chaos unfolding in the next room. Still hugging him, the girl thinks how annoying Jiang Minjun is, but can't seem to get away from him. Observing the boy closely, she begins to find the whole situation really strange and different from normal. Remembering the past, she recalls that before he had an unpleasant basement smell when he was near her at school. The fact that she no longer smells that scent makes her wonder what changed in him to cause such a transformation. She kicks him in the face and screams that he is very annoying, but the boy just wakes up stunned by the unexpected blow. Confused, he sits up in bed and asks what happened, completely lost in the situation. Jiang Minjun then remembers having cursed Han Yena in his dream and is shocked by his own attitude, even though it was in a dream. Yena asks if he cursed her and he denies it, thinking he spoke in his sleep, while the clock shows almost 8 o'clock. The scene changes to the outdoors, showing a cloudy day with electrical wires crossing the sky and buildings in the background. Hakchiol goes over the plan to get the ambulance with the teacher and bring it back while Yena and Minjun prepare the garage. He instructs Jiang Minjun to go up and keep a close eye on the surroundings until they return without letting his guard down at any point. The group says goodbye. Hakchiol says he'll be back soon, and the others tell them to be careful and not to worry about anything. The camera focuses on the green gate of the house, which is now closed and secure after part of the group left. A deserted and foggy street is shown with abandoned cars and an unsettling silence in the air. On the roof of the house, Jiang Minjun uses binoculars to observe the surroundings carefully, looking for any signs of danger. Yena asks if he hasn't seen them yet, and he confirms by saying that the fog is particularly thick that day. She worries that nothing has happened because an hour has passed, and he remembers that the vehicle was a kilometer away. He calculates that it would take time to deal with the infected inside the ambulance, and this explains their delay. Suddenly a shot echoes, and Yena asks scared if he heard it and if it was Hakchiel, but Minjin denies it. Minjin explains that the sound of Hakchiel's rifle is different, leaving Yena even more apprehensive. She asks who the shots are from then, and he suggests that they could be from the people who came the day before. Yena's eyes widen, and a drop of sweat runs down her face, showing her growing fear. Suddenly she covers her mouth with her hand, as if she was going to vomit, and Minjin asks worriedly what's wrong. She complains of a terrible smell that makes her want to vomit and wonders what that is approaching. Minjin looks in the direction she points and seems confused without understanding what is happening there. A distant voice shouts, "Open the door," and Minjin becomes alert at the sudden appearance. He quickly picks up the binoculars again and looks in the direction of the scream, trying to identify the source. Through the binoculars, he sees one of the men who visited them earlier running desperately towards them. The man shouts for them to open the door quickly as he runs with a gun in his hand and visibly terrified. In the courtyard of the house, the group that remained gathers tensely with the unexpected and alarming arrival. The gentleman in pajamas recognizes the newcomer as one of the people who was there the day before. Minjin on the roof confirms that it is the man from the previous morning, and Yena asks about the vehicle and the other person. The man arrives out of breath at the green gate and knocks desperately, trying to get in as quickly as possible. He begs them to open the door quickly while holding the pistol firmly, demonstrating the imminent danger. Minjin recognizes him and asks about the other man, but the newcomer says he was attacked and didn't survive, and asks about Hakchiel. With his face covered in blood and sweat, the panting man reveals that a monster has appeared. Desperately, he screams that a monster has appeared, and shooting it with a gun is completely useless. Minjin watches closely with the binoculars, trying to visualize the creature that the man describes with such terror. He is shocked by what he sees and mutters that it is impossible, believing that his eyes deceive him. Suddenly, the huge, bloody feet of a creature appear, and Minjin calls out to Yena, asking where she is. A memory of a smiling man named Bonju Appa briefly flashes through his mind. Another quick flashback shows a bloody body and the phrase, "My Insta, take it, why not?" The scene cuts back to Minjin playing a video game where a fat zombie alert appears and he screams to run away. A question that has been plaguing him about that specific anxiety comes back to him as he stares at the game screen. If that anxiety had the slightest connection with reality, the world would definitely end as he feared. The image focuses on the bloodied and deformed face of a huge and terrifying zombie, confirming your worst fears. The giant, grotesque zombie approaches as Minjin screams for Yena, and only then does he realize the danger. The scene kicks off with a close-up on some barbed wire, just to set the mood and show how dangerous and desolate the world has become. We get a shot of a foggy, deserted city street, really hammering home the whole spooky, "you're all alone" vibe of the place. A quick flashback shows us the ambulance they were planning to use, with a bloody, groaning infected person slumped over in the driver's seat, not exactly an ideal getaway driver. The professor asks if they can actually escape in the vehicle, and the leader says yes, but they first need to figure out how to deal with that. Just then, the leader hears a strange noise and snaps to attention, wondering what in the world could be making a sound in a place this dead quiet. Suddenly, one of the guys from the other group yells for someone named Hakchiel to hurry up because they're in some serious trouble. He realizes it's gunfire and says it's from the crew they ran into the day before, which leaves the professor totally confused. The young man then warns that if the driver's side door opens, he's going to start shooting, since that'll just bring all the zombies straight to them. With that, the leader bolts up the stairs to get into position and provide some cover fire for his teammate. The man outside starts frantically banging on the green gate, screaming for them to open up because they're about to be zombie Cho. Minjin yanks the door open, and the man scrambles inside, yelling at him to hurry up and get in there. The terrified survivor gasps out a thank you, but right behind him, a zombie pops up, ready to pounce on the desperate guy. Seeing this gruesome scene unfold right in front of him, the kid with the glasses is completely frozen in shock, unable to react. The infected then manages to grab the man, tackling him to the ground while he screams bloody murder for help. Yena screams for the man, and her friend in glasses warns her that more zombies are coming and to get inside now. The long-haired girl is just standing there, completely lost, her face slick with sweat and fear. And that's when a whole horde of infected swarms the street, led by a massive, horrifying monster. The giant zombie then seems to let out a hideous scream that almost sounds like it's saying, "Found you." Absolutely terrified, The young woman curls up on the ground while her friend with the glasses stands protectively in front of her. All of a sudden, the enormous creature starts pounding on the green gate with incredible force, trying to break its way in. While the man outside is still begging for help, the kid holds the door shut, panting and scared out of his mind. Still on the ground, the young woman asks in shock, "What in the world is that thing trying to get in?" The kid then reveals that it's Lee Bonjiu, a guy he met at the construction site and an acquaintance of someone named Park. With blood-soaked feet, the monster gets closer and seems to call out Han Yena's name, with sweat dripping down his face. The kid thinks they need to get out of there as fast as humanly possible. He screams in his head that this thing is a beast to take down, even with a rifle, and that the leader needs to get back, like, yesterday. The eyes of the kid with glasses widen as he realizes something truly awful about their situation. He braces his back against the door, trying with all his might to keep the creature from busting through. The monster's strength is so immense that the gate starts to crack and bend, showing it's not going to hold for much longer. The professor's wife appears, asking about all the noise, and the young man tells her to grab their son and hide on the second floor. The kid with the glasses then gets an idea, remembering the Molotov cocktails they had made for emergencies. He gets close to his terrified friend, tells her to listen carefully, and says that he's going to need her help. The young woman is still paralyzed with fear, her face a mess of sweat and tears, as her friend shouts her name. The kid finally yells at her to snap out of it and pay attention because he has a plan to get them out of this alive. He explains that the monster is going to tear through anything to get to her, so he's going to use fire to buy them some time. He continues, telling her she needs to throw gasoline and more Molotovs from above because other zombies are on their way. He then asks her insistently if she can do it, but the girl just stammers in fear, unable to answer. With that, the kid yells at her to hurry up to the second floor and get ready for their plan. Without wasting a second, a hand quickly grabs a glass bottle to prepare one of the homemade bombs. Already on the balcony, the young man lights a Molotov cocktail, thinking that the noise is just going to attract even more zombies. He figures that even though the infected are super aggressive, they're still vulnerable to fire. So this just might work. With the flaming bottle in hand, he winds up to throw the bomb at the creature. The bottle erupts in a fireball, and he hopes this will be enough to stop the monsters from getting in. But even with the gate engulfed in flames, the giant monster's arm bursts right through the fire to try and grab them. To everyone's horror, the creature just steps on the fire, not caring about the flames, and keeps moving forward. The monster screams the girl's name while the kid thinks that they have to take it down first, or it's game over. Angrily, the kid yells, "You finally found me, huh?" as the creature stands in the middle of the flames. Following the plan, his friend dumps a bucket of gasoline from the balcony, aiming for the monster. The flammable liquid completely soaks the giant zombie's head, which actually seems surprised by the attack. With that, the young man hurls another Molotov, screaming for the bastard to go to hell already. A massive explosion rocks the area, lighting up the entire yard in an intense orange glow. The creature is finally swallowed by the flames and lets out a cry of agonizing pain. From above, the kid yells that it's not enough and tells the girls to keep throwing the bombs. Just then, one of the smaller infected manages to slip through the wall of fire and rushes into the yard. The young man starts to panic, thinking they don't have enough bombs and wishing the leader were there. On the balcony, the women throw more Molotovs, but it looks like they're also running low on ammo. Realizing their situation, the kid grabs the last remaining bottle to try and defend himself. Suddenly, one of the zombies that got through the fire lunges forward and attacks the kid, who is caught completely off guard. The creature grabs him by the neck with incredible force and shoves him backward in a brutal attack. Seeing this from above, his friend screams his name, completely hysterical over the situation. On the balcony, the older woman panics, and the young woman says she can't throw anything or she'll hit her friend, deciding she has to go down and help. She screams for him to hang on as he's being overwhelmed by a zombie in the middle of the yard. His face now bloody, the kid yells for his friend not to come down no matter what and to stay hidden and safe. Pinned by the creature, the kid with the glasses thinks that more infected are coming and everything is about to get so much worse. With two monsters on top of him, the kid now believes this is really how he's going to die, right in the middle of all this chaos. All of a sudden, a spray of red liquid goes everywhere, signaling that the zombie on top of him has been hit. With his eyes closed and his face dirty, the kid seems to have passed out from the impact of everything that just happened. Then a mysterious voice yells for him to get up as a cloudy sky appears in the shot. To everyone's surprise, the leader and the professor have finally arrived, yelling at him to get up before more monsters show up. Lying on the ground, the kid sees his friend with the rifle and says his name, his voice weak and barely there. With that, the hero holds out his hand and yanks him to his feet, pulling him out of that dangerous mess. Even while on fire, the giant monster hasn't been defeated and lets out a horrifying sound as it tries to move. The leader then yells for everyone to hurry, and the whole group makes a run for it, getting out of the house as fast as they can. As they sprint down the street, more infected appear out of nowhere and start chasing the desperate group. Reaching the ambulance, the hero readies his rifle to shoot a zombie that's sprinting right at them. With a perfect shot, the leader manages to hit the creature right in the head, dropping it to the ground. Safely in the ambulance, he thinks to himself that that was his last bullet, just as the professor's wife gets in. With its license plate covered in grime, the ambulance gets ready to peel out and escape as quickly as possible. In the passenger seat, the young man yells at the driver to floor it, and he immediately complies. The vehicle tears off at high speed while the infected run and scream, trying to catch up. The ambulance pulls away, leaving a horde of furious zombies behind that can't keep up. At the wheel, the older man drives with a tense expression, sweating profusely from the ordeal. In the rearview mirror, he can still see the house in flames and a few monsters running down the street. Their former safe house is now completely destroyed and burning in the middle of the deserted city. The driver keeps a sad, thoughtful look on his face as he drives away from the chaos. Finally, the ambulance disappears down the foggy street, leaving all the destruction behind. Inside the ambulance, the group finally manages to escape the chaos and the fire at the old house. Silence reigns inside the vehicle as everyone processes the recent traumatic events. The guy with glasses seems particularly shaken, breaking out in a cold sweat as he remembers something awful. In a memory, a desperate man bangs on a green door, begging them to open it so he won't get taken out. In his thoughts, the kid opens the door and tells the guy to get inside quickly to safety. But just as the man says thank you, a zombie appears right behind him, ready to attack without mercy. Back in the present, the young man looks disturbed by the memory of that horrible scene he witnessed. He then puts a hand on his stomach, complaining that his old wound has started to hurt again. The young woman asks if he's okay and tells him to ask the leader for help later, but he prefers to wait. The ambulance continues on its way, passing through narrow streets cluttered with trash and fog. In the front seat, the leader and the professor discuss the route to their agreed-upon meeting point. They consider going straight to the shelter, but the bad weather convinces them to wait at the designated spot. Suddenly, the driver spots something up ahead and yells excitedly that he's finally found the place. What he saw was the sign for the Sky Motel, the exact spot where they were supposed to meet the other group. With that, the vehicle parks in front of the motel, where they plan to wait for the weather to clear up. In the dark hallway of the motel, the young woman complains that the place is terrifying and gives her the creeps. The group's leader then confirms that the second floor is secure and that he's not afraid of any zombies. He warns them to be careful with marked doors and that the fourth floor is crawling with infected. With 3 rooms available, the group starts discussing how they'll split up for the night. The leader asks the young woman if she minds sleeping alone, but she'd rather stay with the guys. So he suggests that she and the professor's wife share a room while the others sort themselves out. Later, the guy with glasses goes to a dark bathroom, still feeling pain from his wound. He takes a deep breath and thinks to himself that the pain in his side is getting worse and worse. With that, he decides to check the wound, lifting his shirt to look at the bandage on his abdomen. But upon removing the bandage, the young man is completely shocked by what he sees there. His eyes widen in pure terror, and he wonders what on earth that is on his body. The wound, which previously had stitches, now looks dark and strange, almost as if it were infected. In a panic, he realizes that it looks exactly like a bite from one of the monsters. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, the only thing he can ask himself is if he's infected. Desperately, he tries to remember when or where a zombie could have attacked him without him noticing. He frantically checks his arms and body but can't find any bite marks anywhere. He then wonders if the infection came from the wound he got from a knife at the construction site. A memory shows him on the ground while 2 coworkers tried to help him after the accident. At that moment, he ended up falling and passing out, but he doesn't remember being attacked there. He thinks that if he had been infected back then, He should have already turned a long time ago. Then he remembers the recent attack at the house when he was surrounded by several zombies. He fell to the floor and saw the man being devoured right in front of him, with blood splattering everywhere. But his abdominal wound was covered by his clothes, so it was unlikely to have been infected there. He remembers the leader saying that only a bite can turn you, not contact with blood. With that, the kid looks at the wound again and concludes that the wound itself got infected. His eyes widen in pure terror at the horrifying conclusion he's just reached. Sitting on the bathroom floor, he finally understands what's happening and knows what he needs to do. In his thoughts, he knows instinctively that his body is already infected and there's no going back. The camera focuses on a lit lamp on the bathroom sink, suggesting a desperate plan. Outside, the young woman looks worried, glancing toward the bathroom with a serious expression. Sitting in the room, the young woman finds it strange that he's been in the bathroom for 30 minutes and decides to call out. She threatens to come in if he doesn't come out soon, but the guy opens the door at that exact moment. With that, the group's leader joins her, and they both ask what he was doing in there. The guy with glasses apologizes and asks if he can stay in the vacant room because he wants to sleep alone. The girl is confused and wants to know the reason for this sudden decision to be isolated. He just says he's not feeling well and needs some time alone that night. The young woman then suggests that she and the leader share a room, but finds the idea a little weird. Without giving any more explanations, the guy grabs his backpack to move to the other room immediately. Seeing this, she asks if he's acting this way because of her and because they're in a motel, but the kid looks at her seriously and says he's not kidding, pleading with her to let him go. The young woman is left speechless by his intensity, a drop of sweat trickling down her face. Finally, she gives in and steps aside, allowing him to leave the room and go to the other one. Their older friend watches the whole scene with his arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. Afterward, the leader suggests that she and the professor's wife share a room, and she awkwardly agrees. As he closes the door to his new room, the young man thinks that everyone must be imagining the same thing. He enters the room, thinking that the others believe they'll have a life like in the movies and TV shows. In his thoughts, everyone thinks that in the end, they'll have a happy life despite all the hardships. Now inside the messy room, he stands in front of the door, completely alone and desolate. Then the guy sits on the floor, leaning against the door as pain and despair wash over him. But with a hand on his stomach, he knows the truth. There's no happy ending for him in this story. He reflects that he was far from being a main character, and that his life was never important to anyone. In the end, he was just a background character who got infected and would disappear without a trace. The young man wonders what else he could expect from his life, which had always been a mess. With a sigh of resignation, he accepts that this was bound to happen anyway. The scene cuts to the foggy city street with a few infected wandering in the darkness. The night passes and a new day dawns over the Sky Motel, signaling that morning has arrived. The long-haired young woman knocks on the door of room 202, asking if he's awake yet. Getting no answer, the group's leader approaches and warns that he's going to open it to check. However, when he tries to turn the knob, he discovers that the door is locked from the inside. Surprised by this, they wonder why he locked himself in, and the young woman shines a light on the lock. The group's leader becomes apprehensive and says he really hopes he's wrong about his suspicion. Standing in the hallway, he finally reveals that he thinks their young friend got infected. At this, the girl is completely in shock at the terrible revelation and starts to cry. She denies it, saying it's nonsense because the MC wasn't bitten, but her friend says they didn't see everything. The leader explains that if the young man is okay, he'll open the door. If not, he's turned into a zombie. He then raises the terrifying possibility that the MC may have already stopped breathing. She's terrified and tells him not to say such horrible things, not even as a joke. In desperation, she starts banging on the door, yelling for her friend to stop messing around. She keeps banging and asks if he's recording everything, saying that this isn't funny. With no response, the young woman continues to call his name, but the silence on the other side persists. The girl calls the MC's name one more time, her voice now heavy with desperation. With more force, she pounds on the door, demanding that he stop this and open up at once. Crying and screaming, the young woman begs her friend to open the room door right now. She remains by the door, now silent and unsure of what to do in this situation. Suddenly, a sound from inside the room leaves her in shock, her eyes wide with fear. Suddenly, a weak voice from inside says that everything is okay, leaving the two of them confused. At that moment, the door opens, revealing THEMC, who says he feels a little strange. He remembers her screams from the other side of the door, begging him to open up. The image of the desperate, crying girl won't leave the guy's mind in the room. He imagines her hand banging on the wooden door that was previously locked, and he can also see the look of panic in the young woman's eyes as she waited. With that, he repeats that he's fine to try and calm his worried friends. And once again, he says he feels strange, with a hand on his wound, to justify his delay. The scene then completely shifts to a quiet, sunny suburban neighborhood. In a place with a high fence, someone yells for the others to move as fast as possible. Two boys walk near the wall, where a sign warns not to shoot without warning anyone. One of them asks if it's true that some crazy guy who lives there thinks the world is going to end. The other gets scared but says there haven't been any shootings in the neighborhood for decades to calm himself down. The first boy still seems unsure and doesn't know what to think about this whole situation. It's revealed that this happened 18 years ago in Pennsylvania, United States. The guy in the striped shirt stands in front of a graffiti-covered wall, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, a mysterious voice asks who's there, leaving the boy completely surprised. The voice warns him that soon there will be zombies everywhere, and the boy is totally confused. Standing in front of the gate, he wonders what the heck zombies are and what's going on. He hears the two boys talking and recognizes that the foreign language they're using is Korean. The voice asks if he's the son of the Asian couple, but he explains that he's been living with his uncle for a year. With that, the mysterious man wants to know where his parents are, and the boy is silent for a moment. With a sad expression, he finally reveals that his parents ended up passing away in Korea. That's why he and his twin brother were sent there, and the voice apologizes for the question. The man then warns him that the outside is dangerous, but the boy just thinks he's a nutjob. Then the voice asks if he's looking for a place to hide, and he thinks it's some kind of RPG. He says he's running from the zombies, and the voice finally seems to believe him and asks if he was bitten. At that moment, the metal gate slowly starts to open, revealing a small gap. The young man looks down with a bead of sweat on his face, completely scared by the situation. Suddenly, a man with a shotgun appears and yells at him to get inside the house quickly. The boy is frozen, sweat running down his face, terrified by the scene. The camera then focuses on the high fence with barbed wire protecting the entire property. We see the house fully fortified with spray, painted warnings, and windows covered with wood. In the yard, there's scaffolding and several boxes showing that the owner was preparing for something big. The house's windows are all boarded up with planks to prevent any entry. Inside the residence, the living room is a mess with leftover food and bottles. The armed man leads the boy inside and laughs, saying he knows nothing about zombies. He then asks where sinners go and answers that obviously they go to hell. With graffiti on the wall, he explains that when hell gets full, God will pass judgment. The guy continues, saying that the dead with no place in hell will walk the earth as zombies. The young man listens to the whole crazy theory, completely shocked and not knowing how to react. The man then warns that the end of the world is near, and it will be hard to survive without preparation. He says he's going to show the boy something incredible, which confuses him even more. With that, he reveals a basement with shelves full of supplies and food for survival. But the most shocking thing is an entire wall covered with an arsenal of firearms and ammunition. In the basement, the man shows the boy his shelter, fully equipped for the apocalypse. The boy is stunned by the scene and asks what all of this is, sweat on his face. With a serious look, the older man states that the end of the world will come one day. He then reveals a fully armored combat vehicle ready for destruction. Back in the present, a zombie drags itself outside the Sky Motel on a cloudy day. The scene focuses on the door of room 202, where the infected MC is now isolated. 18 years later in Seoul, the group gathers to discuss their sick friend's situation. With a gun in his hand, the leader stares at him and says you never know when he might attack. He continues with a serious and alert look, as the MC could turn at any moment. The professor thinks a fever of 42 degrees Celsius doesn't make sense for a knife wound. Lying in bed, the guy looks terrible, and they don't understand why there are no bite marks. The young woman says the incubation period can be from minutes to hours, but not more than a day. With this, the leader concludes that the knife was contaminated with zombie blood or the wound was exposed. He doesn't understand why the symptoms only appeared now, and the girl is in shock. The young woman then asks if this means their friend has been infected for several days. With the gun in hand, the leader states that if the young man doesn't turn by the next day, this could mean that the MC is immune to the virus, leaving everyone in the room shocked. He admits he's not a doctor, so he can't be sure, but the possibility exists. Lying in bed, the guy hears everything and his eyes widen, breaking into a cold sweat. In his thoughts, he wonders if it's really possible that he's immune to the infection. As time passes, the sky over the Sky Motel changes color, signaling the end of the afternoon. Night falls and the motel becomes completely dark under a starry and silent sky. A new day dawns, with the bright sun illuminating the building and bringing hope. In the room, the MC sleeps deeply, covered with a warm red comforter. The long-haired girl watches over his sleep, sitting in a chair next to the bed. Suddenly, she's surprised to see that her friend has finally woken up and sat up. With a sigh of relief, she says his fever has gone down and he looks much better. He asks how long he's been sleeping, and she replies that it's been since the day before. The guy asks what she's doing there, and she says she came to check on him. He gets scared and asks if she's not afraid to be by his side, since he could turn. With a serious look, the young woman faces him and seems unconcerned about the risk of infection. She says a goofball like him turning into a zombie wouldn't scare anyone and smiles. The MC asks if she's changed, and she says he thought she was some delicate flower. The girl blushes and explains that she only stayed to check on him and nothing more. With a sincere look, the young man thanks her for staying by his side all this time. He admits he never thought he'd end up depending on her so much and thanks her again. Moved, the young woman says she's the one who should be thanking him for risking so much. He replies that he's better than yesterday when he almost kicked the bucket, and they look at the messy room. The scene cuts to the facade of the Sky Motel on a sunny and seemingly calm day. In the room, the leader asks if the giant zombie looked like the ones from the game he used to play. The guy confirms that it did, and that this whole situation is undoubtedly related to the game. The other group member then asks if the game company created the virus, but he doesn't know. The MC says the developer is famous, but can't remember his name right now. At that moment, the professor's son enters the room and says the name of the developer he admires. It's revealed that the boy's name is Seo Ha-jun, and he's only 12 years old. The leader asks about the boy's dream, and he replies that he vaguely remembers the name. The boy explains that he's a Korean developer who became successful with an indie game. With the Redmine Studios logo, he explains that the game Rage Z was a huge hit 5 years ago. He became a famous entrepreneur and invested in medicine and biotechnology, like Elon Musk. The boy says the developer has a famous twin brother and can be found on the internet. The leader finds the coincidence between zombie games and the company's medical business strange. The girl asks what the company's objective would be, but the main character doesn't know either. With a drop of sweat on his face, the MC seems worried about the newly revealed information. The scene cuts to a dark and silent hallway of a building with flickering lights. A man in a suit and tie named Daniel Jin, 29 years old, appears on screen. He came from a wealthy family, but suffered a lot with his twin brother during his childhood. His mother was a famous actress but had tax problems and ended up taking her own life. His father also got involved in real estate scams and moved with his children to the US. At 17, he created a successful game but was betrayed by his own uncle, who stole it from him. In a room, a CIA agent interrupts the story and tells him to get straight to the point as there's no time. The CIA agent says that if he had suffered that much, he would have wanted revenge on everyone. He then directly asks Daniel if he was the one who spread the virus in Korea. But the young man says he doesn't have time for that and needs to get back to Korea now. The agent insists there was no reason to go that far, and the young man looks at him seriously. He then asks once more if Daniel was responsible for spreading the virus in Korea. The scene cuts again to the dark and silent hallway of the building with flickering lights. Daniel denies the accusation and says he's already said several times that it wasn't him. He reveals that he suspects his younger brother, his face showing his complete seriousness. Agent Aiden Brooks, 47 years old, questions him about his brother's return to Korea. Daniel says his brother went there and that he bought his lab but denies everything. The agent accuses him of being responsible because his stocks rose 500% with the crisis. With his head down, Daniel just says that his brother has always been like that with Koreans. He reveals that his brother thinks all Koreans should go to hell. The agent recalls that Daniel's brother was dedicated to saving humanity and questions him. Daniel says that while they argue, many people are dying and they can stop the virus. Daniel warns that if the first case of infection happens in the country, the agent will regret it. He says the virus has already spread to other countries and he needs to go to Korea soon. An agent reports that the whereabouts of Daniel's brother are still unknown and she's waiting. Another agent confirms that Daniel's statements check out and there's no evidence against him. An agent named Kamala Rosa suggests they look for Daniel's brother themselves. With the decision made, Agent Iden Brooks agrees to the plan to go after the suspect. Daniel then proposes to go along to Korea, saying he won't escape from the CIA's grasp. With a determined look, he states that his brother won't get away because he knows him well. Agent Aiden Brooks listens to everything with a serious expression without saying a word. Daniel concludes that in the end, he's the only one who can save humanity from this crisis. The scene cuts to an abandoned street full of trash in some Korean city. 2 days earlier, the group's leader went out alone to look for an ambulance in the streets. On an electric scooter, he complains about the fog and the weak battery of the vehicle he's using. He plans to go to the Gunja and Achasan stations to meet the other group from there. Suddenly, he hears a scream and comes face to face with a zombie running towards him on the street. With the scooter stopped in the street, he watches the zombie approach with a serious look. Without a second thought, he drops the vehicle and goes after the monster with a knife. With the blood-stained knife in hand, he prepares for the final attack against the zombie. With a precise strike, he finishes the creature and its body falls lifeless to the ground. He raises the blood-covered knife, looking satisfied with the result of his attack. He thinks that killing with a knife is more thrilling than with a firearm. Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot echoes down the street, and he turns around, surprised by the noise. He wonders where the sound came from and if it was really a gunshot. With the knife in his hand, he starts walking down the street towards the sound of the shot. He wipes the bloody knife on his pants and wonders why the military isn't doing anything. He continues walking down the street and decides to go over there to see what's happening. The scene shows the open hood of a car on a deserted street full of trash. On the scooter, he realizes the sound of gunshots is getting closer and closer. He hears more than 10 shots and wonders who is shooting so much out on the street. He gets closer and yells for the people to stop shooting and attracting attention. On the roof of a house, a wounded man calls for help, and the leader asks if he's a survivor. The man says he's seriously injured and that all the zombies are gathering there. The group's leader is silent for a moment, a serious and confused expression on his face. The scene cuts to the floor of a room with bloodstains and 2 hands on the ground. With a drop of sweat on his face, the leader asks if what the man said about the group is true. The survivor confirms that it is and says they were heading to meet at the Sky Motel. He says a monster appeared and he almost died but managed to escape alive. He thinks his companion went to the other survivor's house to ask for help. The leader approaches and says he'll do everything he can to help and asks if the others are military. The man denies it and reveals that he heard one of them is a North Korean defector. The leader's eye widens at the surprising information he has just received. He asks if the man really said there was a defector and a student in the group. The survivor confirms it, and the leader asks if there was a boy with glasses and a tall girl. He remembers the group he found and mentions the boy with glasses and the North Korean defector. The leader asks if the defector's name was Kang Hak Cheol, and the man confirms the name. With a drop of sweat on his face, the man says the defector's name was Kwak Cheol. The group's leader is silent for a moment, processing the new information he's received. Suddenly, the leader gets excited and reveals that those are the names of his missing friends. With a smile on his face, he says he was looking for them everywhere. The wounded man is confused and asks if he's serious that he knows these people. He says he heard the sound of the ambulance engine and hopes his friend is okay. The man asks for help finding a vehicle because he can't go far with his injured leg. The leader stands up and thinks about the Sky Motel, the ambulance, and the house the man mentioned. He approaches the man and thanks him because thanks to him, everything worked out perfectly in the end. He then starts rummaging through the man's backpack, who asks what he's doing. The leader asks if he can have the backpack since the man is going to die anyway. The injured man is shocked and asks what he means by that, but the leader ignores him. With a cold look, he says if the man's leg hurts, he should just die already. The injured man calls him a bastard and reminds him he promised to help, but the leader scoffs at him. With a cruel smile, the leader asks if the man is afraid of dying alone in that place. With a terrifying smile, the leader says then he'll help him die comfortably. At that, a scream of terror echoes through the room as the scene ends for him. The scene cuts to a garage with a wrecked car, and everything looks destroyed. The man who was abandoned complains that his scooter's battery died right now. With the backpack that was stolen from him, he realizes he made his biggest mistake there. He He tries to remember the name of the neighborhood where the Sky Motel was to go back. 2 days later, the scene returns to the present, showing the facade of the Sky Motel. In the room, they discuss the immunity, and the MC wonders if this could be a glitch in the game. The young woman calls him humanity's hope, but he says he needs to confirm it first. But the leader says his biggest concern was the gun the other group had. He reveals that the weapon was a Desert Eagle, which isn't normally used in that country. They think the weapons came from a real shooting range, which is the most likely hypothesis. Now recovered, the guy with glasses thinks that even so, something doesn't add up in the story. The leader tells the boy to let his parents know, as the weather has cleared up and they should leave. Then the MC offers to go with the leader to check the route to the station. With a drop of sweat on her face, the girl is surprised by her young friend's proposal. She refuses and tells him not to go anywhere and to stay resting at the motel. The guy with glasses assures her he's fully recovered and won't pass out. With that, the young woman asks if she can go with him to check the route to the station. The leader thinks she's completely smitten with the MC, but she vehemently denies it. With a flushed face, she yells that she's just worried about him because he was very sick. With her hands on his neck, she curses him out and says if he wants to go, he can go alone. She sits on the bed and tells him to go and get himself killed for all she cares. The leader approaches and tells the guy to go with him, but the girl looks shocked. She turns around and can't believe the leader actually left and abandoned her there. The scene cuts to the facade of the Sky Motel on a sunny and quiet day. We see someone's feet in blood, stained shoes approaching the location. The ambulance is still parked in front of the motel where the group is staying. The man who was abandoned finally finds the Sky Motel after searching for a long time. With a terrifying smile on his face, he says the motel's name and seems happy to have found it. He explains that a soldier was giving them a really hard time. One day, the military guy almost took him out, so he swiped his gun. With that, the kid made a run for it with his siblings. The MC is floored by the story, and the other guy reveals he was only 12 years old at the time. Our guy asks if all North Koreans are this tough, but he says no. He explains that not everyone is strong enough to survive. During his 9 years on the run, the young man went through a lot. Minjin then asks if he ever wants to go back to his homeland, but the leader flat out denies it. The scene then cuts to the dark door of room 203. Inside, the professor's wife asks Yena why she's suddenly so ticked off. Sitting on the bed, the girl just replies that it's no big deal. She then explains that she's just annoyed because her friend is bugging her. Meanwhile, outside, we see the front of the Sky Motel. Suddenly, we see someone's stained shoes approaching the place. The bully finds the ambulance and wonders if he's finally in the right place. He says he's searched every motel in the area and finally found the one he was looking for. With a creepy smile on his face, he says the motel's name, happy to have arrived. He then stands in front of the motel, looking ready to make his move. With a smirk, the bully says he's so stoked to see Yena again. But then he stops, thinking about something that makes him a little worried. He remembers that the group's leader, a guy named Kang Hakil, has a firearm. He realizes that if the other guy is there, he'll be in deep trouble, and decides to come up with a plan. Suddenly, the aggressor hears voices coming from outside the motel and is surprised. The leader and Minjin step out, and the older guy offers the rifle, but the kid refuses, saying there's only one bullet left. Hiding, the bully watches the pair leave and overhears their conversation about the leader's escape. The older guy explains that it's nearly impossible to escape from North Korea and that he risked his life. The aggressor is shocked to see them leaving and concludes they're on patrol. He looks at the motel building and finally understands what this means for his plans. With a wicked grin, he realizes that if those two are out, then Yena is a sitting duck inside. He thinks that even with other guys in there, no one will be more dangerous than him. The scene then cuts to a street filled with abandoned cars, with a tense vibe in the air. In the dark garage of another location, two zombies appear, and a scream of terror echoes through the place. Meanwhile, walking down the street, the kid with glasses asks if the leader has known how to use guns since he was a little kid. The leader reveals that he took a person's life for the first time shortly before escaping from North Korea. He explains that his uncle had escaped before, so his family was branded as traitors, and his parents were taken away. Meanwhile, back at the motel, the professor's wife says that Minjin is a weak kid, but he's risking his life for them. Yena says she's not worried about the leader and doesn't know why, but something is bothering her. The woman then asks what the young woman would do if her friend didn't make it through this. Suddenly, the older woman asks Han Yena if she has a crush on that boy, leaving the girl stunned. The girl gets all flustered and denies it, but the woman just laughs at her reaction. In her thoughts, the young woman wonders if she really does like Jung Minjin. She thinks it can't be and wonders if it's because she's obsessed with him and if others can tell. With a sad look, the girl concludes that what she's feeling isn't love. The young woman thinks that the only person she can trust right now is the kid with glasses, and that's why she feels this way. In a thought bubble, Minjin reflects that Yena has changed a lot and now even looks out for a loser like him. The young woman then admits to herself in a whisper that she really has changed. She thinks that the world has ended and now everyone is equal, no matter what. Before the crisis, she could have anything she wanted and claims there wasn't a guy who wouldn't fall for her. She remembers that in high school, all the boys liked her, except for one particular guy. At this, the girl is shocked and wonders if that's why Jung Minjin doesn't like her. The young woman gets annoyed because most guys fall for her, but he shows zero reaction. Because of this, she complains that her friend is emotionless, like a block of wood. Suddenly, the two of them jump at a noise coming from outside the room. The mysterious sound came from the dark hallway, putting both women on high alert. The professor's wife then asks who's there, calling out for her son. She turns to the door and wonders if the leader and their friend are already back from the street. Yena then stops her from going any further, looking very concerned about something. Just then, the door starts to shake violently, and they freak out. The older woman screams, asking who's there, and they're both terrified by the situation. Someone then carefully approaches to peek through the door's peephole. Through the hole, a dark and seemingly empty room is visible on the other side. On the other side, the aggressor is on the floor with a knife and a flashlight in his hand. With a creepy smile, he thinks he's sure he heard Yena's voice and another woman's. The aggressor decides to mark room 202 for now. He figures there might be other men inside and decides to check the other rooms. He sees a door marked with a red X and suspects there are infected people inside. With this, the bully seems to have an idea of what to do next for his plan. He then approaches the door of room 206, which has no markings. The moment he tries the handle, the door opens and a voice calls to him from inside. The professor opens the door, thinking it's his son, but comes face to face with the aggressor. Completely terrified, the man with glasses asks who this guy is in front of him. With a cold stare, the bully replies that he came looking for Han Yena. He then asks if there's anyone else in the room, but the professor can only stammer. Annoyed, the aggressor raises his knife and threatens the man if he doesn't answer quickly. Inside the room, the professor's son appears and is shocked by the scene he witnesses. The boy stares in terror at what's happening to his father at that moment. The boy yells "Dad," as he sees the aggressor grabbing the older man violently. Then the kid shouts not to touch his dad and jumps on the bully's back. Surprised by the move, the aggressor shakes the boy off and wonders who the heck he is. From her room, the young woman is completely shocked by what's happening outside. Terrified, the two women scream in horror, with the professor's wife calling for her son and husband. The young woman then holds the older woman back, telling her to wait and that they'll handle this together. With that, the girl kneels and rummages through her backpack for the knife the leader gave her. She quickly finds the weapon and wields it with determination to face the danger. Armed with the knife, the young woman carefully advances toward the dark doorway of the room. But suddenly, a voice yells for her not to go in, and the girl is shocked by the warning. Surprisingly, the leader and their friend come running down the hall to help. The leader then stops at the door and points his rifle inside the room, ready to fire. On the floor, the bully holds the professor and asks who else is there, ready to attack. Meanwhile, the professor's son is still clinging to the bully's back, screaming. From the hallway, the leader keeps a steady aim on the aggressor, waiting for the right moment to shoot. From the doorway, the leader sees the aggressor holding the professor on the ground with a knife to his throat. The leader thinks that this was his last round, and he wanted to use it on someone else. He then aims the gun carefully and says his goodbyes to the bully before the final shot. With his finger on the trigger, the leader braces for the final shot against the aggressor. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as he realizes something completely unexpected. He then realizes his rifle misfired right at the crucial moment of the battle. The aggressor seizes the opportunity and lunges at the leader in a quick, furious attack. With the force of the impact, our hero's rifle flies through the air, clattering onto the floor of the room. Without his weapon, the leader doesn't hesitate and goes right at the bully for a hand-to-hand fight. The scene then cuts to a street full of cars, showing a moment from earlier. We see someone's white shoes walking down the street on a sunny day. In the memory, the leader asks his friend what's wrong, as he looks unwell. The guy with glasses replies that he thinks the infection symptoms are coming back. He then lifts his shirt and shows the nasty wound on his stomach for his friend to see. The young man says he has a fever and feels dizzy, and the leader decides they need to head back. He says he'll take him back to the motel to rest, and that it's better not to push himself. The guy with glasses is shocked and wonders why this is happening. With a hand on his stomach, he feels a sharp pain and questions why all of this is happening. Outside, we see a street with cars and a small truck stopped in the middle of it. The leader and his friend are outside the motel when the older guy looks surprised. Suddenly, they hear a scream coming from the building, and both are completely shocked. A voice then shouts for Han Yena to get inside, and the girl freezes in fear. The two friends quickly race down the hallway to see what's going on. The leader enters the room with his rifle in hand and points it into the darkness, ready to shoot. In his sights, he sees the aggressor with a knife to the professor's neck on the floor. The bully thinks that this was the last bullet and that he wanted to use it on someone else. Our hero then says goodbye to his enemy and aims carefully for the final shot. But suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as he realizes something went terribly wrong. He realizes his rifle jammed at the worst possible time, and now he's in a huge mess. The aggressor takes his chance and rushes our hero without hesitation. Without his firearm, the guy in the black shirt prepares for hand-to-hand combat. The leader manages to grab the bully's arm, narrowly stopping the knife attack. With his other hand free, our hero pulls out his own knife to counter-attack his enemy. The two clash in a deadly fight, and the leader gets the upper hand, pointing his knife at the aggressor. With a swift move, our hero manages to land a stab in the bully's shoulder. The aggressor screams in pain from the blow, and blood starts to pour from his wounded shoulder. Without giving the enemy time to react, the guy in the black shirt lands another precise stab to his chest. Then, to finish it, our hero kicks the aggressor hard, making him stumble back. The bully is furious from the attack and calls the leader a scumbag as he recovers. Panning, the enemy wonders if the other guy is skilled in martial arts because of his blocking ability. With a hateful glare, the bully calls the guy in the black shirt a scumbag and gets ready. He's in shock and wonders how many times he was hit in such a short amount of time. Our hero's bloody blade shows the severity of the bully's wounds. He knows that if he's hit in a vital spot, it's game over, and that Minjin is right behind his enemy. The aggressor then asks his opponent how many people he's finished off with that knife. Our hero says that for someone walking around with a kitchen knife, he must have taken out a lot of survivors. He then confesses that he also gets a huge thrill from finishing off people like the aggressor. With a cold look, he says he especially enjoys doing it to lowlifes like the bully. The aggressor, drenched in sweat, says there's no reason for them to fight there and calls the leader by his name. With that, he stammers and tries to propose a deal to our hero, who just watches him. He says his only beef is with Yena and Minjin, and if he hands them over, he'll leave without hurting anyone else. But the leader tells him to get lost and asks why he tried to hurt the innocent professor. The bully then suggests they stop fighting with knives and settle things one-on-one. Desperate, he yells for the other guy to throw his weapon away and asks if he's scared to fight. But our hero isn't fazed by the challenge and continues to hold his knife firmly. Suddenly, the guy in the black shirt throws his knife and flashlight into the air, surprising the aggressor. With that, the bully screams in pain, clutching his hand, which seems to have been hit in the toss. Furious, he complains that he was talking and wanted a fair fight with their fists. At that moment, the enemy trembles with fear, realizing he's in a very bad spot. The leader then stares down the aggressor with a cold, expressionless look on his face. Seeing he has no chance left, the bully starts begging for his life, asking to be spared. He apologizes for attacking the professor and says he'll do anything to save him now. Desperate, he keeps begging, but our hero just watches him with a merciless gaze. With a cold look, our hero says that the price for his sins must be paid with his life. The aggressor is terrified, and the guy in the black shirt says he's ending this now. We see the bully's bloody knife lying on the checkered floor of the room. The enemy then picks up his knife and prepares for the final showdown. He's confused, but the leader just stares at him with a serious, blank expression. The aggressor uses his backpack as a shield and swears he'll take the other guy down even if he loses an arm. With that, the bully charges our hero in a desperate attack. The guy in the black shirt looks surprised as the enemy curses at him with hatred in his eyes. In a swift motion, we see the aggressor's body being thrown forcefully to the side. Our hero manages to stomp on the bully's foot, completely unbalancing him in the fight. He then takes the opportunity to tackle the enemy to the ground, who curses at him once more. Pinned to the floor, The aggressor tries to fight back with his knife, but our hero holds him down with his weight. Using a chokehold, the guy in the black shirt starts to suffocate the bully, who struggles to break free. The enemy then starts laughing, saying the other guy underestimated him and calls him a real piece of work. Suddenly, our hero's eyes widen in shock at something he didn't expect. Out of nowhere, the friend with glasses appears and attacks the bully with his nail bat. The aggressor is hit hard in the head and screams in pain from the unexpected blow. With that, the kid with glasses staggers to the side, looking exhausted from the effort. Lying on the floor, the bully is stunned by what just happened to him. The leader, who is being choked, calls his friend's name, struggling to breathe. With no strength left, the guy in the black shirt drops his knife and passes out on the floor. Our hero lies unconscious on the floor while his friend watches over him, worried. The bully then gets up, laughing, and taunts the kid with glasses, calling him a scumbag. He approaches the friend and asks if he really dared to attack him with that bat. The kid with glasses realizes that of all the times for this to happen, it had to be now. The aggressor notices the leader is unconscious and the professor is out of commission. He says his fingers just got cut, and now he's going to finish them both off, and it won't be pretty. With a look of pure hatred, our young guy's eyes fill with veins from so much rage. We then see the nail bat lying on the checkered floor of the room. The bully gets confused when he hears a scream of pain coming from somewhere down the hall. The aggressor is confused, not understanding what's happening to the guy in front of him. He sees the kid with glasses screaming in pain and wonders if he's infected or something. He decides that if the kid is infected, he needs to take him out and gets ready to attack. But suddenly, the leader's friend turns and starts running down the hall, leaving the bully confused. With that, the young man runs desperately toward one of the closed doors in the hallway. He then starts pounding on the door of room 205 with all his might to open it. From inside the room, sounds of screams and zombie groans echo through the motel hallway. Shocked, the aggressor wonders why the guy is doing that since there are zombies in there. The kid with glasses keeps banging on the door as the sounds of the creatures get louder. The enemy then wonders if the other guy has lost his mind and would rather be taken by the monsters. He decides that if the kid is going to check out, it'll be by his hands and runs to attack him. But right at that moment, the doorknob of room 205 begins to turn slowly. The door then swings open, and the kid with glasses throws himself inside the room to escape. In the hallway, the bully watches the scene with the leader passed out on the floor and the door wide open. From inside the dark room, a terrifying zombie groan echoes through the silence. From inside the room, a bloody zombie foot slowly appears in the darkness. With that, a horde of infected people spills out of the room, with the kid with glasses among them. The creatures then start walking toward the aggressor, who finds himself surrounded by the monsters. The bully is completely shocked and terrified, not knowing what to do in this situation. Lying on the floor, the leader thinks of his friend's name, Jiang Minjin, with a worried look. In the midst of the zombies, the young man with glasses looks back with a serious expression on his face. The scene shifts to a flashback with a table full of food, and the aggressor calling the kid's name. The bully then smiles and says they should rehearse before Han Yena arrives. He tells the kid to take off his clothes, and the others start laughing at their classmates' humiliation. Next, we see the young man on the floor getting beaten up by the aggressor and his friends at school. The bully then grabs the kid and says with a smile that he simply doesn't like him. In another moment, the aggressor threatens the young man with a brick, asking why he didn't off himself too. He then kicks the kid on the ground and threatens him if he dares to write his name in a note. With a cold look, he says that after the MC is gone, he'll go after his mom too. Back in the present, the MC points at the bully and thinks that this is all the aggressor's fault. The MC screams at the scumbag and orders the zombies to take him out, declaring, "I will be your judge."
The bully Park Sang-bin is shocked and wounded, staring at the blood-soaked military uniform, unable to process what he's seeing. He lowers his head slightly, sweating, and mutters Jiang Minjin's name under his breath with a dead serious look. Meanwhile, our boy is in the dark, looking over an infected body. He points a finger, filled with rage, blaming Park Sang-bin for his fate. With that, his anger skyrockets, and we see our hero being attacked by horrible creatures in that dark place. Just then, the scene shifts back to the hallway where two infected figures are sprinting toward the bully in the uniform. The bully quickly ducks, totally surprised by the situation, and lets out a frustrated curse. Then, the man in the uniform turns and starts running for his life. He tries to hide in a room, needing to lock himself inside and fast. The guy manages to get into the room and locks the door to protect himself from the creatures. The camera shows the bully violently attacking the creature, sending red liquid flying all over the floor. The fight is nasty, and he does everything he can to keep the creature off of him. But another infected creature grabs him from behind, and the bully struggles wildly, trying to get away. The guy in the uniform gets furious and bites the creature with all his might, calling it a maggot. Then, the bully takes a deep breath, badly wounded. He glares at a picture of Jung Minjin and calls him a punk. Looking at the door, he wonders where Minjin could have hidden. With his face covered in red stuff and sweat, he lets out a roar of rage and shock. The hallway is dark, with a red and white checkered floor, and there's no movement anywhere. Then a few infected start to approach. Suddenly, the silhouettes of two infected people appear in the darkness, making Park Sang-bin even more tense. Rage explodes inside the bully. He feels betrayed by our boy for being in this awful situation. Meanwhile, Minjin is thinking about what happened and wondering where the bully went. He looks to the side, appearing genuinely surprised. In that moment, he tries to help an injured man who looks like a teacher. In the hallway, the infected start chasing after the bully. Park Sang-bin is horrified and screams a curse with all his might for being in such a tight spot. He sees an apartment with an X on the door and the number 210, and he just freezes. Seeing the door open, he's stunned and realizes the place was completely unprotected. He quickly enters the room and hides in the dark without looking back, the sound of the infected hot on his heels. But soon more creatures appear in the hallway, and the apartment door can't hold them all back. Breathing heavily, the bully leans against the door, trying to recover from the scare. He looks ahead, furious and sweating, wondering what he did to deserve this. Inside the apartment, another infected creature attacks him from behind. In front of the apartment, the infected begin to pound on the door. Suddenly, our protagonist, Jung Minjin, appears in the dark, blood-stained hallway, which is littered with fallen bodies. He looks at the creatures as they grunt and groan. In that instant, he tries to speak to a terrified teacher, asking if he's okay. The teacher replies that he's a goner, using the name Hakchiel while sweating profusely. Minjin gets desperate, saying the wound isn't the problem, but the teacher is terrified. He keeps looking closely at the teacher and remembers a knife. Our hero is beside the teacher on the floor, along with his classmate. Minjin's classmate tells him not to lose hope and to go get the first aid kits from the ambulance. A young man watches everything intently while the others try to calm the situation. Minjin appears alone in the well-lit hallway, looking at the door with the red X and the fallen bodies. He sees his classmate running toward him and asks what happened. His friend replies that he trapped the infected in there. The creatures scream and bang on the door, and Minjin's friend says the real problem is that Park Sang-bin escaped through the window. Our boy's friend asks why the infected didn't attack him earlier, and Minjin says he's not sure what happened. Our protagonist replies that when his symptoms show up, the creatures don't attack him. He still doesn't know why, but we can see how much more serious he's become. His friend gets scared and asks about the injured teacher. Our hero says the wound isn't that serious, but he needs help. Suddenly, a few women appear running and desperate, asking if the teacher is okay. Minjin's friend holds a gun and tells a classmate to keep pressure on the wound while he gets the supplies. He hands the gun to our boy and asks if he's sure he can shoot with the single remaining bullet. Minjin reloads the gun, and the sound of metal echoes through the hallway. The friend says it's going to work out now and asks a question. He says Park Sang-bin couldn't have gone far, given how much red liquid he lost. But Minjin says he won't help with the rescue. He needs to finish the bully with his own two hands. Our protagonist's face has red smudges and his gaze is fixed. He looks seriously at his friend and asks him to take care of the injured teacher. Minjin's friend just stands there, watching. The camera focuses on a motel named Sky Motel. On the ground, there's a lot of red liquid on the street near some cones, and the scene is pure chaos. Minjin, crouching, tries to keep his composure and calm down to focus on his goal. He sees Park Sang-bin's trail on the ground, the red stuff spreading across the street. At that moment, our hero lifts his sleeve and notices his symptoms are fading. He knows he has to be quick to avoid being attacked by the creatures. In another part of the city, more luxury and entertainment buildings are shown amidst the disaster. The bully's red trail spreads through the building where he escaped through the window. The creatures run through the street, screaming terrifyingly. Park Sang-bin runs desperately, sweating buckets, thinking he has to survive at all costs. He tells himself he will survive no matter what and won't let Minjin get him. He curses himself for not grabbing the supplies from the ambulance and runs in search of medical treatment. His escape leads him to a different location, and he tries to hide somewhere. He hides in an abandoned room and breathes a sigh of relief for having escaped the creatures. He curses for not having a first aid kit or something to stop the bleeding. Then Park Sang-bin leans against a cabinet and blames Kang Hakchiel for this hellish situation. He turns around, completely surprised by a strange noise. Our protagonist, Minjin, appears at the door with the gun in his hand. The bully wonders how he found him. Minjin says that the strong smell of his blood is everywhere. Park Sang-bin, with a weird smile, says our boy managed to trick the infected into not attacking him. He taunts Minjin, wondering if he even knows how to use the gun. He mocks our hero, saying the weapon looks broken. Minjin focuses his gaze on the bully, looking serious. Our hero asks if Sangbin has ever taken someone's life. He answers that he's never ended anyone, not even an infected creature. He says that this whole time, he's tried to survive without causing anyone to pass. Then Minjin raises the gun and says his first time will be right here, right now. The bully laughs out loud, mocking our boy. He lets out a sarcastic laugh and says he's never laughed at such a pathetic situation in his life. Park Sang-bin, with a smirk, says Minjin can't end him because he's a good kid. The bully says Minjin isn't a punk like him, and he continues to mock our hero. And he asks what our boy is going to do if he takes him out, now that the world has ended. The bully also questions if Minjin would feel at peace after ending someone. He apologizes sarcastically, saying he only did it because he thought they were friends, really laying it on thick. Minjin, with the gun pointed, says that even if the world has ended, the bully doesn't deserve to live. The shot rings out, the bullet hits Park Sang-bin, and red liquid splatters everywhere. The bully's body is thrown backward, and he collapses to the floor. Red liquid splashes all over the room, and the ceiling is stained with the bully's trail. Our hero stands at the door, staring at the chaotic scene. He lowers the gun and places it on the table, shaking nervously. Our boy then drops the gun on the floor. Park Sang-bin's face is covered in red liquid, his eyes empty. Our protagonist looks at Park Sang-bin's body on the floor as the red stuff spreads across the room. He's clearly tense about what he's done. With that, the camera focuses on the outside, on a building called Sky Motel, with a blue sky in the background. Suddenly, our boy is in the middle of a destroyed street, gun in hand, the city's chaos evident all around him. At that moment, Minjin stops walking, his face showing immense shock as he lets out a small gasp. Looking ahead, he sees the young Hanena with a very tired expression. Then, Hanena runs toward our protagonist and hugs him tightly. He can't understand what's happening. While hugging our boy, Hina can't hold back her tears, sobbing heavily on his shoulder. Minjin is confused, then she softly says the teacher's name, and he wonders what happened to the man. The two of them stand in the middle of the devastated street, our hero holding his gun, and the girl hugging him tightly. With that, the scene cuts to a window of the motel building. We now see a group of people in a room gathered around the teacher, who is lying on a bed, looking badly injured. The man on the bed tries to take a deep breath and says he's fine to reassure everyone by his side. A boy named Haejin cries beside him, and the man looks at the boy fondly, calling his name. He reveals he's had cancer for a few months and apologizes for not telling everyone sooner. Looking at Haejin, he tells him not to be too sad because the situation was already under control. He touches Haejin's head and says the boy has to find his sister, then asks if he understands. The man continues, saying that everyone goes when it's their time and that it's inevitable. On the other hand, he remembers a friend who passed before his son turned 1, and that the boy lived a long life. The man lying down says he lived a happy life, just watching Haejin grow up. So he shouldn't be sad. Then he smiles and says that's just how life is. Everyone in the room falls silent. We see the door to the room. The man sitting on the edge of the bed turns and says that what he told Haejin was a lie. He's asked what he means, and he replies that he didn't have cancer. The teacher turns and says he only lied so the boy wouldn't be so sad. If he passed suddenly, it would be much harder for Haejin to bear the loss. He then asks them to keep his secret and not tell his son anything. The friend in the black shirt looks at the teacher. With that, he says he lived a long life and that was all he could do as a father. The teacher looks out the window and says he really wanted to see his daughter Haekyong one more time before it all ended. The teacher, in a low voice, asks his wife to take care of Haekyong and Haejin, and he places his hand over hers. His wife cries uncontrollably at her husband's request while holding his hands. We see a corner of the room. Then, the man in the black shirt walks into the room and says that if he gets infected, they shouldn't take him out. He says that once infected, a person is no longer human. He explains that if he's locked up, he'll starve, but if he survives, there might be a cure. Then, the teacher gets up from the bed, groaning. The boy in the room looks at him in silence. He says he'll wait until the very end and locks the door. The scene cuts back to the top of the Sky Motel building, with the blue sky in the background. Our hero is on the rooftop with Hanena and another man, and he wonders if there could be a cure for the infected. The man says he's not sure, since he's not in the medical field. He continues, saying it's almost impossible and that an infected person doesn't starve. He says it would be great if they found a cure, but the other guy interrupts him with a question. The guy then asks what happened in the hallway, and says Minjin seemed to be giving orders to the infected. Hanena, frowning, asks how it would make any sense for Minjin to be giving orders to the infected. Our hero explains that he wasn't giving orders and just screamed out of anger at the time. He thinks the infected only attacked the bully because he wasn't infected and was right there in front of them. The other guy asks if the creatures only leave our boy alone when his symptoms appear, and if they'll come back at any time. Minjin confirms that the symptoms will return, but he doesn't know when. At this, our protagonist remembers a zombie game called Rage Z that had an infected king. This creature was the only infected one that kept its consciousness and thought like a person. giving orders to the others. Minjin says he's not this zombie king and that his symptoms come and go. He explains that when the symptoms disappeared, the infected attacked him again, and he needed to test this possibility. Hanena then thinks that if Minjin stays infected, she could get the disease too. She becomes apprehensive. She clutches her clothes and wonders if it would be dangerous to be near him because of it. Hina finds herself thinking about whether our hero could ever kiss or love someone again and feels sorry for him. Blushing completely, she wonders if he'll live his whole life without kissing anyone if his body is contaminated. Then Hanena thinks he's pathetic for never having been with a girl. She turns away hoping he isn't fully infected. We see the ambulance completely hidden. The guy with the backpack asks the group if they forgot anything, and everyone confirms they're ready to go. He tells the woman he's going to drive even without a license because it doesn't matter anymore. The woman agrees, and he looks at her with a fixed gaze. Our boy has a sad and worried look on his face about the situation. The man tells Minjin to sit in the back with Hina and the teacher, while Heijin sits up front. He explains that they need to go slow to avoid getting stuck on the road because Gunja Station is 5 kilometers away. The ambulance wheel is dirty with mud and red stuff from their escape. The group manages to leave the motel in the ambulance in search of a safe place. Inside the vehicle, the man looks at Heijin and calls his name, and the boy responds, startled. The driver says he escaped from North Korea at Heijin's age, and the situation was really complicated. He says his parents had passed away before that, and he lost his younger brother during the escape with his other 2 siblings. He says that back then, he couldn't do anything but accept it and survive the chaos. Then he explains that he can't offer nice words to comfort him, but something else is more important. He continues, saying that if they find his sister, Hajin will be the only one who can protect his family and his sister. The man says that's why Hajin needs to keep his head up and that he's no longer an ordinary child. Hajin agrees, seeming to understand the seriousness of the situation. The driver looks ahead and lets out a gasp of shock. He gets startled and tells the group to wait because something is coming. At that, the ambulance stops in the middle of a street with destroyed cars all around. They stop the vehicle after noticing another vehicle up ahead. The side of the vehicle has some orange writing on it, spattered with red stuff. The vehicle's bumper has spikes and is completely filthy. On the front of the vehicle, there's a kind of cross with a crucified infected person. The car has spikes on the side and is armored. Everyone wonders what kind of vehicle that is. The driver tells everyone to get down quickly. He says he doesn't know who's in that car, but whoever they are, they're very dangerous. Then the car approaches them. Hak Cheol warns that the armored vehicle is extremely dangerous. Our boy and Hina are scared in the back seat, wondering what's happening and if the creatures have shown up. On the hood of the other car, the crucified infected creature screams terrifyingly. Seeing the car stop, the ambulance driver gets tense about the situation. The guy wonders if the vehicle noticed that the ambulance is stopped. He thinks that if they have to fight, they should use melee weapons, and that it would be dangerous if there were more than 2 people in the car. Just then, another infected person runs down the street, screaming very close to where they stopped. The driver wonders if those are the infected from the surrounding area. Suddenly, the occupants of the armored car fire and hit the creature square on. The driver hears the sound of the shot and realizes it was different from a normal gunshot. Then, one of the occupants of the armored car laughs and asks if his friend saw the headshot on the creature. The guy inside the armored car comments that the survivors hide when they see their vehicle. The armored car slowly passes by their ambulance. Fortunately, the dangerous vehicle drives right past the group's ambulance. The driver takes a deep, relieved breath, thinking they're completely gone, and our boy is thankful for it. With that, the driver breaks into a cold sweat and says they need to be fast because something isn't right here. The ambulance starts moving again on the street full of abandoned cars. The Korea Telecom building shows that we're still in the city, and the street is full of broken down cars and empty boxes thrown on the ground. The vehicle continues down the chaotic road, dodging other cars. The driver comments that luckily the road isn't as blocked as he thought, but it's hard to travel by car, so soon they'll have to go on foot. The guy says they'll soon be 1 or 2 kilometers from Gunja Station, and from there they can walk. Looking in the rearview mirror, the driver has a surprised reaction. In the rearview mirror, he sees the armored car coming up behind them. The driver curses and warns the other guy that the people from before are following them. The rescue vehicle makes a sharp turn to try and escape the pursuit. Meanwhile, the armored vehicle continues to follow them. The ambulance driver is extremely tense because of the situation, but soon the street is completely blocked by crashed cars. In desperation, he has a last-minute idea. Cheol spots the entrance to a parking garage. He thinks there might be infected inside, but he decides to risk it and go in anyway. The ambulance's wheel spins rapidly as it enters the dark parking garage. Hina and the other woman ask fearfully what's happening, and the driver replies that the dangerous vehicle is chasing them. Inside the parking garage, he realizes the path there is also blocked by abandoned cars. He sweats nervously and thinks that now it's all or nothing. The driver decides they'll have to face the guys and asks the group to wait in the car. Then the teacher's wife tries to stop him, as they might not be bad people, and urges caution. He gets out of the car and says it would be great if they were friendly, but if they're hostile, they'll have to fight. The driver grabs his K2 rifle, which has no bullets but has a makeshift knife and an emergency blade. He doesn't know how many there are or what weapons they have, but he'll be at a disadvantage if they have handguns. The driver then thinks as good as he is with melee weapons, fighting against pistols is a different story. He becomes thoughtful as the situation is just too dangerous. With that, he thinks he must sacrifice himself if necessary to protect everyone. The driver hides behind a pillar and realizes the guys didn't come into the garage. Outside, one of the guys from the armored car grumbles about going alone, but he remembers they can't leave their posts and agrees to go check. The guy thinks that if the others won't serve as slaves, they'll just be taken out. The ambulance driver is shocked when he sees the guy's weapon and says they need to run from there. Running back to the ambulance, he says they need to hide somewhere else and tells everyone to get out fast. At that, the teacher's wife asks what's happening, scared and worried. The driver asks Minjin about his condition and if the symptoms are suddenly coming back, and he says he's fine. Then he asks Hina for help to know if she senses anything in the parking garage. The girl replies that she feels something, but it doesn't seem like many, maybe 4 or 5 creatures at most. The driver points his flashlight into the darkness of the parking garage. The parking garage floor has stains of red liquid near the abandoned cars. The group gets out of the ambulance and runs quietly and carefully. The driver leads the way, guiding the group in the dark parking garage. He shows them the way and tells them to follow quickly. Luckily for everyone, the emergency exit door is open. The driver tells Minjin he needs to face the guy because even with a weapon, he can fight up close since it's just one person. But Minjin tries to talk him out of it because he has no bullets in his gun. Then the driver says he'll try to lure the guy out without much of a fight. He asks Minjin to take everyone inside the building, hide, and lock the door. Our boy is worried and tells him to be very careful. Then the driver runs off with his makeshift weapon. In the darkness of the underground parking garage, you can only hear and see the silhouettes of the infected running. Running in the parking garage, an infected woman passes by screaming, very close to the driver. At this, the driver curses because he knows that if he's noticed, he can't shoot the creature as it would give away his position. So he becomes apprehensive and holds his rifle tightly. He's tense in this dangerous situation he's in. The protagonist's group arrives at a different location after splitting up. Our boy suggests entering a room at the end of the hall. Minjin and Hina enter the room. The group sees that the place is safe and calms down a bit. Our protagonist tells everyone to hide there and says he's going to help Hak Cheel, the driver. But Hina holds his hand. Hanena, with a sad look, asks Minjin to stay by her side. Our boy is surprised by the request. Then she lets go of his hand with a sigh. Hina says she's worried about the driver, but it's dangerous because the guys have guns. She remembers that the driver asked them not to leave until he came back and that he trusts them, which is why he made the request, and asks them to stay together. Our boy agrees to stay there with the girl. The building's information desk is empty and dark. They look at the clock on the wall and wonder if the driver is okay after saying he would lure the guys away. The group is quite apprehensive. At that, Minjin stands up silently and looks outside the room. He looks at the double doors at the end of the hall. You can hear someone trying to open the door. Our boy asks if it's Hak Cheo. She says it's not, and replies that it must be an infected creature on the other side of the door. But then, behind the door, someone starts muttering about why the door isn't opening. The scared girl looks at our hero and says there are 2 people, wondering if they are special infected. Our boy remembers that the place had been open for days and curses because he stored things there. Our protagonist gets tense and sweaty as he asks his friend to wait a bit. He then approaches the double doors. Hanena yells at Jung Minjin not to go near, because the person behind the door is definitely infected. At this, our boy turns the doorknob, and his friend asks if he's gone crazy for opening the door. The protagonist then quickly opens the door. Suddenly, the hero's gaze focuses, but the door opens and the boy sees 2 guys named Oh Byung Jun and Bae Soon Ho. The boys are surprised and ask what our protagonist is doing there, and he asks them the same question. The friends look at Hina, and the taller one wonders if the smell he sensed earlier wasn't human. With that, Byung Jun finds it strange that Minjin is with Hanena, but tells them to come in quickly. At this moment, the girl is terrified and says she was sure someone was infected. Then Hanena points at the chubby guy and yells to get him out of there, saying his smell isn't human. The guy next to the chubby one decides to smell him. The friend says that Byung Jun's sweat has always been really bad, so she shouldn't worry about it. The chubby guy then apologizes for his bad smell. At that, everyone quickly enters the room. Our hero turns to his friends and asks if they came from the Gunja Station shelter. Then the boy replies that everyone is over 18 and on patrol, and there were almost 400 people there. He explains that since the station couldn't hold everyone, they had to occupy the neighboring buildings. The group is expanding its territory, and the hero finds this scale quite large. Then Hannah approaches them. At that moment, the teacher's wife gets the friend's attention to ask a question. She shows a photo of her daughter, Seo Ha Kang, and asks if they've seen her at the double gym. She desperately asks for a Kang. The boys look at the photo. Then one of them wonders if she wasn't the girl from the Gunja Station isolation area. The woman is relieved and asks if her daughter was in good health, and the friend says he's not sure just from the photo. The side character says she should go to the shelter to check and wonders if they shouldn't head there already. Our hero agrees but explains there's a problem. He asks if they saw a strange vehicle with weapons and infected, mentioning the vehicle has weapons in addition to the infected person hanging on the front. The protagonist's friend says the car chased them, and according to Kang Hak Cheol, they were armed. They start to make a plan. At this moment, Byong Jun asks who Hak Cheol is, and Minjin explains he was traveling with them and was from the same school. Our protagonist mentions Hak Cheol went to lure them away and wonders if the 30 minutes have passed yet. The guy in the red t-shirt says there was no one there when they entered and if the group should go to the roof to check. The protagonist was excited but decides to go, but his friend holds him by his clothes. She asks our boy to stay with her and wonders if they can't send the others to check in his place. The protagonist says no, calms his friend down, and says he'll go with the others to check the surroundings. Then the side characters suddenly look at each other. He asks Hina to wait with Hajin and his mother, and she agrees, a bit frustrated. Then he asks if she understood. Minjin warns that they can't go too far and says they'll be back quickly. At that, the group goes up the stairs. They reach the roof, and the place has bushes and tables, so they look around at the street. Our hero then sees no one down below and wonders if the strange vehicle was really there. Minjin then uses binoculars to check if Kang Hak Cheol is safe and not in danger. One of the friends comments that they should have heard gunshots, but maybe they used a silencer. The guy says that even with a silencer, some sound should have been heard, and suddenly the chubby guy grabs Minjin. Byong Jun asks if he's dating Hina and demands the truth. Our hero yells that he's not and asks what kind of absurd question that is to be asked all of a sudden. The friend threatens to throw him off the roof if he doesn't tell the truth. The guy with glasses retorts that Hina isn't that type of girl and she hates losers like them. He says she's the popular goddess of the school, but to losers, she has a rotten personality. The friend admits she's very beautiful and being despised by her isn't so bad. At this moment, Byong Jun tells Minjin to stop this craziness because Hina really hated him. Minjin states that his friend is jumping to conclusions and explains that they were just together because of the crisis. The chubby guy notices that Minjin called her by her first name and says they were definitely dating. The protagonist says Hina suffers from separation anxiety and only trusts him because her parents disappeared. He says she's changed a lot, and the classmate asks if that's what he calls dating, and asks how far the two of them have gone. The world ended and Hina went crazy for Minjin, and he says he can't believe it. The friend then suggests waiting there a bit longer if they're worried about Hak Cheol. At that moment, one of them picks up the radio and explains that entry to the shelter is stricter because of the number of people. The boy realizes the radio is the same as the driver's, so he asks if they can try to communicate. Minjin asks if he found people from there, and the friend replies that he'll try to talk to the base first. Our hero remembers that Hak Cheol's bag was left in the ambulance in the rush, so the radio must be there and might not work. Byong Jun then speaks into the radio, saying he's reached the Grand Plaza building and found 4 survivors from the same school. The voice replies that even if they're acquaintances, they need to go to the Hope Clinic for 1 day of isolation. Our protagonist is shocked by the infection test but says he knows the rules and agrees to the procedures. The friend explains that one of the survivors is missing and they need to find him, so their arrival might be delayed until tomorrow. The radio confirms the information and asks the friend to report anything that happens. Then the communication ends. Minjin asks if they need to be tested to enter the shelter and is told it's mandatory. The classmate explains that there's a clinic near the shelter with a doctor who can determine infection status. Minjin gets tense with the information and asks what happens if the test is positive. The friend says infected people turn soon after, so the execution is immediate. Minjin asks if he and the others aren't infected, then he's in shock and curses the situation. Our hero becomes thoughtful and wonders if his test wouldn't come back positive for infection. So they stay on top of the building, talking. The conversation lasts for quite a while. Then, in another building, there's a person observing the protagonist and the 2 guys with binoculars. The man with the binoculars says he knows one of them from a firefight a few days ago. On the masked man's radio, someone asks about the ambulance. Then he says the armed group behind him hasn't reported in. He says he thought it was just 1 man, but now it seems to be 4 or more, so he can't get an exact count. The sniper says the fugitive had a rifle, so he doesn't know what kind of weapons they have. At this moment, he receives orders to capture the survivors on the roof alive if possible, and to take out anyone who resists. The masked sniper accepts the orders received over the radio. He curses and thinks about the colleagues he lost during the hunt for the K2 rifle fugitive. Observing our hero and the others, he notices they are all men and gets tense with the count. So he picks up his binoculars to get a closer look and check the position of our boy and his friends. He needs to know what floor they're on, but in the end, he thinks the easiest way is to eliminate everyone. Meanwhile, our protagonist and his two classmates remain on the rooftop, unaware of the danger. Minjin then looks at Bae-soon Ho and Byung-jun, realizing they are his most trustworthy friends. At this moment, our hero wonders if he should reveal the truth about his strange infection to his friends. The boy questions if they would believe in his immunity, and if the test result would be different. If he's just an asymptomatic case, the treatment could be too dangerous for him to handle. He thinks about sending everyone to the shelter without him, but a doctor's diagnosis is necessary to prove anything. At that, he decides to postpone the conversation and needs to focus on finding the driver, Hak-cheol, first. The scene changes to inside the building, where the hallway is completely dark and there's no one around. A large clock on the wall shows that time is passing, and the tension in the air only grows. At that moment, someone holds the radio transmitter, trying to make contact with the base and ask for help. Byung-jun gives up trying to talk to the driver and gets no response. He realizes that if Kang Hak-cheol were okay, he would have answered immediately. At this, our protagonist decides to wait a little longer, and if the driver doesn't show up, he'll go look for him himself. He's lost in thought for a moment. He looks at the door, suspecting something. The three of them talk briefly. The day is sunny and the city seems calm. Suddenly, the camera focuses on a corner building. The masked sniper observes the window and thinks that must be the double gym. Then he heard voices coming from the location and realized the door was locked, confirming that the survivors were trapped inside. So he set a trap with infected. Meanwhile, in the building, the reception area is empty and silence hangs in the air. Back in the classroom, one of Minjin's friends calls Byung-jun and Bae-soon Ho losers, telling them to stand guard outside. The two boys are indignant and ask why only they have to go on watch. The classmate argues that they know the building very well, so it's the best option. Minjin is surprised and then hears a strange noise coming from far away. Our hero is scared by the noise and asks if someone threw something at the window. Minjin runs quickly down the hall to check what's happening. Then he starts running through the corridors. When he reaches a room, he sees that the place is on fire. The friends then try to find a fire extinguisher to put out the fire quickly. But the next room is also in flames, and this terrifies everyone. Our protagonist realizes they threw a Molotov cocktail and their location has been discovered. The women get desperate and say they need to flee and find another hiding spot urgently. Byung-jun quickly grabs the radio and calls for reinforcements, warning that they are under attack by unknown people. He tells everyone to grab their belongings and move very fast because he doesn't know how many enemies there are. Hanena is very scared and has a look of fear plastered on her face. So everyone gets ready to leave the building. But just as they were about to leave the building, Hannah shouts for him to wait. And when the protagonist opens the door, he realizes several infected are on the staircase. A frightened Minjin wonders what that is. Seeing the scene, he wonders why the creatures are inside the building and on the emergency stairs. Minjin realizes that someone intentionally brought the infected to the location, and this scares him. Then he tells the group that the stairs are full of infected. At this moment, our hero has a thought, wondering if his symptoms are appearing again. He remembers that when the symptoms appeared during Park Sang-bin's attack, the creatures didn't attack him. Minjin questions if the extreme anger towards the bully was the reason his body reacted differently. At that, the boy starts screaming a lot, cursing Park Sang-bin for everything that happened. The friends are startled by the sudden reaction and ask the reason for so much anger. Minjin asks Byung-jun how long the reinforcements will take, and the friend says at least 10 minutes by car. He adds that with so many infected around, help could take much longer to reach them. Thinking fast, our protagonist decides to act and lures the creatures to the emergency stairs. He tells everyone to flee while he draws the infected, but they must avoid open places because of the snipers. The girl Hanena and the friends ask him to wait and worry about him being infected. But Minjin says there's no other choice and asks Soon Ho to take his backpack. The hero warns that if they get separated, they'll meet at the Gunja station shelter. Minjin asks his friends to take care of Hina Haejin and the teacher's wife. Hanena tries to reach for Minjin with her hand, but he runs quickly to the elevator. She can't reach him. He heads towards the infected. Hina is left behind after being left by the protagonist. Minjin starts to get the infected's attention. He starts climbing the stairs while the infected chase him. He climbs the stairs without a break. He convinces himself that a bite wouldn't matter as long as the infected don't dismember him, so he decided to look back. Then he is surprised that there are several infected chasing him up the stairs. Our hero manages to reach the top of the building. He believes he can lose the infected on the roof and go back to get his friends. But upon stepping out onto the terrace, he finds himself with no way out. Minjin curses his bad luck. He approaches the edge and looks down, seeing the height of the building. The boy realizes that might be the only way out. Minjin looks down from the building. He remembers the first day of the zombie apocalypse. He was going to jump from the building where Hanena lived to end his life. But if he hadn't met Hina that day, it would have been his last moment. He realizes he's alive because of her and now he needs to fight for survival. He remembers promising to survive alongside Hina. So he raises his middle finger at the infected and screams that he won't go out like this, and starts insulting the infected. He then leans over the edge of the building and jumps from the building. While falling, he keeps cursing. Meanwhile, Hina and the friends are going down the stairs. The young woman wonders if the floor below is safe, and a classmate confirms it is. She then calls out our hero's name, Minjin, with her heart in her throat, hoping he's okay. Our hero is falling rapidly from the building, but needs to prepare to land without getting hurt. Then he manages to land. To lessen the impact, he rolls onto the tables. He feels a lot of pain from the fall and lets out a groan. The protagonist lies on the ground amidst the debris and overturned tables. He pushed himself too hard, but he's happy he survived the attack. Looking at his feet, he realizes the landing wasn't the best because he came down all wrong. At that, our hero raises his head and tries to understand what's happening. The masked man approaches and says he was going to take him out, but fate served him up on a silver platter. Our boy asks who they are, getting up with difficulty, and the guy calls him a punk from Gunja Station. Suddenly, the aggressor delivers a strong kick to the protagonist, who groans in pain, hit squarely by the attack. Feeling more pain, he asks the guy not to hit his injured spot, but the bandit demands to know where his friends are. Then the man speaks into the radio, saying he's from Patrol 2 and has captured one of the survivors from that group. The aggressor says he'll hold the boy there and try to get more information about the others' whereabouts. While suffering from the attacks, our hero tries to resist and hopes to protect his nearby friends. The masked aggressor raises his foot high, preparing to kick Minjin with full force. Inside the chaotic classroom, the tables and chairs are all overturned. The group is inside a building. Then the camera focuses on the group of survivors in a room with a pool table, waiting for rescue. The chubby guy, Kim Dong-jun, speaks into the radio sweating nervously, but he's happy that the rescue will arrive soon and they can leave. But Hina surprises everyone by saying she's staying there and tells the rest of the group to go on ahead. With that, the big guy questions the girl if she doesn't want to abandon our boy and hack Chil because they haven't found them yet. The other classmate wonders if Minjin and the driver didn't already go straight to the Gunja Station shelter while looking for them. Hanena then agrees that they can go to the shelter for help first, since staying there is too dangerous, and she says the shelter is about 2 kilometers away, making it easier to meet up if the hero and hack Chil are alive. Meanwhile, the group passes through a hallway. They run through a hallway with red liquid stains on the floor. On a wall, there's a simple sign for the men's restroom. On the street, a large group of armed men from the shelter rescues them. The bandit realizes the fugitive from the ambulance had a rifle, so they were outgunned. Minjin tries to explain that they just met on the road, but the aggressor laughs and says it's easy to lie with words. The bandit says the protagonist seemed to be talking to old friends, not people he just met. At this moment, our hero warns that there's a fire in the next building, so they need to get out of there. But the guy says the fire won't spread easily and reveals he's waiting for a colleague until midnight. He warns that if the friend who was chasing Hack Chil doesn't show up by the agreed time, he'll consider him gone. Then the aggressor pulls out a knife and threatens to take Minjin's life too if his partner doesn't return soon. The bandit tells our boy to pray for his colleague's life and then notices something strange about his condition. He asks if the boy is infected, and the protagonist is shocked that this is happening right now. The masked man laughs and confirms the punk is infected because he's going to meet his end anyway. Then he notices someone behind the door. The side character is surprised and wonders who it could be. So he goes to answer, thinking it's his partner, and the side character says something. The protagonist wonders if what the man just said is a password. The boy outside responds with the word corn, and the bandit understands it's his colleague. The guy is happy the other one is back and opens the door, but to his surprise, the person behind the door was Hack Chil, aiming at him. And without mercy, Hack Chil fires a precise shot at the side character, incapacitating him. Our boy is surprised, then Hack Chil slowly enters the room. Minjin is confused about who it could be. Hack Chil then says he caught the punk and tried to get information, which is why he was late. Realizing it's his friend, the protagonist starts asking for help to be untied. Seeing the driver, Minjin says he's amazing and wonders if he's not from Special Forces because of his skill with the weapon. Hack Chil says he had to risk his life to survive, and then asks about the whereabouts of Hina and the others. He says it seems the people from the Gunja Station shelter rescued them when the bandit looked out the window. Minjin then asks if the Gunja Station people are trustworthy because there are soldiers mixed in with them. Our boy then apologizes to the guy and says he hurt his leg jumping from the roof of the other building. And he asks if Minjin can walk with his support, and the protagonist says yes with a little difficulty. Hack Chil returns his friend's glasses, saying he found them on the roof, and Minjin is surprised by the driver's memory. Then our boy says his symptoms have returned, and if he goes to the shelter, he'll be treated as infected and finished off. Hak Cheol then says the bandits might come back, so they should go near Gunja Station. Our protagonist, with a tense face, wonders who exactly those armed people are. Hak Cheol gets serious with the question and worries about their current situation. The camera shows the interior of the place they're in, a completely destroyed and abandoned arcade. The wounded bandit on the floor mutters that he told everything he knew about the meeting place and password. He confesses they don't have a permanent base, but are near Jungnangcheon and are moving tomorrow. The man says they are just ordinary people from the countryside, but the driver realizes he's lying again. Hak Cheol asks if they're ordinary, since a colleague was stabbed by a criminal bandit. He says the wound wasn't deep, but the knife was covered in infected red liquid. Because of the cut, his colleague ended up being infected by the creature at that moment. And before turning into a creature, the friend asked them to look for him if they found a cure, which is almost impossible. Hak Cheol shows the blood-stained knife, saying he used it to fight the infected during the escape. With that, he warns that if he stabs him a few times, he'll also be infected by the knife. He says he doesn't want to end the boy, but rather to experiment on how the red liquid enters to infect. Then the prisoner on the floor takes a deep breath and confesses he escaped from Yangcheon prison with other inmates. He says that at the beginning of the crisis, infected appeared, and with the riot, many prisoners escaped. He says that some prisoners he knew went to Seoul as soon as they heard about the chaos. Then Hak Cheol asks if they are bandits who came to rob banks and stores during the chaos. The prisoner denies being a bad criminal, but Hak Cheol says all criminals are the same. Hak Cheol then asks about the source of the fugitives' weapons, since he doesn't seem like military. The prisoner says he didn't get the weapons directly, but heard they arrived a few days ago. He explains that a helicopter dropped a box, and inside were 2 rifles and a grenade as supplies. The man says their boss kept 1 rifle, and another guy took a rifle from a fallen soldier. There are grenades too, and the rest are just melee weapons. Hak Cheol thinks the supplies were meant to support Special Forces personnel. He and Minjin are walking and realize someone is intentionally distributing weapons out there. Our boy considers this hypothesis, but he thinks it's impossible. Something catches Hak Cheol's attention, and when they look ahead, there are several infected on the ground. In fact, there are hundreds of completely incapacitated infected on the ground. Minjin tells Hak Cheol to run first because the infected don't attack him, and this would buy more time, but Hak Cheol replies that since they've come this far, it's better to look for the shelter entrance together. At that, they stop at a dead end, and Hak Cheol is shocked, asking if this is the end of the line. He notices a lot of red stuff on the fence and wonders if this could be the entrance to the shelter. Suddenly, some infected start running after them. Then Hak Cheol turns quickly and points his silenced rifle in the direction of the infected. The shot rings out, and red liquid splatters on the wall as the bullet hits a creature's head. A soldier appears at the fence and yells for them to get inside quickly and hide. Minjin collapses to the ground, exhausted upon entering the place. The iron gate is quickly shut with a large lock to prevent the infected from entering, who are groaning very loudly. The zombies thrash violently against the gate, unable to get through. Hak Cheol tries to thank the men for their help, but they point their guns at the pair and order them to drop their gear. The soldiers are very serious and don't want to chat with the duo. The man in military uniform demands they throw their weapons on the ground and raise their arms, calling them punks. The guy warns that there's another sniper aiming from a distance, and any funny business will be paid for dearly. Hak Cheol's weapon falls to the ground, and the soldier asks where they got that modern rifle. Minjin's friend replies that they just found the object on the way and had no more information. The soldier asks if they are from the Gunja Station shelter, but his colleague interrupts him, yelling at him to shut up. The soldier demands they only answer what's asked, and Hak Cheol apologizes, terrified. The soldier in uniform then asks where the 2 of them came from, and Hak Cheol introduces himself as an ordinary student. The armed man wonders how a normal student can handle that weapon like that. Hak Cheol tries to explain, saying there was a shootout days ago, and the group was rejected at the shelter entrance. He continues, saying they were being chased by those same armed and dangerous individuals. The nervous soldier yells, asking if they were one of the punks who tried to break in before. His partner intervenes and says that's enough, then states that these boys are not part of that group. The soldier explains that it was their first confrontation with armed individuals, so the alert remains at maximum in the area. He says they don't take out innocents, so they need to follow the verification protocol, and asks for their understanding. Then he informs them that first they must go to the isolation building and get tested, asking if they've been bitten. Our boy remains silent, head down with his hands up, thinking about the danger. At this moment, our protagonist thinks that his symptoms are disappearing, and that's lucky for him. But Minjin still thinks it's too dangerous to be tested right now, and gets tense about the situation. Minjin says that Oh Byong, Jun and Bae soon, Ho are his friends and must have arrived with his group. Our hero asks to find his friends before being tested and asks if they can check by radio. The other soldier looks at the first one and asks if they can't meet before the test, and his colleague agrees. He says the friends went out on patrol but should be back by now, so it's fine. The soldier then grabs the radio and says he's at West Gate 3 and has secured the arrival of 2 unidentified survivors. He explains that the boys said they are friends of Oh Byung Jun and Bae Soon Ho, so he asks for confirmation. The radio buzzes and says it's verifying the information and asks the soldier to wait a bit longer. The soldier then tells the boys to stay put because the answer will come soon. Minjin waits for confirmation, very worried and breaking into a cold sweat. And he looks at the soldiers without saying anything. The fear is clear on our boy's face as he hopes his friends are okay. The camera focuses on a building in the city at sunset, with the sky in shades of pink and orange, and the scene is calm. The city seems deserted and quiet despite all the chaos that has happened there before. The soldier speaks into the radio that he's in the control room, and the soldier in front of Minjin responds with a gesture. He gets tense and waits for the response from the control room. The soldier replies that Bae Soon Ho has returned, but Oh Byung Jun is not, and the survivors are a woman and a boy. Our hero is shocked and wonders why his friend hasn't come back yet. Then our protagonist is very surprised and asks what it means that his friend hasn't returned from patrol yet. He says all his friends arrived together in a car, and there should have been 2 women in the group. The soldier replies that a field report says one of the female survivors stayed behind looking for her friends. Minjin and Hak Cheol are shocked by the news, not understanding who stayed behind. The soldier in front of the 2 says that Oh Byung Jun is with the survivor and they should go to isolation. The soldier agrees with the order and says he will take the boys there immediately. Our protagonist then yells and asks the soldier to wait a moment and wonders if the friend who stayed behind is Hanena. Hak Cheol then says there is no other female survivor looking for them other than Hanena. He concludes that Oh Byung Jun must be with Hanena and the 2 are safe together. The soldier says they can lower their hands, and Minjin breathes a sigh of relief but is worried inside. Our boy mutters a curse and needs to think fast about what he'll do next. Minjin asks the soldier if he can go back to get his friend because she is waiting for them. The boy feels responsible for her and needs to ensure Hanena gets to the shelter safely. The soldier then says that if his friend is waiting, they don't need to go back for him. He says they will send patrols to bring them in, so they shouldn't worry. Besides, it's already getting dark, and the shelter's rules prohibit non-patrollers from leaving after 6 p.m. He explains that whoever enters the safe zone cannot leave whenever they want. The soldier tells Minjin to go to the hospital in the isolation building for the infection test. He informs him that the boy will undergo health checks and some procedures. Hak Cheol says that his friend Bae Soon Ho will be there, so they should meet up, and he will help him. Minjin says he can walk slowly on his own and doesn't need help to move. Then our protagonist asks where the other 2 who arrived at the shelter first are. The soldier replies that the woman and child should be in the isolation room. Our boy looks around and comments that the place is quite large, so the soldier explains that it started in the lobby of Gunja Station, with many survivors arriving. Some lost soldiers came, so they occupied the nearby buildings. He explains that they have now expanded the zone by hundreds of meters and have reached the outer gate. The soldier points to the barriers and fences, ensuring that security is a priority there. Minjin notices some signs warning to be careful of infected in the zone and asks if there are zombies nearby. The soldier says they haven't occupied all the buildings, and the infected remain in them. The soldier points to an office building, and Minjin wonders what he means by that. The view shows the sky darkening over a tall building. The soldier explains that they are trying to occupy that building as well, but it's difficult to eliminate all the infected. He says that occupying only the safe floors would already accommodate many survivors. Our protagonist is very surprised and thinks that's incredible. Wondering how they managed to do all that, he notices the hard work of the soldiers and the organization of the shelter. Then Minjin's worry returns to the test, and he thinks he needs to find a way to get through it. The risk of being detected as infected scares him, and he remains silent. A barbed wire fence is seen in front of a building, and the place looks deserted and cold. Minjin thinks about his situation, and he is very anxious. The sky is darkening with clouds in shades of purple and red, and the fire still burns in the neighboring building. Black smoke rises and shows that the fight is still going on nearby. Oh Byung Jun finds Minjin's baseball bat with nails in it, thrown in an abandoned room. The object is dirty with red liquid and completely rusted. The boy thinks that Minjin jumped from that building, and that's why he's alive, but he doesn't understand why he left the bat. The smoke from the fire makes our boy's scent disappear and reappear. Byung Jun is with Hanena at the location, and he warns that the fire could spread to their building, so they need to leave. But the girl calls him a pig, and he is startled by the sudden insult. Hina has her back to the boy and asks why he came back when she asked him to leave alone. The girl says she can find her friends without anyone's help there. Byong Jun is speechless and says he can't leave her alone because it's too dangerous for her. The boy worries about Hanena's safety amidst the city's chaos. Hanena is very surprised and asks if he knows how to use a weapon like that. The girl is suspicious of Minjin's friend's ability with the object. Byong Jun stammers and replies that he practiced shooting once or twice, and not much more than that. The girl understands what he said, but doesn't understand why the boy is so nervous. Then Hina turns her back and states that she doesn't need anyone but Minjin or Hak Cheol to survive. Byong Jun curses inwardly and thinks that her personality is still awful. The boy wonders what happened between the girl and Minjin for her to like our hero so much. He thinks that her indifference irritates him a lot. Hina says he's a disgusting loser who smells like a pig but thanks him for worrying about her. The girl speaks in a strange way. Byong Jun is very shocked and wonders if Hanena really thanked him and if she has feelings for him. His reaction is exaggerated, and he gets overly excited. The girl turns around and asks if he thought she would say he was a loser and says he was trying to be alone with her. The boy denies it, very surprised by what he heard. Hanena turns her face and tells him to stay by her side because she hates being alone in the chaos. The girl warns that she said something nice, and he has already completely lost his mind. Facing the door, she notices something. She perceives something behind the door. Hanena then hears a noise. Byong Jun tells her to hide immediately. The boy worries about the noise and the imminent danger. The sound of something scraping on the door is heard. Byong Jun and Hanena are hidden near the door with the bat and the gun ready to act. The noise of something dragging on the floor gets louder, and this scares them a lot. Hanena wonders if that noise is Minjin or Hak Cheol coming back to get them. The girl is very worried about the two of them and hopes they are okay. She wonders if the sound isn't from friends coming to her aid, and fear takes over her face. The noise gets louder, and she doesn't know what to expect from it. The image focuses on the top of a tall building with the name of a clinic on it. The dark and gray sky shows that night is falling in the city. The counter of a reception desk is dark and abandoned, but the emergency light illuminates the place. The environment seems calm, but the lack of people is concerning. Minjin and Hak Cheol walk in a lit hallway in the isolation building, and the place seems safe and quiet. Our hero thinks that his mother should be in a safe place like this. The boy in the red shirt runs towards Minjin and shouts his name. The boy is Bae Soon Ho, and Minjin calls him back, relieved to find him. Our protagonist asks about Hanena, and if they sent people to get her as they promised before. The boy is very worried about his friend's whereabouts. Bae Soon Ho sweats nervously and says they sent people back to the building. The boy seems apprehensive and can't look Minjin in the eye. He warns that they can get in contact with Oh Byong Jun, which scares Minjin. Our protagonist is shocked by the news and doesn't understand why his friend is missing. The scene shows the roof of the previous building. Oh Byong Jun's radio transmitter is on the floor of the abandoned rooftop, and no one answers. The fall of the radio indicates that something bad may have happened. Back in the isolation building, the door to room 2 is tightly closed, and it seems that someone inside is begging to be let out. Our hero shouts that he wants to go out to look for his friends and asks why the soldier is stopping him. The soldier explains that the two sent out also went missing, which increases the worry. Surgeon Ha Do Hyan is sure the armed group is to blame but warns that it is now late and dangerous. The soldier says that at night more creatures are on the streets, which makes the search almost impossible. The other soldier suggests that the protagonist go, and he argues that Minjin is a new survivor there and should bear the responsibility. Sergeant Ha Do Hyan is an experienced soldier from South Korea, and he finds the situation very confusing but maintains a serious posture. Meanwhile, the sergeant addresses our boy and says that he is the first person to arrive at the shelter and already wants to leave on the same day, which surprises him. At this, Minjin becomes tense with a fixed gaze, and Hak Cheol then calls him by his full name, Jung Min Jun, and he says nothing. His friend Kang Hak Cheol, with a wounded face, says that going out now at night is crazy and advises that it's best to wait for sunrise. Besides, he reminds him that our boy's leg is still badly injured. Our protagonist then ignores the advice and says that Kang Hak Cheol should stay there to recover, and he will go after Hanena and Byong Jun. Our boy reminds his friend of the survival rule, which is never to sacrifice yourself for anyone, but he adds that maybe it's time to break that survival rule and go after the others. Seeing Minjin's stubbornness, the sergeant says that some of them will go tomorrow at sunrise, but if our boy wants to go now, he allows it, which leaves him with nothing to argue about. The soldier promises to give the boy some equipment and suggests that he leave through West Exit 1, which is easier. Little Haejin looks worried and calls Minjin's name. Ha Do Hyan says he will lend our hero an electric scooter because of his injured leg. The sergeant explains that electric scooters are silent and better than noisy cars for hiding. Seeing the protagonist's determination, Kang Hak Cheol offers to pack the equipment in his backpack. Our boy just watches his friend in silence and becomes thoughtful with his help. Cheol watches the situation unfold intently. At this, the boy says Jung Minjin's name. The friend in military uniform suggests going together on the search, because he feels he should help our boy. Hak Cheol asks if he can have his weapon back to defend himself on the way. The other survivor, Kim Dong-jun, and the sergeant look at each other surprised, and the soldier mutters that everyone has gone crazy. Darkness takes over the city, and the buildings become almost invisible in the middle of the night. Sergeant Hado Hyan says that everything is ready. The soldier explains that they should leave by going straight, turning left, and continuing forward, but warns that there are new infected. The sergeant says the shots will distract the creatures so they can pass safely. At this, he hands over a pistol and says they should use it well, having already used a rifle before. With that, the sergeant says this is all they can do for him, and Minjin thanks him for the help. The soldier then grabs the radio and says they are ready for the attack, and the shootout begins. A very loud noise is heard from far away, and the sound of the infected screaming in pain scares everyone. Hak Cheol warns that the shootout has distracted the creatures, and now they can go after their friends. Kang Hak Cheol says they can go, and the group leaves with the electric scooter to start the search. Sergeant Hado Hyan watches the protagonist and wonders if it was right to give him a weapon that is so hard to come by. Sergeant Hado Hyan thinks the search must be for a family member or a loved one, and this intrigues him. The sky is very dark in the abandoned city. The camera focuses on a luxury building where the door says luxury room, and the place is abandoned. Inside, Hanena is on the floor and lets out a cry of terror. The young woman is surprised and fear dominates her face. One of the prisoners smiles and says he lost 2 colleagues but didn't expect to find such a beautiful girl there. He even scoffs that the deceased were useless, so everything worked out. At this moment, 3 more guys arrive and say they need to relax after the escape. A muscular, shirtless man approaches, and the others ask if he's going to start the fun. He tells everyone to get out of the way because he's in a hurry. The boy approaches the young Hanena. He places his hand on her lips. The guy says she's beautiful and asks for her age in a provocative way. Hina stares at him in silence, her face very pale. The young woman is clearly uncomfortable, and she tells her henchman not to do anything strange with her. Then the boy gets his henchman's attention. The muscular guy thinks Hina is too young for him. But Kwon Tae-sik, a former crime boss, laughs and says the world has ended and the law is worthless there. The boy in blue asks what morality or ethics should be considered since age doesn't matter. The other prisoner, Masang Kiel, calls his companion and asks if he's crazy for saying that out loud. The muscular G, who then turns around and starts adjusting his shirt in front of everyone. He addresses his friend, asking if he remembers how he was arrested, and advises him to be careful with his words. Jae-hyo warns that his colleague could meet his end at his hands if he continues like this. Kwon Tae-sik gets tense and apologizes to the muscular man and curses under his breath. Then the protagonist's chubby friend asks for a minute of their attention. The muscular man just ignores the request and says that if they use the girl well, they can take Gunja Station. He explains that the place is big and has a lot of food and weapons. Hanena is in a panic and asks if they are going to take out her friend. She begs them to spare the boy and says she will do anything to save him. The tied-up colleague, Masang Kiel, is very surprised that Hina called him a friend and begged for his life. He thinks she called him a friend and begged for him, and that means what he feels is true love. The tied-up boy thinks the girl definitely likes him, and there's no other explanation for this to happen. The criminal Kwon Tae-sik laughs and agrees with Jae-hyo, saying that taking out the fat guy would be a waste. He must have some use for the next mission. Then he suggests they can have a little fun with him and then finish him off with a cruel smile. The tied-up fat guy is terrified and asks what they mean by have fun. At this, Jae-hyo ignores them and turns to Hanena, asking if she has ever taken the life of an infected creature. The young woman doesn't answer, and he questions how she survived until now without protecting herself. He then falls silent without her answer. With that, he tells her to start defending herself right now, and the prisoner Kwon Tae-sik is astonished. The criminal asks if he would really do that and says it would be a waste of a beautiful girl. The prisoner Masang Kiel then responds excitedly that he's already starting to prepare everything for their fun. Hanena is scared and doesn't understand what they want to do with her. The prisoner Kwon Tae-sik thinks Jae-hyo is very cruel and didn't expect this attitude. The muscular Song Jae-hyo approaches and says she needs to protect her body and not be a victim of bandits like them. At this moment, he holds her and sticks a fork in her hand, scaring her greatly. Jae-hyo tells her not to worry and says it's no big deal. He encourages her to focus on attacking her enemies' faces with the fork without mercy. The boy tells her to think that they are people who want to abuse her, and to fight with all her anger and survival instinct. He says that's how she can survive in this world. Then they go to another room. Hanena screams in terror as she is thrown into this room. She turns around and doesn't understand what just happened. The environment is a mess, with broken objects and red liquid stains everywhere. A very strange noise is heard from far away. Hanena is standing with the fork in her hands and mutters that this can't be real. A dragging noise at the door scares the young woman. Then an infected falls to the floor of the room she's in. Song Jae-hyo says he made the fight easier for the girl by cutting off the infected's arms. The boy says that to survive in this cruel world, she needs to go a little crazy. He challenges her to survive now that the chance is clear. The door closes and she hears a growl from inside. Hanena is desperate and asks how she can do this, saying she can't. In that instant, the infected gets up and moves toward her. Hanena lets out a scream of panic upon seeing the creature come towards her. She dodges the monster's attack. She is completely terrified. Sweat runs down the young woman's face. Then she screams in fear, certain that danger is imminent. With that, Hina tries to turn the doorknob desperately, begging for someone to spare her from this terrible situation. The girl pounds on the door with force and asks for it to be opened so she can escape before it's too late. But the creature advances again, screaming too loudly, and the young woman can only let out another sharp scream of fear. The infected subject then presses Hina against the wall, trying to bite her. At this, the metal utensil falls to the floor of the room, showing that the survivor has given up fighting for her life. The infected grows very close with a deformed face, and the desperate young woman screams loudly, begging for help. She continues with a sad and desperate face, begging for anyone to help her in that moment of crisis. Then, before she was bitten, someone appears at the last moment. Suddenly, the creature is thrown forcefully away from Hina, falling to the ground. The young woman turns and looks ahead with an expression of astonishment, because the mysterious man saved her. The criminal asks why he helped her. At that, the bandit Kwon Tae-sik asks why Jiu, who was helping Hanena during the fight, and questions if it was too boring to take out the girl so quickly. After picking up the fork again, he returns the fork to her hand, and the criminal says that to survive this whole mess, you have to lose your mind a little. Then the creature starts to growl again. At that moment, he grabs the infected by the neck. The infected creature screams very loudly and advances towards the two with fury, so the fight is inevitable. Looking at the young woman, the dark-haired boy says that this is for her own good, and she needs to feel what it's like to go crazy to protect herself. Hina is very surprised by the criminal's courage and brutality. The bandit holds the utensil with her, and the young woman prepares to stab the infected with full force. Hanena delivers the blow to the subject with everything she has, and red liquid spreads widely on the floor. The red stuff spreads completely on their faces. The infected falls completely lifeless. Then the completely dirty fork falls to the ground. The man then comments that she needs to take lives to survive. Hanena is on her knees on the floor, her hands dirty with red liquid, amidst the chaos of the room. The criminal says she has the right to feel scared, and that's how people change little by little. He continues, saying it's for her own good and that the young woman must be strong to survive. Looking at her, the subject states that she will have to do this without his help sooner or later. He warns that they will continue training until she can defend herself alone by taking out the creatures. The sky outside is darkening over the city's buildings at dusk. On the street, the ambulance is abandoned, and a tire is loose in the middle of the wreckage. Then our hero Minjin appears with Kang Hak Cheol on silent electric scooters on the street. The infected creatures run, chasing them. Hak Cheol asks if the shelter is really near Jangdae Station, and our protagonist confirms it is. Our boy is tense and sweating in search of Hanena and Byong Jun. Then he has flashbacks of when he was captured. He remembers the masked bandit who was on the radio and said he had captured a survivor near the station. He said the location is near the station but couldn't give the exact address. The subject hiding in the bathroom grumbles because he has to act like a servant for Ji-ho, and he could have said where it was before. He then comments again on the location of the hideout. It was near Jangdae Station. The two subjects continue walking, and Minjin asks if they shouldn't go straight to Jangdae Station. Hak Keel then says they need to check the last building because Byong Jun's last radio message came from the roof of the location. Also, there's a chance the friend hasn't been captured by the criminals yet, which gives a little hope. The duo notices that the fire in the building is getting bigger, and they wonder if the place is safe for them to enter. But the fire hasn't spread to the neighboring building, so the guys should hurry with their search. The building inside is completely dark. They enter the building, and the driver is thankful that the place is still safe for them to continue up the stairs. Suddenly, the duo finds a blood-stained subject on the floor in a military uniform with a survivor's armband. Hak Cheol notices that the armband indicates he is from the Gunja Station survivor group and wonders if he was caught by the bandits. At this, the two are confused and look at the location. Then Minjin sees something strange on the floor near the stairs. Our hero notices there are bullet casings on the floor and wonders what happened. The driver confirms that the bandits used the same rifles as his and were attacked by the criminals. He concludes that the place where the casings fell suggests they were caught by surprise and had their weapons stolen by the survivor group. The driver's rifle belonged to one of the aggressors, so he knew there was another weapon just like it, and the danger continued. Then Minjin wonders if Hina and Byong Jun were also caught by the bandits during the whole confusion. The driver warns that it's better for them to go up and check the roof from where the last radio transmission came. Black smoke rises in the dark sky, and the fire consumes the neighboring building in the middle of the night. On the deserted roof, the duo finds the radio transmitter of Byong Jun, and the absence of bodies indicates they were captured. Hak Cheol picks up the radio and tries to communicate, saying they've reached the roof and found 2 deceased on the emergency stairs. He warns that they didn't find Byong Jun or Hanena, so the group is heading straight to Jayongdae Station. Our boy Minjin, with a tense face, listens to everything and understands the gravity of the situation. The sky is dark over the city, and the duo arrives at an alley near the station exit. In this location, there are many infected and debris, so they must proceed on foot and in silence. Looking around, our boy comments that there are dozens of buildings in the alley and wonders how to find the right place. Suddenly, they notice a subject sitting on the roof of a building, observing everything with a rifle in hand. The man is Oh Sangmin, a 27-year-old criminal who was on watch on the roof. He thinks the bandits from Gunja Station would never find this place, so he questions why he has to stand guard. The criminal grumbles because a kid younger than him acts like the boss and leaves him doing silly tasks. Suddenly, a flash of light appears on the criminal's face. At this moment, the criminal is startled and asks who is there with a very serious expression. The bandit with the gun in hand is caught by surprise, and he questions who the intruders at the base are. But he didn't expect it was a trap to distract him. Quickly, Hak Cheol appears behind him with a knife to his neck. The criminal is terrified by the question Hak Cheol had asked and doesn't know how to answer. The driver demands an answer and gives him 3 seconds to say how many bandits are inside. The driver then tells Minjin to enter quickly because there's no time to lose in the search. Our boy quickly obeys the order. Then he enters the dark building. Going up the stairs, the duo enters the building's hallway cautiously in search of Hina. Looking around, Hak Cheol notices something. A door. Then Minjin notices that the elevator door is open. He approaches the door and hears a noise coming from the elevator shaft, which worries him even more. He notices that the elevator ceiling is open. Now we see a completely destroyed and dirty hallway. The fat guy is still tied up on the floor of the room with a blood-stained face, swearing he knows nothing. The criminals are trying to get information out of the chubby guy. The subject torturing him is Jung Ji-hoon, a 30-year-old ex-military man who asks if the other wants to have a finger chopped off. The other bandit, Kwon Tae-sik, just watches the situation without saying a word about the torture. However, he suspects he heard something, so he decides to go check it out alone. He walks down the hallway to the elevator door that is open. The duo stopped in front of the open elevator in the darkness of the hallway as the driver was ready to enter the hideout. Hak Cheol uses the radio and warns that the hideout is near exit 1 of Gyeongdae Epyu Station and that he found the prisoners. So he decides he will enter the location first to check what's happening there and if it's safe for the search. He says he will go down alone and asks Minjin not to go unless he needs help down there, and that our hero should be careful. Soon we're back to seeing that completely messy hallway. Then some growls from the infected that Hanena is facing. Inside, the muscular bandit Song Ji Hugh holds the infected for another of Hanena's training sessions. Next, we see Hanena crying with fear, and she begs the bandit to stop hurting her friend who is tied up there. The young woman holds the fork surrounded by several other infected she has already defeated. The criminal, with a serious look, says the fight is not to hurt her but because he considers her a special person capable of fighting. With that, he tells Minjin's colleague that she needs to fight with all her survival strength again and become stronger. He leaves Hanena with the wounded creature that approaches her. She begs for mercy. In that instant, he leaves the room and leaves Hina. He hears the creature's growls from outside. He stands on the other side of the room with a completely sinister expression. Then suddenly, he feels something that makes him look back quickly. His attention turned to the elevator. At this moment, Hak Cheol is in the elevator hatch, holding his silenced rifle so as not to make noise. And he looks down from the elevator cabin. The driver then finishes descending from the shaft and steps onto the floor with his sneakers, landing without making much noise. He hears movement approaching the elevator. The side character approaches slowly. Hak Cheol quickly notices the man's presence. He didn't expect it and is completely surprised when he comes face to face with Hak Cheol. The bandit is scared when he sees the driver, and he fearfully asks who the guy is and what he's doing. Before he could react, Hak Cheol shoots the side character in the leg, making him scream. The side character's scream of pain alerts the criminals who are beating up the chubby guy. They wonder what the scream was just now. Another criminal then decides to go investigate. Then he notices that in the background is his accomplice, sitting on the floor. Hak Cheol points his weapon at Masang Cheol, who is scared, and he warns the prisoner to stay quiet if he wants to survive. Cheol continues to point his rifle at the boy so he doesn't give him away. He thinks that even with military training, this operation is too risky for him to continue alone. The subject remembers that the person interrogated before said there was a large group at the location, and he needs to be more careful. Then he remembers there were 7 criminals in total, counting the watchman, Minjin's kidnapper, and 3 more men. If the driver's calculations are correct, there should be at least 3 more people in that building. He remembers they had rifles and grenades, and if they got more weapons from the Gunja Station bandits, there will be at least 2 shooters. Therefore, he thinks that using the prisoner Mai Sang Chil as a hostage might be the smartest way to get Hanena and Oh Byong Jun out of there. At that, the bandit screams that Ma Sang Chil was shot by a guy from Gunja Station who is also armed. He continues screaming curses and asks the other bandit to hand over the gun quickly for him to use in the fight against the driver. Another criminal, who is an ex-Special Forces soldier, grabs the gun from the sofa. Hak Chil asks who went after 2 friends from the shelter and asks if they are hiding there. The hallway is dark, making it difficult for them to see. Hak Chil cleverly asks if his friends are there. At this moment, the chubby guy responds by shouting that he and Hanena are indeed there and asks for help. Jung Ji-hoon is startled by his friends yelling, and he angrily tells Ma Sang Chil to shut up. Our boy Minjin hears Oh Byong Jun scream and calms down a bit because at least he and Hina are okay and alive. Then one of the criminals demands that he identify himself. Hak Chil is silent for a moment. Then he introduces himself as an agent from the UDT of Gunja Station and warns that dozens of soldiers are surrounding them. He warns that soon everyone there will be forced to surrender and asks if they aren't just 3 people inside. The bandits are scared and wonder if UDT means Special Forces and if they were lost in the crisis. But the other thinks the driver seems inexperienced and that UDT might just be a lie to scare them. He thinks that if they had more agents, they would have entered at the same time. Then he realizes that the numbers are even and that the advantage is not with the driver, but gets irritated because he knew how many bandits were there. The bandit thinks the driver has the guts to enter the location shooting, but he doesn't know if this is professionalism or pure madness. He concludes that the driver could be a fearless madman or an amateur posing as a professional Special Forces agent. At this, Hak Chil suggests negotiating and proposes a deal to get out of that dangerous and unexpected situation. He warns that he's aiming at the wounded prisoner, and that one shot could take his life immediately if the driver doesn't surrender. He says that in exchange for his friend's life, they must let Hanena and Oh Byong Jun go. The bandits look at each other, and one of them asks what they should do and questions where Song Jae-hyo is in the confusion. He wonders if Jae-hyo is on the girl Hanena's side, and if they betrayed him. The other bandit gets angry, and he tells his colleague to throw the grenade in that location right away. The chubby guy begs Hak Chil to save him, and he screams for them to let him go. The wounded side character, afraid of the grenade, starts calling for Ji-hyo's help. Hak Chil notices someone approaching that catches his attention. In his flip-flops approaches. He enters the place in flip-flops and shorts, and he thinks the situation is taking too long, carrying his rifle. The driver is surprised to see Jae-hyo arrive. Jung Ji-hoon shouts Jae-hyo's name and remembers his friend's #1 survival rule. The bandit Ji-hyo warns that if a colleague is in danger because of a member, he must meet his end. Then, the bandit Ji-hyo shoots his own friend Ma Sang Chil, covering his body in red liquid. The driver is shocked and wonders if he's really seeing this happen right in front of him. The driver tries to shoot Ji-hyo, but the bandit is faster and grabs his rifle. With violence, Jae-hyo knees Hak Chil in the chin, making him fall backward, but something catches him by surprise. A surprised Jae-hyo looks at our protagonist, who has his finger on the trigger of the gun. Jae-hyo also points his rifle at the protagonist. Minjin, with the gun in hand, begs them to release Hanena and Oh Byong Jun and to find another hostage. Jae-hyo looks at the protagonist and mutters the girl's name, as he now knows her name. Then he suddenly lowers the rifle that was pointed at the protagonist. But one of the other side characters was already aiming at the protagonist, so Ji-hyo interrupts and tells him not to shoot. The bandits wonder if they are friends now. Ji-hyo says he will let everyone go except Hanena, as he feels something special for the young woman. He states that this feeling is strong even with little time together. Minjin tenses up at the revelation. Our boy comes to his senses and warns that Ji-hyo must release Hanena before he shoots him. The bandit understands that Hanena is Minjin's trigger and wonders if they are having an affair. At this, Minjin hears the sound of footsteps, and the other bandit says that the reinforcements from Gunja Station are coming. Jae-hyo is surprised and thinks that he didn't expect the reinforcements to arrive so quickly. The bandit then warns that if Minjin shoots him, the sniper from afar will shoot our protagonist, which would put him at a disadvantage. Hyo just sighs. He tells Minjin to lower the gun so he won't be taken out by the sniper, and tells him to just hurry up and find her. Jae-hyo then says that Hanena is in a room alone, fighting an infected, and Minjin is startled. The protagonist asks what the bandit did to Hanena and Jae-hyo says they will see each other again if there's an opportunity. Minjin runs quickly in search of Oh Byong Jun and his friend Hanena to save them from the crisis. The protagonist finds Oh Byong Jun and asks if Hanena was with him. The friend says the girl is not in the room with him. The chubby guy is frustrated that he didn't save him first. Minjin then turns the doorknob and enters the room. Inside, he calls for her. Finally, our hero enters the room and sees Hanena on her knees in the middle of a lot of red liquid. She doesn't turn or move, seeming to be completely paralyzed by fear of the situation. He calls Hina's name very softly. Minjin approaches his classmate very quickly and asks if the girl is okay after so much suffering. Hanena turns and grabs our hero's arm with all her strength. The girl throws herself at our hero and hugs him tightly without saying a single word. Crying a lot, the girl can only sob, clinging to her friend's body. Our boy is sweating a lot and is completely surprised by her reaction. At this, our hero raises his hand very slowly and places it on his friend's head to comfort her. He understands the young woman's panic and tries to calm her sobs. Then our boy comforts her and says she is safe now and doesn't need to worry. Outside, the emergency door is open and the hallway looks very dark. But the calm lasts very little because the reinforcements take complete control of the place. At this, the sergeant hears someone on the radio reporting that they chased the bandits for about 300 meters but lost them in the confusion. The sergeant commands on the radio for everyone to return to the meeting point soon. He explains that it's dangerous to spread out, so they should return to Gunja Station. The sergeant is also not happy about not being able to catch the bandits. Then Sergeant Hado Hyan says the job was well done and is impressed. He thought he had heard that Hak Cheol was just a high school student. Hak Cheol then says he has taken many lives and is afraid that the enemies will come back for revenge. He speaks with a very tense look and breaks into a cold sweat at the idea of being a hunter. The sergeant quickly tells him not to worry and that they need to be more careful. He says the number of enemies has decreased, but they shouldn't let their guard down for anything. At this, Cheol asks where Minjin learned to use firearms. The boy is a bit surprised by the sergeant's unexpected question but explains. Hak Cheol is apprehensive with the questions, but he is firm in his version and convinces the sergeant. The sergeant just lets it go for now. Then we arrive at room 201. Our boy lifts his shirt and shows a large, ugly scar. Seeing the stitched wound, the sergeant is startled and thinks it might be infected. Hak Cheol asks if the sergeant could keep this a secret, and the sergeant agrees for now and suggests something. At this, Hak Cheol reveals that he has a doctor who is someone he trusts a lot. They will do the tests, and he takes full responsibility. Minjin is surprised by what he just heard. With that, our protagonist hands over the pistol and comments that it was very useful in the raid. He hurries to say that he actually didn't fire a single shot, but the sergeant doesn't care about his friend's confession and states that this is completely resolved. Hak Cheol tells our protagonist to keep the gun, and Minjin is astonished by the decision. Our protagonist thanks him. Meanwhile, night dominates the city and the stars shine. At this moment, they must undergo tests and a full day in quarantine. This is necessary for them to be able to stay at the Gunja Station shelter with the survivor group. However, their real shelter is the Gangnam shelter, so they can't stay there for long. So Hak Cheol asks if the sergeant has any news from the Gangnam shelter because Minjin's mother and his sister are there. According to Sergeant Hado Hyan a week ago, the radio had reported on the situation. He states that the Gangnam shelter does exist and is the largest in Seoul. However, with the exception of short-range radios, all communication is down. This means that the current situation in Gangnam is a mystery to everyone. To summarize the situation, South Korea and the entire Korean peninsula are going through their worst moment. The infection rate has increased too much, swallowing the entire country, and the South Korean government has practically collapsed. From Seoul to Busan, there is no city that is safe. However, shelters of various sizes have appeared everywhere, and some prisons are being used as refuges with a total blockade from the outside. Moreover, the situation in South Korea's neighboring countries is very worrying. North Korea has sealed all its borders, but no one knows if the infection has already reached there. Japan immediately declared a total lockdown when the crisis began in South Korea, but Korean and Japanese refugees tried to go to Japan by boat, and some of them brought the infection there. Drops of red stuff stained the asphalt floor. Finally, the infection even appeared in Japan, which had completely isolated itself from the crisis. In the midst of all the global danger, the United States seems to be getting more involved than other countries. It's impossible to know what will happen from now on. Sergeant Hado Hyan has a theory that the beginning of the crisis was not an accident, but rather a type of serial bioterrorism carried out by someone with a very well thought-out plan. He thinks about the sudden infections that happened at the same time throughout the country, also about the communication that completely stopped in just one day, and finally, the appearance of the infected even in prisons and military bases. All of this is too strange to be just a meaningless coincidence. While a news report about crimes with murders is playing, some think that North Korea has something to do with it. Even so, the cause of everything has not been discovered by anyone. But the sergeant thinks that the most likely cause of all this has to do with the game Rage Z. The sergeant remembers that on the day the crisis began, there was a live event for Rage Z, and the infected in real life were very similar to the zombies in the game. Players like Byong Jun and Minjin had been thinking about this for a long time. At this, Minjin meets a group of survivors, and one of them wonders if the current situation is linked to the game. Our boy agrees with this idea. The theory is that someone spread the virus in Korea on purpose and dropped weapons and supplies from the sky to make a survival game, or that the creator of the game intentionally planned the disaster, or even that some foreign tycoon who loves the game too much planned all this. but the real truth is still unknown to everyone. Minjin wonders why South Korea of all places was chosen. If they were going to do something like this, they could have done it anywhere else in the world. The game became reality. Then we see the entrance to the clinic. In the meantime, Ha-jun and her mother finished their exams safely, and thanks to the surgeon, they were able to reunite in quarantine. Finally, Ha-jun and her mother finished their exams safely. At this moment, the girl who is the side character's sister shouts Ha-kang, and the other exclaims, Sai Star. However, the mood is not one of complete joy, as our hero regrets that the teacher was infected on the way. He thinks it would be very good if the master were there with them now. From the outside, we see that the place is well protected with barbed wire fences, ensuring that nothing gets in. In the waiting room, Hanena is sitting in silence while waiting for her turn to do the exams. She seems distant and lost in thought, staring blankly into space. Noticing that his colleague is very quiet, our protagonist calls her name to see if she reacts. Then the young man asks if she is really okay since she was staring into space with a dead fish face. He notices that his friend has been out of it since they reached the safety of the shelter, smiling. She assures him that her mind has already recovered. But our hero knows that taking someone out with a fork leaves scars, even if she tries to hide it. He knows that the recent trauma hasn't just disappeared. After all, the scene of her covered in red stuff, surrounded by bodies in that apartment, was too heavy for anyone. The memory of that violent moment is still very fresh in both of their minds. Therefore, he concludes that the young woman must be in deep shock, even while trying to hide it with this forced smile. Changing the subject, the boy in the red shirt says she's next to enter the exam room, but her reaction is strange. He tries to act naturally but realizes he's walking on eggshells with the girl. Annoyed, the brunette asks him not to call her by her name and asks if they are close enough for that. Later that night, the result comes out, confirming that both she and the injured friend were not infected. The news brings great relief to the group, who can now rest a little. However, the injured, chubby guy had many injuries and was diagnosed with the need to be hospitalized for several weeks. Finally, it's our hero's turn, who enters the room a little anxious but fully trusting the surgeon and the doctor. Once inside, he lifts his shirt, showing the stitched wound, and questions if it's normal to have no symptoms after a week. He explains that sometimes his skin changes color and he gets a high fever, but then it goes back to normal as if nothing had happened. The doctor observes everything very carefully and states with absolute certainty that she can give the diagnosis just by looking at it. This is Moon Seo-rin, 27 years old, who, besides being a former internal medicine resident, is the surgeon's girlfriend. At this, the protagonist is in total shock when the woman drops the bomb that he is indeed infected with the zombie virus. She says she will do blood tests, but since a day has passed without transformation, his immunity is the most likely scenario. Hearing this, the boy thinks that being immune could be the key to creating a cure to save humanity. But fear strikes, and he asks if he will become a lab rat like in horror movies and games. The doctor quickly calms the young man, explaining that in that precarious shelter, they have neither the people nor the equipment to create vaccines. She comments that maybe Japan or America could, and reveals that she already knew about his case through her surgeon boyfriend. For now, the woman decides to keep his infection a total secret, and our hero thanks her, relieved for her help. However, not everything is rosy, and the doctor warns that there is a condition, and a serious promise that he needs to keep now. Then we return to the hospital corridor. Leaving the room, the protagonist walks down the corridor, touching his neck and processing the fact that he carries the virus. He told everything to the brunette, who is surprised to confirm that her friend is really immune to the plague. She listens attentively with wide eyes as he explains that the doctor will continue researching. But the waifu's expression changes suddenly when our boy mentions that the doctor told him something very important, out of nowhere. The girl runs off desperately, pushing him aside and ignoring any of his explanations. Hanena bursts into the room and shouts for the doctor, scaring the woman with her sudden invasion. The doctor tries to dismiss her, but the brunette insists, saying she needs to talk about something urgent right now. Seo-rin is confused by the girl's desperation and realizes that the matter is really very serious. The atmosphere becomes tense, and the diplomas on the shelf seem to observe the heavy silence that settles in. Noticing the hesitation, the professional crosses her arms and asks her to spit out what she wants. Dying of embarrassment, the waifu begs for the conversation not to leave that room and to remain a total secret. She mentions Minjin's name very softly and sets the stage for the doubt that consumes her inside. Stuttering, the young woman asks if the infected boy can have affection with a woman. The doctor's eyes widen and she is paralyzed, trying to process the audacity of that spicy question. Totally incredulous, the doctor lets out a "what?" and can't believe she heard such nonsense in the apocalypse. The astonished doctor asks Hanena what she means. At this, Hanena, all red, stammers to explain that if Jung Minjin is infected, she is referring to that kind of thing with a woman. Then the still shocked doctor turns to Hina, expecting a much better explanation. She then asks Hanena why she is asking such a stupid question like that all of a sudden. Suddenly, the doctor realizes everything and wonders, astonished, if Hina and our protagonist were secretly dating. Hina turns very red and quickly shouts that they are not dating and are just very close, like siblings. Meanwhile, the girl argues that if our hero can't have a relationship, he would live a horrible life without children, so the doctor tries to calm the young woman. The doctor crosses her arms and says she understands her colleague's concern but wants to ask a question first. So she asks Hanena if she would kiss a zombie walking down the street, and the young woman is confused. She then explains that Jung Minjin is the same type of infected as those creatures outside on the street. Hina tenses upon hearing that he is completely infected, and that she should not get close to him. The doctor repeats that our protagonist is someone Hanena should not get close to at all, as a precaution. The doctor warns that infection occurs through wounds and blood, but doesn't rule out saliva or body fluids. Besides, using the same utensils or having physical contact is dangerous, and Minjin's body is a living threat. Finally, Hanena leaves the room knowing that our boy cannot stay in the shelter, and that he is an infected person. He just isn't biting anyone yet. The doctor warns that excessive contact and sharing food or water would be dangerous, so she ordered our boy to follow these rules strictly. However, she says that our hero could become aggressive at any moment, so he must be very careful because if he turns into a zombie, he could be taken out on the spot, and he has to accept that risk. At this, Hina approaches the protagonist, who asks what they talked about before. Then she lies, saying it was nothing important. He says the doctor told him it was very dangerous when they ate together before because, due to him, other people could easily be infected. Then he says he must always wear long clothes outside and avoid direct contact with others because the infection is not airborne. But he needs to be very careful. With that, our hero, in a low voice, says that if she continues to travel with him, the young woman will expose herself to the risk, and he fears that Hina will end up being infected too. With the intention of finding his mother, our boy thinks he must go alone now, and he says the choice is the young woman's, but he needs to go without her. Seeing the danger, Hina tries to hold back her tears, then a tear runs down her beautiful face, and she feels great sadness at this moment. Suddenly, the young woman turns and runs very fast away from the protagonist, leaving our boy behind, surprised. Our protagonist stands there speechless. The scene changes to a very dark corridor. In that location, Hina is sitting alone with her arms crossed in the dark. Minjin then enters the room and sees Hina sitting there alone, and he asks, a little awkwardly, if the young woman is angry with him. He thanks her for fighting to get there, and she shows that he is really very grateful. Our boy starts to worry again and says he is afraid of her getting infected too, because he thinks it's better for them to go separately to protect themselves. Our hero explains that this is a safe place and there are many people, so she would be less lonely without him. He says he was thinking of the young woman when he said that, and she gets annoyed, wondering why he has those stupid thoughts. Hina looks at Minjin and says that she missed her mother in the United States, and that's why she was a little depressed, and it wasn't because of him, so he didn't need to worry. The young woman admits that it's not that great to be with our boy, but she promised to help him find his mother, so she wants to keep her promise. She states that if she gets infected because of him, it's her own problem, and apologizes for rushing off before. She thanks him for coming to her rescue and says he must be tired, so he needs to go rest a bit. Then he leaves, leaving her alone. She sighs and is frustrated that she could be infected just by being near the protagonist. Hina sighs deeply and curls up against the wall of the room alone, and her fear is real. The camera focuses on the hospital reception, an empty and silent place at the moment. The scene returns to the day, and the building shows the internal medicine reception illuminated by the sun with clouds in the blue sky. Minjin sees Kang Hak Cheol with a broken leg and bandages all over his body, so the driver needs 5 weeks of treatment. Our boy is surprised and thinks that he risked a lot to get there with his whole body injured. He realizes they have no choice but to stay 5 weeks at the shelter before going to Gangnam. Minjin then thinks that he imagined the shelter would be a very strict place because it was run by the military, but he was very mistaken. The protagonist introduces himself to Chief An Hyung Ji, who is the director of the shelter and was previously the commander of a mechanized battalion. Chief An smiles at our protagonist and says it must have been difficult to survive and tells him to make himself comfortable and ask for whatever he needs. At this, Minjin thinks the shelter director seems to be a very kind man. However, he later discovers that Chief An hates the infected a lot because his wife and children were attacked by the creatures. The man angrily orders all the infected to be taken out and no longer sees them as people. Then the director orders the immediate execution of anyone with the disease before they fully transform, and our protagonist needs to hide his infection. Minjin realizes that the only condition for living there is to be monitored by Sergeant Hado Hyan because he could turn into a zombie at any time. To be watched by the sergeant, our boy stays in a room right next to his in the Gashawon, and he thinks it's practically heaven to be there. In addition, Hak Cheol and Hanena came to live in the same Goshuan building with the other survivors. The building's corridor is completely clean with a checkered floor and fire extinguishers nearby. Our protagonist turns on the faucet and is surprised because there is still running water in the place. Minjin thinks that if they have nowhere to go, they can live there, and it will be more comfortable if they expand the safe zone. However, he knows that to find his mother, our hero must leave that safe place soon. Then suddenly he falls silent. He starts to remember Hanena sitting in her room. Our hero, lying in bed, realizes that Hanena promised she would help find his mother. She says she will keep her promise to go with him, and it doesn't matter if she gets infected because that's her problem. He felt that her promise was from the heart. Our protagonist sighs because he wonders if he made a mistake in what he said before. He understands that Hanena is gradually opening up, and that's why they have become closer than they were in the past. But this means she has become someone precious to him, and he can't take unnecessary risks. Our boy is very worried, thinking that the young woman could be infected because of him or even meet her end. He can't even imagine that this could happen and feels very distressed. We see the building on a beautiful day. The shelter started on the platform of Gunja Station but grew so much that the residential zones were divided by buildings. With this, the number of survivors increases, and they need more zones to accommodate everyone. Minjin observes that in the shelter, the rules are minimal, and everything seems so calm that it reminds him of the world before the crisis. However, he realizes that this piece makes him feel a bit strange, because it's no longer normal to have calm in that world. At this moment, a boy with glasses comments to the group that there are a few more students from their old school among the survivors and points to where the group is. Suddenly, a female voice shouts Hina's name, and the young woman is completely frozen and surprised when she looks ahead and recognizes who called her in that place. Then two girls run to their friend, as they can't believe the waifu is alive, and the trio starts screaming with emotion at the completely unexpected reunion. The girls start chattering nonstop about how they escaped, and our hero just watches from a distance, remembering that the brunette was friends with everyone in the class. But the chat is cut short when one of the students points to the protagonist and asks if that's not Jung Minjin behind her. The curious girl asks if our hero came with her, and the waifu replies a bit awkwardly that things just ended up that way. At this, the colleague laughs, saying that this combination of the two is very strange, and admits she is surprised because she thought Four Eyes had already kicked the bucket. But the mood gets heavy when the friend asks about Hina's parents, and our protagonist gets tense and breaks into a cold sweat, because he knows this is a delicate subject. Realizing this, the waifu cuts the chat short, saying they have a lot to talk about later, but now they need to go because they will be staying in the same building. Our boy just watches them after she cut off the delicate subject. Then we see an electric fryer and some condiments. At this moment, Sergeant Ha-do Hyen talks to the group and mentions the possibility of using an underground tunnel as an escape route. Hak Cheol explains that all the bridges on the Han River are blocked, so the only option would be to go to Gangnam through the subway Line 5 tunnel. However, the soldier warns that the current situation is difficult, and without a helicopter for rescue, it would be better to rest there for a few days without thinking about leaving. So to clarify things better, the sergeant suggests that they go down to Gunja Station so he can personally show them the situation on the platform. With that, we see the station's signpost under a blue sky. Upon arriving at the entrance to the subway, they are faced with a closed iron gate in the dim light that separates the safe area from the darkness below. The sergeant explains that in the past, this fire barrier was crucial to prevent the infected from entering. As they walk through the place, the soldier says that now entry is prohibited for civilians, but in the beginning, several survivors slept on the floor of this area. Going down the stairs, the group realizes that the atmosphere is becoming more tense. As they look through the station's glass, they notice several creatures wandering aimlessly. The surgeon explains that the next station is infested with monsters that probably came out of the trains or invaded the tracks, turning the tunnel into an anthill. He admits that the dream would be to clear this underground route to cross the river, but unfortunately they don't have enough soldiers to deal with so many threats. In addition, the soldier warns that even if they cleared the tunnel, there would be a risk of the other side being completely blocked, which would make all the effort pointless. Hearing all that, our protagonist starts to break into a cold sweat. Then he gets their attention. He remembers that when his infection symptoms appear, he is physically exhausted, but strangely, the creatures ignore him as if he were one of them. So, determined to use this to his advantage, he shocks everyone by suggesting that he could cross the tunnel alone as soon as the disease manifested in his body again. The sergeant then asks if the zombies don't attack him when the infection symptoms appear. He questions how long the symptoms last, and our boy replies that it takes 1 to 2 hours. Our hero also says that during this time, his physical condition is terrible, and he can barely stay on his feet. The soldier finds this unbelievable but points out that there is a very big problem with the plan. He shows a map explaining that the distance to check the other side of the tunnel is 4 kilometers. With this, he worries that the symptoms will pass and our hero will be attacked, but Minjin suggests using an electric scooter. The surgeon thinks the idea is very dangerous because they don't know when the symptoms will appear or disappear. He reveals that they are already having difficulty maintaining the shelter and that 2 people have passed because of the prisoners. He says they need to focus on security, so our boy asks if he can go alone since he is infected. Hanena, with a serious look, shouts that there is no way he is going to do that. She despairs and asks who will become a widow if he takes such a risk, but she sees she made a gaffe and corrects herself, saying that he will overwork himself. Hak Cheol agrees that the idea is very reckless because the duration of the symptoms is uncertain. He suggests that they observe more and then ask the soldiers for help to cross the tunnel. The scene shows the entrance to the city's railway, which is blocked. A soldier stands guard in front of the subway entrance. They walk towards the soldier who is on guard. Suddenly, the protagonist Hain turns with a confused expression on her face. Hanena's eyes then widen in surprise. She sees a woman in a black jacket and a man right behind her. The woman is Choi Soo-jin, 36 years old, and she is Hanena's stepmother. The stepmother then laughs and asks if the girl is still alive, mocking her. At this, the young woman remembers a call to her stepmother at the beginning of everything. Hina tried to speak desperately, but the woman just shouted that she was busy. She begged for help and said she was trapped on the emergency stairs of the building, but the stepmother told her to fend for herself, and the young woman was shocked by the response. She said she was also trying to survive and hung up the phone in the girl's face. The stepmother simply ignored the pleas for help and hung up the cell phone without a second thought. The woman turned her back on her stepdaughter without any guilt. Back in the present, Hina has a bitter taste in her mouth as she remembers the betrayal. Our hero is confused, not understanding what is happening. Our protagonist asks Hina if she knows that person. The girl confirms with a simple yes and an expression. Hanena then reveals that this woman is the famous crazy person who abandoned her and her father. With this, the stepmother gets angry and shouts that she didn't abandon her because she wanted to and that her apartment was also in chaos. She says she fled because her life was in danger, and the young woman makes her look like a villain. The woman continues to shout that Hina is not her daughter, and that the girl's personality is to blame for everything. Our hero calls the woman crazy and tries to take his friend away, but the stepmother gets even angrier. Hak Cheol asks the surgeon who that troublemaker is. The surgeon explains that they are a couple of survivors who arrived a few weeks ago, and he doesn't like them. He says that the man is always sick to avoid working, and the woman thinks she's a big deal because she was a famous actress. The protagonist comments that he didn't know about her relationship with Hanena. At this, our protagonist looks at his friend, very worried about the situation. Suddenly, the surgeon receives a call on the radio. The voice on the radio informs that they found an American soldier and that they will let him in. The surprised surgeon urgently requests that anyone who knows how to speak English be sent there. The surgeon wonders if there is an American soldier lost in Korea. He turns to ask which of the survivors knows how to speak English, and Hino offers. The girl says she can speak English, and the surgeon is surprised. At the clinic's reception, they find the soldier. On his uniform there is an American flag. Soldier David Briggs, 27 years old, says he found the place during a patrol. He reveals that only 5 men remain in his unit, and the others did not survive. Our protagonist is impressed with Hina's level of English and notices that she seems different. The girl explains that the Okinawa Air Base would send a rescue, but communication was cut off due to interference. The surgeon asks if it is possible to evacuate the 500 survivors with the help of the Americans. The soldier says it would be difficult with so many people, and the biggest problem is that they have also lost contact with headquarters. The surgeon thinks it is impossible to rescue everyone but has an idea. He considers sending the protagonist, who is immune, to the American side to develop a cure. The camera focuses on a vending machine. The sky darkens and night falls on the city. A clock on the wall shows that time is passing inside the clinic. Dr. Moon Seo-rin peeks down the hallway. She then closes the door and returns to her office. Sitting in her chair, the doctor seems very anxious. The woman looks at her cell phone while sighing. She thinks that a lot of time has passed and the drone she was waiting for has not yet arrived. On the table, there is a blood sample from our boy, and she has an idea. With her cell phone in hand, she realizes she has discovered an immune person and gets nervous. The doctor then decides that she needs to report her discovery to a certain Salvador Jin. Suddenly, her cell phone signal, which was weak, starts to flash. And to her surprise, the signal returns and she is able to make a call. She is relieved because she can finally report her discovery to Salvador. On the call, she identifies herself as a researcher from the Gunja Station shelter and says she has discovered an immune person. The voice on the other end says it will connect her to Salvador, and the doctor is in shock. She is speechless and wonders if she will really talk to Salvador. The doctor explains on the phone about the blood sample from our boy and says he is 100% infected, but in a different way. She says she doesn't understand it well, and that he is different from the special infected, being a normal and immune person. The doctor says she was going to send the sample by drone, but now she thinks they need the boy himself for experiments. On the other end of the line, the voice doubts the existence of an immune person and says that this cannot be true. The interlocutor states that there is no immunity and that this must be a fatal bug, so the doctor asks what she should do. The woman is scared by the word bug and questions if this means that our protagonist needs to be eliminated, but the voice on the phone denies this possibility immediately and tells her not to do it. The order is for her to send the blood sample first and then take our hero for the experiments. The man explains that the immunity is a defect in the virus and that they can use it to make it even more powerful. The doctor is desperate and wonders how she is going to get our boy there alone. Suddenly, she is paralyzed when she hears a strange noise coming from the door. Someone knocks on the door and asks if she is inside the room. It's Sergeant Ado Hyan, her boyfriend, who calls her dear from outside. The sergeant gets serious and asks why she locked the door of the room like that. The doctor opens the door, very nervous and stuttering. The sergeant asks why the door was locked, and the doctor lies, saying she was changing clothes. He says it was time for the call, but he needed to talk to her about something important alone. At this, the doctor tries to postpone the conversation and asks if they can talk later, but the sergeant insists it's urgent. He then remembers the American soldier who arrived and says his infection test came back normal. The soldier comments that he had a great idea since the soldier is always trying to contact headquarters, so he suggests sending our hero or his blood to America to develop a cure. The sergeant believes that if the plan works, their hellish world will finally end. The woman's eyes widen and she asks what he just said. She asked desperately if he told the soldier that they have an immune person in the shelter.